Chapter 1, The Baby is Coming, Come and Sign. Longchang, a small third-tier city in the north. The evening breeze in March is like a slap from a stepmother. If you are slapped in the face, it will still hurt. Spring is here, and it is the mating season for all things. Longchang University of Technology. Football field. You Lily, let's break up. Su Tian said. You Lily opened her eyes wide and looked at Su Tian in disbelief. Separate? Less than 5 meters away, Su Tian's 3 roommates were shocked. Fuck, Xiao Tian really took the initiative to break up. A role model for our generation, a role model for our generation. Ruthless. Su Tian is too cruel. No, he's such a scumbag. His nickname of Su the Scumbag is a foregone conclusion. A role model for our generation, a role model for our generation. Although Yu Lily is a bad girl, she has a nice figure and pretty face. Maybe Su Tian is too handsome, he looks like a Zhu from the front and a Shi from the side. With a tall and slender height of 182 centimeters, masculine and handsome, his looks are enough to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Yu Lily still didn't give up. I really like you. Do you dislike me going to the bar? I can change and never go to the bar again. It has nothing to do with going to the bar or not, that's all. Turn around. Su Tian left, leaving Yu Lily disheveled in the wind. She is the beauty of the department at the Polytechnic University. Countless men lined up to pursue her, but she chose Su Tian. But Su Tian called her from the dormitory to the playground and suddenly told her that he broke up. Su Tian. She shouted. Stop. Su Tian stopped. Don't you like me very much? You flirt with me and then run away? How can you be so heartless? Yu Lily asked unwillingly. Su Tian was silent. Why? Can you tell me the specific reason? I want to know. Su Tian looked into her eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You really want to hear the reason? She nodded. Yes, that's the reason for breaking up. I never disliked you for not having money or being a rich second generation. I never asked for anything material from you. This reason for breaking up doesn't count. Since you're asking, don't scold me. Because you are the most beautiful girl in the department, my roommates and I made a bet to play a game. Yu Lily's face became more and more ugly. Su Tian grinned. Can I win you in just 1 week? If I win you, I win. If I can't, I lose. Sorry, the bet with my roommate is over. I succeeded, so we have to break up. Several people often saw Yu Lily getting into a middle-aged man's Mercedes-Benz. Get on the bus on time every Friday. At first, the roommates thought that the Benz man was Yu Lily's uncle, father. But little Curry didn't believe it and asked Yu Lily's roommate about it. Turns out he was doing some transaction to make some extra money. On Saturdays and Sundays, I often go to nightclubs with my roommates to shake my head and dance. My private life is very chaotic. It sounds like she is not a good woman, and she is also a scumbag. In addition, roommate Su Tian agreed to the bet while he was drunk. He can't bring himself to touch an ordinary girl. Hearing this, Yu Lily's mouth twisted in anger. I almost spit out a mouthful of ant. You? I'm just a bet? Yes, that's it. Goodbye. Su Tian left in a cool manner. Yu Lily's cheeks turned red with anger and she started cursing. Scumbag, scumbag, you poor bastard want to learn how to play with women like the rich second generation. Blown by the strong wind, her purple hair fluttered wildly, just like Mei Chaofeng in the Condor Heroes. You dare to play tricks on me with your character. Bah! She spat on the ground. You deserve it, poor bastard. You chased me. I treated you to dinner and a movie yesterday, and now you're breaking up with me right away. Su Tian shook his head. You insisted that I tell you the reason for breaking up, but you couldn't stand it after I told you. Return to the dormitory. Fuck. Brother Tian, no, Lord Tian, please sit down. Little Curry said flatteringly. Dog Brother gave a thumbs up and praised, a role model for our generation, a role model for our generation. Long Long looked at Su Tian with admiration. I am willing to call you Dad. Father. Father. The 3 roommates shouted in unison. This is the outcome of the bet. Last time I drank beer in the dormitory. One per person, and you'll get drunk right away after drinking. Su Tian made a bet with his roommate whether he could win you Lily within a week. If we can catch them, they will call us daddy. Hey, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard, Su Tian raised his voice. All three of them are his best friends and roommates. Little Curry's name is Yang Xiaofei. He and Su Tiantong were high school classmates who graduated from the #1 middle school in the city. Because he particularly likes playing basketball, he plays as a shooting guard for the school basketball team. He is very accurate in shooting three-pointers, so he earned the nickname Little Curry. The tall and thin man is the boss of the dormitory, nicknamed Dog Brother. Original name, Lu Yu, a nice and popular name. He is a childhood friend of Su Tian or Yuan village. Nickname, Ergu. He was the oldest among the four and was admitted to the same university as him. The 200-pound fat boy Long Long's real name is Wenlong. He lives in the neighboring city A. They met when they were in college. Son, call again and let me hear you. The three of them were so angry that they pushed Su Tian down on the bed with crooked mouths, and they laughed and played for a while. Xiao Tian, are you also a part-time model? Long Long asked. No, it just stopped yesterday. Ergo couldn't wait to open Su Tian's notebook. Is the last issue out? It's out. Stop admiring me so much, okay? In his laptop, there is an archive of model photos he took every week while working part-time. Su Tian often goes to the gym to exercise. Good figure and handsome. So he has been working part-time as a male model to earn some living expenses for college. It's just a photo shoot, never a catwalk. Just take some simple photos and cooperate with a clothing merchant on Taobao. Just finished shooting a set of spring Korean casual jacket photos. Curry's eyes widened. Oh my god. This is really cool, the photographer is really good. Ergo sighed, damn it, when can I be a model? Little Curry continued, there are all kinds of things in dreams. Send me pictures on WeChat. If you are dating someone online, I will send you pictures of handsome models like Xiaotian. Oh my god, this is so handsome, Xiaotian, I am moved. Ergo said, Xiaotian, be careful, Long Long will anally bite you in the middle of the night. Su Tian's mouth twisted. Roll. Being stared at by three grown men as a model, Su Tian felt uncomfortable all over and turned off his phone immediately. Xiaotian, are you really not considering finding a girlfriend? Are you willing to be single with everyone else? Asked Curry. Ergo nodded and said, yes, Xiaotian, you are so handsome, don't let yourself down. Don't ask. Let's talk about love while we're preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. It's over. That will take some time. Actually. Su Tian's inner thoughts. There has always been a hurdle that I can't overcome. Forget it, let the past go with the wind. Xiaotian, Lily invited you to get a room at the hotel yesterday, why didn't you go? While the two were eating, Su Tian's three roommates were sitting at the next table and heard Lily say that she didn't want to go back to the dormitory tonight and wanted to watch a movie and then stay in a hotel for the night. Such an obvious hint, doesn't it mean that he wants to get a room and sleep with Su Tian? Su Tian smiled and said, I don't dare to go. I just happened to see a short video on TikTok when I was having dinner with Lily. Many undisciplined women may have cauliflower down there. What if I get infected? Puff. Several people burst into laughter. I once found it difficult to extricate myself from the vastness of the world and indulged in the dream talk in it, unable to distinguish true from false, without struggle, and without fear of being laughed at. The bell rang. Su Tian took a look at the caller ID. Suddenly, his eyes were stunned. He took a deep breath and walked out of the dormitory. Hello? Lin Wire? Lin Wire shouted anxiously, Xiaotian, can you come to the hospital to sign? You are the father of the child. I am about to give birth, quick, come to the hospital. Chapter 2 The goddess gave birth to triplets. Lin Wire, stop teasing me. How could I be the child's father? You don't want me to be a keyboard warrior. No, a scapegoat, right? Su Tian was confused. Become a father yourself? Suddenly you receive a call from a woman asking you to go to the hospital to sign, saying that the baby is about to be born. Who in their right mind would believe this? Lin Wire said in a hurried voice, hurry up, Xiaotian, I really didn't lie to you, the municipal hospital. Sorry, I don't like being the scapegoat. Su Tian hung up the phone. He just walked back to the dormitory. The phone rang again. I'm Wang Meili, the doctor in charge of the birth. Are you the father of the child? How can you be so irresponsible that you didn't even come to the hospital to sign when your wife was about to give birth? Dr. Wang, Lin Wire in bed number 6 is about to give birth. Why is there no family member here? Send her to the delivery room first, quickly, quickly, quickly. Su Tian was confused. The voice on the phone didn't sound fake. Where are her family? Su Tian asked. No matter what you ask, the pregnant woman says you are the father of the child. There are no family members present. Another doctor spoke hastily. Hurry, the hospital requires a signature. Push the pregnant woman to the delivery room first. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Su Tian looked confused. He turned and ran towards the dormitory building door. Happy to be a father? Keyboard warrior? What is going on? Teacher Lin's real name is Lin Wire and she is a goddess teacher at the #1 middle school in the city. The dream lover of countless male teachers, she is tall, fair-skinned, and has a stunningly beautiful face. Even though she is very beautiful. 1 in a million, with a charming face. Be a bag holder? Su Tian wouldn't do it. Oh my god. Too scary. Judging from the doctor's nervous tone on the phone just now, Lin Weiler should not be accompanied by any family members. He decided to go to the hospital. Arriving at the municipal hospital, Su Tian dialed the number that had just called. Knowing that it was on the 6th floor, Area A, he trotted up. Are you the relative of Lin Wire, the patient in bed number 6? The female doctor in a white robe asked in an unhappy tone. All around. Su Tian felt a murderous aura. I was despised. A group of female nurses looked at him with contempt. This is the husband of the pregnant woman in bed number 6. He looks very handsome, but it turns out he is a scumbag. Su Tian didn't dare to explain that Lin Weiler was his teacher. The tone was stunned. Her family, her father and mother are not here? You haven't come yet, so why are you hesitating? Can you sign? The female doctor said coldly. Sign, sign. Su Tian nodded quickly. He is stupid. The female doctor walked up to him and whispered, the pregnant woman asked me to talk to you about a party 10 months ago. Hearing this, Su Tian's expression was shocked. At that time, my cousin was celebrating the birthday of his twin daughters and organized a party for everyone. Because Lin Weiler is the best friend of my cousin's wife, they often play together and know each other. Simply put, Lin Weiler is my sister-in-law's best friend. At that time, everyone finished drinking, sang karaoke and continued drinking. Lin Weiler drank a lot of wine and got drunk. He still had a trace of consciousness. The cousin left with his wife and winked at him, asking him to take good care of his wife's best friend. So he got a room at the hotel. No, the purpose is just to facilitate care. When he woke up the next day, Lin Weiler slapped him and left alone. I called again, but was rejected. After 3 days of calling, she finally answered. Tell yourself not to contact her. That night. Just treat it as a dream. But how could Su Tian forget? You can't blame him for this. Then, Lin Wire got drunk and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. He is a normal man, facing the drunken temptation of his sister-in-law's best friend. The result is obvious. He couldn't control himself and took advantage of the alcohol. What are you standing there for? Do you want to sign or not? The female doctor asked. Su Tian nodded stupidly. Sign, sorry, I am the father of the child, I remember. The doctors and nurses were collectively dumbfounded. This? You are the child's father. Do you need to think about such things? A cute little nurse muttered. Su Tian scratched his head awkwardly, looking like a complete idiot. Yes, I remember now. Signed. The female doctor asked, the pregnant woman called you and you hung up. Why did you remember it now? Because I'm a fool. Nurse. Su Tian walked to the side and quickly dialed Ergu's number. Brother, go, buy a big bunch of roses. Go to the 6th floor, Area A, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Municipal Hospital. Hurry. 15 minutes later. Ergo came, and Su Tian handed him a large bouquet of roses. Thanks, Brother Go. The tall and thin Ergo bent over and supported his knees, gasping for breath. Damn, are you crazy? You asked me to buy roses for no reason. What's going on? Brother, go, don't ask. Go back first and I'll explain it to you when I get back. Su Tian pushed into the elevator. Ergo looked confused. In this way, Su Tian sent him to the elevator. 20 minutes passed. That fool! Wang Meili shouted. Su Tian was stunned. You called me? Right. The nurse came out of the delivery room pushing a baby carriage. On the side, there were two nurses pushing the bed. The weak Lin Wire lay on the hospital bed, her expression full of fatigue, her face was pale and bloodless, but her thin lips were filled with a happy smile. This is the older brother, and these are the two baby girl sisters. The eldest brother was born at 2134 and weighed 4.62 kgs. My second sister was born at 2135, weighing 4.42 pounds. The third sister was born at 2136 and weighed 4.5 gene. Su Tian didn't look at the child, but walked directly to Lin Wire. He took a deep breath, feeling quite complicated. Wire, I'm sorry, thank you for your hard work. Lin Wire wanted to say something, but found that she had no strength. Su Tian held the rose and placed it in her hand. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She didn't dare to look Su Tian in the eye. She cried in silence for a while and then fell asleep. Su Tian wiped her tears. Turn around and look at the three babies. Triplets. Great, Mom. The babies' faces are wrinkled and they don't look like chubby babies at all. Instead, their faces were red like three little monkeys, their eyes were red and swollen, and they looked super scary. Gurgle Su Tian swallowed his saliva. He couldn't believe that these were his son and daughter, and forced himself to calm down. The nurse laughed and said, Silly boy, you look so frightened. All newborn babies look the same. They will become beautiful after a while. Even when pregnant, a pregnant woman's face is super beautiful. Su Tian is the child's father. Although he is a fool, he looks extremely handsome. These three little cuties born to their mom will definitely be extremely good looking when they grow up. The pregnant woman is asleep, and there are nurses to help take care of the baby. You can go downstairs to pay the bill. Wang Meili said. She wanted to complain about Su Tian, the big fool. Oh, how do I pay? Su Tian nodded woodenly. He was still a little overwhelmed. Consider whether to ask your mother to come to the hospital. But think about it, it's better not to scare her first. Take this list and go to the payment window on the first floor. By the way, I recommend you go to the pharmacy outside to buy some medical pads. Isn't there any in the hospital? Su Tian asked. Wang Meili yelled, It's faster to buy outside, the process at the hospital is more complicated. Your wife needs to expel some lochia, idiot, go quickly. Okay. Su Tian ran away. Fortunately, I earned 30,000 yuan in pocket money as a part-time model. For a college student. Have money in hand. Feel safe. After paying the fee, I bought a lot of medical maternity pads and came to the ward. The three babies were sleeping soundly, and Lin Weiler was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Mr. Lin Wire. Su Tian said softly. Lin Wire whispered, No. Don't call me Wire. She was extremely uncomfortable with her best friend's brother calling her so intimately, and felt a little embarrassed, even though Su Tian was the child's biological father. Okay, Su Tian nodded, I want to hear what you have to say. I'm still confused now. I was drinking at the party that day. I found out I was pregnant 2 months later. My period was very irregular and not very regular. I thought it was normal when it didn't come. But then I vomited for no reason and felt very uncomfortable. I went to the hospital for a checkup and the doctor told me I was pregnant. Looking at her weak appearance, Su Tian asked, Why do you want to give birth to the baby? You can abort it. It's triplets. Giving birth to the baby might kill you. Speaking of. His eyes are red. What if the baby in her belly is really hers and something goes wrong during childbirth? He might really go crazy. I'm worried whether Lin Wire will. Will he die? Suddenly. Lin Wire smiled, because I'm 26 years old this year, 27 in lunar age. If I'm over 30, I'm considered in advanced maternal age. Since I'm pregnant, I'll give birth. If Su Tian doesn't recognize the three babies, the worst that can happen is that she will be a single mother.
You know my teacher's best friend Choo Choo. I've always envied her for giving birth to 2 lovely twin daughters, so I wanted to have one myself.
Now I have 3. Am I better than her, right? Sharp. You are awesome. Why do I feel like Lynn Weiler is so silly after giving birth to a child? Is this the legendary being dizzy for 3 years? Hearing this reason, he was a little amused. Lynn Weiler actually envied her best friend for giving birth to a daughter? You know, her nickname is Tigress.
The students also call him the tiger-like teacher. Although he is quite fierce, his appearance is impeccable.
My sister-in-law's best friend is a well-known goddess teacher at the #1 middle school in the city.
When she smiles, dimples appear on both sides of her cheeks, making her look super sweet, like a girl next door. But when she started talking seriously, the tone changed. She was like 2 different people. A beautiful woman who can be both salty and sweet. Although he never taught me to read, he is not my teacher. But I studied in the #1 middle school in the city for half a year 3 years ago, and I can often see the goddess teacher on the playground, in the teaching building, and in the office.
Chapter 3: Pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years.
A tigress who gets angry easily when she disagrees with something. Su Tian heard that in her class, students didn't dare to play with their mobile phones or chat. She really dares to beat you.
You can imagine how bad Lynn Weiler's temper is. But now, she seems to have become stupid and silly. A good Chinese teacher, is your brain short-circuited? Do you have to compete with others even when having children? What's going on in your brain? Lynn Weiler pouted. Drink water, drink water.
Su Tian noticed that her lips were particularly dry and immediately handed her a cup of warm water.
While buying the mat, I bought new water cups at the supermarket next door.
The water cup comes with a straw, which makes it convenient to drink water while lying down. After drinking the water, Lynn Weiler pursed her lips. I'm sorry, I gave birth to the child without your permission.
It has nothing to do with you. I can raise the child by myself. It doesn't matter whether you take the responsibility or not. Silly little Tian. Do you still remember to buy roses for yourself? Smells so good.
For my best friend's younger brother.
She is quite familiar with it.
The child is a little silly, usually very naughty, and often makes her happy. When my best friend got married, she is the bridesmaid and Su Tian is the best man.
Gradually, the relationship became more like friends. Su Tian's face froze. You mean, you want to raise the child alone?
Lynn Weiler said,
What's wrong with raising the child alone? What I mean is,
I decided to get pregnant without your permission and kept it a secret from you until the child was born.
You don't have to be responsible. Thank you for coming to sign.
That's what hospitals are like.
You must sign for a cesarean section, otherwise I wouldn't dare to perform the surgery and deliver your baby.
If she gave birth according to normal procedures, there would be great risks for her and the baby. The doctor told her that ending the pregnancy by cesarean section would reduce the maternal and infant mortality rates. In fact, even if Su Tian does not come to sign, the pregnant woman has the right to sign herself.
Lynn Weiler. Su Tian's tone was stunned, as if there was food stuck in his throat. Have you ever thought about what to do in the future? When the babies grow up, do you have the heart to tell them that they don't have a father? That night, I heard you. Puff. Su Tian. She was really out of breath and weak, otherwise she really wanted to roll her eyes at Su Tian, no, slap him in the face. Don't talk about the past, she said weakly. The moment she found out she was pregnant and decided to give birth to the baby, she was ready to become a single mother. Oh. Su Tian continued, I am the father of the children.
I have a responsibility to ensure that the babies are born safely into this world.
As a man, you must be responsible. So? Su Tian's tone became tense. I want to be responsible for the 3 babies. From now on, we will raise them together. May I? Su Tian took a deep breath. Looking at the silly man, Lynn Weiler smiled, Aren't you afraid of other people's eyes? What's the big deal? If you give birth to a child but don't raise him, what's the difference between him and an animal?
I don't care what others think, as long as.
Weiler, you don't care.
These words.
Su Tian said this with red eyes. With his looks, even if he has to work as a gigolo in a bar, he will make sure the 3 cute little angels have good milk powder to eat.
Thinking of something, Lynn Weiler looked gloomy. I'm 26 years old this year, and I'm about to turn 30. I don't mind you being a 46-year-old lady. If she hadn't been lying in the hospital, Lynn Weiler really wanted to grab the chalk and smash it hard on Sue Tion's head. You are the auntie, you are only 46. At this time, the young nurse walked into the room. Sue Tion chuckled, what do you want, nurse? Help your wife change the cushions. The cushions underneath need to be thrown away. Oh, okay. Lynn Weiler blushed, no, nurse, just change it. The nurse smiled awkwardly, sister, in this case, it is more appropriate for a relative to do the job. Let your husband do it for you. Sue Tion grinned, I'll change it. You. Lynn Weiler was anxious. The nurse turned and left. Dr. Wang Meili, perhaps because she saw that he was young and a scumbag, specifically reminded her that pregnant women have to excrete after giving birth, which is disgusting, and asked him not to despise his wife. After all, your wife gave birth to 3 children for you by cesarean section. Sue Tion pulled the curtain and prepared the cushion. Wire, does the wound still hurt? She shook her head. I can't feel it. It doesn't hurt. Just watch me change. Watch how you change your eyes. Look the teacher in the eye, she said sternly. Okay, Sue Tion gently picked up her legs and changed the medical pads. Lynn Weiler closed her eyes and a weak blush appeared on her face. In less than 2 minutes, Sue Tion changed the mat. Are you asleep? No, have you changed it? Well, don't you feel anything? I was given anesthesia and I have no feeling below the waist. If I had known, I would have looked at it just now, he said mischievously. Lynn Weiler, I'm afraid you'll find it disgusting. No. At this time, the woman in labor next to Lynn Weiler was pushed into the room by the nurse. Sue Tion was worried that the baby would be woken up, but he didn't expect that the doctor and family members next door remained quiet. Only one family member is allowed to accompany the patient in the ward. The man and the doctor, Wang Meili, were both very polite and spoke quietly. The woman next door gave birth to a baby girl. The child's father glanced at Sue Tion. Brother, you have to come no matter how big the matter is when your wife gives birth, you know? You should give up socializing these few days. As a father, I really want to slap you. I've seen scumbags before, but I've never seen anyone as scumbag as this one. Sue Tion smiled and said, you are right, I was wrong. Alas. The man sighed, young man, go take good care of your wife and children. Puff. Sue Tion walked to the head of the bed and sat down. Lynn Weiler forced a smile, I told the man next door that the child's father is out of town for a social event and can't come. I'm sorry to have troubled you. It's just a small matter. I don't mind. Can I let my sister help take care of you? You don't want to? She looked gloomy. Of course I will. I've asked my roommate, Brother Go, to take some time off. Lynn Weiler asked, how old is your sister? 27, 1 year older than you, her child is already 4 years old, she has experience in giving birth and taking care of babies. Oh. You've seen it. My sister went to school to attend a parent-teacher conference for me in high school. I remember. Where's your bestie, my sister-in-law? Lynn Weiler said, I took a leave of absence after I became pregnant and have been resting in a rental house by myself. In fact, Lynn Weiler is quite thin-skinned. I didn't dare tell anyone that I was pregnant, not even my best friend. After all, Sue Tion is the younger brother of her best friend, and she is 4 years older than Sue Tion, so she will definitely be laughed at. How did you hide it from your family? Sue Tion asked gently. She pouted slightly and said, I went to study for a doctorate in another city. Anyway, my home is in the old district, so I am secretly in the new district. My family hasn't found out yet. Giving birth to a child makes your brain stupid. Sue Tion walked out of the room. He called his sister. My sister and her husband's family opened a bakery in the new district. Not far from the city hospital. But it's already past 9 o'clock in the evening, let my sister come over tomorrow morning. Wang Meili walked back to the room with the documents. The baby woke up and called me. I need to do some health checks. Okay, Sister Wang. Sue Tion shouted obediently. There was a baby crying in the room. Sue Tion, wake up. Don't you want to go and take a look? There are other babies. Wang Meili rolled her eyes. Sue Tion walked to the door and waved. He lowered his voice and shouted, he's really awake.
P.S. I hope you guys will keep reading. Life is not easy. The author is being cute. Sob. Chapter 4 Binding the Perfect Dad System. Ah, wow, wow, wow. The newborn babies were crying so loudly that Su Tian felt very confused. I feel very nervous. Don't worry, it's normal for babies to cry. Lynn Weiler looked at the new dad in front of her. Unconscious discovery. Su Tian is more handsome? Wire, are the babies hungry? I feel embarrassed to call him Teacher Lin. It would be more appropriate to call her by her name directly. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, I insisted on calling her by her name. Su Tian was so anxious that he didn't dare to hug her, and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead due to nervousness. Look how nervous you are. Wang Meili walked into the room. There was another female doctor next to her who was responsible for examining the newborn babies. Sister Wang, come here and tell me how to coax the baby. Su Tian shouted. Don't worry. Because Su Tian's family has 3 babies. Wang Meili first checked the baby near the nursing room door. After the examination, he and the female doctor walked to his baby. The female doctor picked up Debeo, turned him over and over, and carefully examined his entire body. Su Tian frowned and asked, Good boy, Sister Wang, Auntie, please be gentle when checking my child. Listen to the baby crying. He became even more nervous. Xiao Tian, it's okay, trust the doctor. Lin Weiler comforted. In fact, she was very nervous inside. But Su Tian is still just a child. If we fall in love, it will definitely be a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. The female doctor and Sister Wang carefully turned the baby over and over. Wang Meili smiled and said, Everything is normal. The 3 babies are very healthy. Make sure the babies keep warm. Sorry, doctor. Lin Weiler said. Su Tian grinned, Thank you, doctor. Silly boy, speak softly and don't disturb the mother next door. Be a decent dad. After the doctor's examination, the 3 babies miraculously stopped crying. Erbao smacked his lips. Sister Wang, where is the cafeteria? Lin Weiler must have been very hungry after giving birth. I'm going to get some lighter meals. Wang Meili chuckled, Your wife has just given birth and needs to pass gas. Only after the gas is passed can she eat. Please note that she can only eat light food and drink some nutritious soup. Then you line up. Wang Meili looked at Su Tian, who looked like a child. Don't worry, it's not the doctor who's going to do the gas discharge. It depends on your wife's constitution. When can she finish discharging the gas? Idiot, stop asking. Lin Weiler closed her eyes. How embarrassing. Oh, okay. Su Tian nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wang. You are worthy of being the most beautiful doctor in our obstetrics and gynecology department. Puff. Sister Wang smiled. He turned around and left the room with the female doctor. Lin Weiler asked, You are still so naughty with your mouth. Do you have a girlfriend in college? I dated one, but we broke up within a day. Oh. Su Tian said worriedly, Are you hungry if you don't eat? You're stupid, the flatulence in your stomach feels really suffocating. Did air get in during the cesarean section? Lin Weiler gritted her teeth and said, There is really no chalk nearby, and no textbook in hand. Should I beat you to death? Luckily you are not my student. If you were, I would punish you by copying Ode to the Afon Palace 10,000 times, standing against the wall in the classroom for 3 classes, and standing in the office after school to recite 10 articles of Chao Gui's debate on war. Wow, devil. It's been more than 3 years since I graduated. I can't even imagine the demonic knowledge that I learned in high school. Go get the bag from the cabinet. It's on the first row on the left, on the top. It's the black shoulder bag. Good. Su Tian took the bag. Open it. She could move her hands, but she had no strength at all and felt she couldn't open the bag. Su Tian opened the bag. She said, There is a bank card. Put it on you and use it to pay for the hospitalization. The password is 6 zeros. No, I have money. Su Tian refused and quickly put the bag back into the cabinet. I want to do something for Lin Weiler. Even if it's just to pay a fee. She continued to grit her teeth. You are going to piss me off to death. You are a student. Do you have any money? If you have money, how much money do you have? I earn some money from my part-time job, just enough to make ends meet. What kind of part-time job do you do? She asked curiously. Su Tian scratched his head and said, I dare not say. Say it. She pouted. Model. Model, male model? She took a deep breath. The father of her child actually became a model. She was really lucky to have given birth to a child and survived. She would have been killed by Su Tianqi.
The impression I have of male models seems to be those who accompany some rich ladies in KTVs to sing and drink.
Su Tian tried to comfort her. Don't be angry, I'm not the kind of prostitute. The more he explained, the less Lin Wire believed it.
Just closed my eyes. I'm afraid I'll get pissed off if we continue talking. Wire, from now on I won't call you Teacher Lin.
Can I call you Wire? You never taught me anyway.
She still had her eyes closed, her hands clenched together, and her heart was pounding with nervousness.
Whatever.
Su Tian brought a pen with him and went to the nursing desk to ask the nurse for 3 small cards.
Write them respectively as Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. It was stuck on the bedding that wrapped the baby. He really can't tell the difference. Little Erbao suddenly exerted force with his little hand and actually grabbed Su Tian's finger.
Where, she is so strong. Su Tian's eyes trembled.
Ding dong, the system is testing blood. Ding dong.
The blood test has been completed. Congratulations to the host for binding to the perfect daddy system.
The blood test is 100%.
The system has authoritatively identified that the host is the biological father of the 3 babies.
The mechanical prompt sound coming from his mind made Su Tian's heart tremble. Perfect dad system? Reward, share of money. Share money? 3 red envelopes have been distributed.
Please check your backpack, host. When he came, he was carrying a black backpack and just threw it directly at the nursing bar, the nurse's station. Gently releasing the baby's hand, he walked to the nurse's station and opened the backpack to take a look.
3 red envelopes.
A red envelope is about 10,000 yuan thick.
This is the share of money that the perfect dad system gives to the babies.
Note, when the baby is between 0 and 5 years old, as long as the host takes care of the baby, he will receive corresponding rewards. The reward can be professional skills, cash, or items.
System detection shows that the host is a novice nanny. There is still a long way to go before becoming a perfect nanny. Please work hard to become an outstanding and perfect nanny. Being bound by the perfect daddy system, Su Tian's mood became more complicated. Excited. Ecstasy. Confused. I was completely dumbfounded.
At least I have the support of the system and I don't have to continue working as a model.
The good news is that I am really the baby's biological father.
Although he believed in Lin Weiler 99%, there was always that 1% doubt in his heart.
Now,
this 1% of doubt was completely dispelled in my mind.
Return to the room. The look Su Tian gave Lin Weiler was extremely gentle and full of tenderness. Wire, are you really not hungry? Ha? I'm not hungry, I'm just bloated. There's gas in my stomach, do you understand? I understand. Su Tian nodded like a wooden man and asked, is it okay to just fart a few times to exhaust the gas? The mother next door laughed and cried, ha ha, hubby, it hurts.
She had a cesarean section like Lin Wire, and was amused by Su Tian's words. It felt like the anesthetic disappeared instantly, and she felt terrible pain. The man next to him hurriedly called the nurse. Lin Weiler gritted her white teeth and picked up the rose next to her with difficulty. He wanted to throw it out and hit Su Tian, but he couldn't bear to do it. The first time I received a rose from a man in my life was from the father of my child. I feel happy when I see this bunch of bright red roses.
See Su Tian sitting next to him. He stretched out his little hand, grabbed Su Tian's ear and twisted it hard. Hiss, it hurts. Afterwards, Su Tian asked the nurse.
The young lady said that there are many ways to expel gas, and farting is one of them.
Continuous farting can achieve the effect of smooth exhaust, it depends on whether you can fart it out. Chapter 5, Lin Wire's Social Death. Wire, do you have milk? Don't be angry, Xiaotian is the child's biological father.
Lin Weiler reminded herself again and again that Xiaotian was the biological father of the 3 babies.
No milk. Su Tian frowned, no milk? What should I do if I have no milk? The baby has to eat dinner anyway? Should I go buy some milk powder? Come here and try to see if you can squeeze out milk. Lin Weiler said.
Hearing this, Su Tian was shocked for 100 years.
Milking? When I was a kid, I milked the cows raised by my aunt. Su Tian blushed and said, "Wei I don't dare to push, I'm afraid you will think I'm a hooligan."
If you don't dare, go find the nurse and ask how to open the milk. Cough cough, she coughed anxiously, and was mad at the child's father.
Damn, seeing his blushing and excited look, he really planned to come over to express milk, right? It pissed her off. Drink water, drink water. Go find the nurse.
She closed her eyes. Such a little brat's father. I want to raise a child with him in the future. I'm afraid it's like taking care of 4 children.
That idiot, what's wrong? Su Tian laughed. Miss Nurse, have you ever seen such a handsome fool? No, I haven't.
The nurse panicked and blushed when Su Tian stared at her like that. This is the legendary handsome guy effect.
Su Tian asked seriously, my wife has no milk, how can I increase her milk supply? Can I give the baby some boiled water tonight?
Some pregnant women have milk before giving birth, but it has not been developed. Try to squeeze it, or let the baby suck on the nipple to see if there is milk. The nurse was so nervous that she almost stuttered as she spoke these words.
I'm not usually nervous. Facing the young and handsome dad. I got nervous unconsciously. What if there's still no milk?
The nurse said, if you don't have it, buy some tools and give it a try. If it doesn't work, go find a lactation specialist.
All right. Su Tian nodded. Turn around and walk back to the room.
Wire, the nurse said that babies are born with the ability to drink milk.
Can I pick up DeBeo and give it a try? Oh, Lin Weier blushed, then let's give it a try. It's embarrassing though. Excuse me.
You can't just watch your child go hungry.
If I can't get any milk out, I'll squeeze it really hard. Push through the clothes.
Lin Weiler gritted her teeth. Oh my god, she felt that she had not been in a good mood since Su Tian came to the hospital tonight. She was in a state of social death.
The curtain has been drawn all the time.
The mother next door has milk, and the child has started drinking it with gurgling sounds.
Su Tian held DeBeo in his arms and slowly walked to Lin Weiler. She knew that Lin Weier's was very big, but she didn't expect it to be so big even when she was lying flat. For most girls, if their breasts are below C, they don't look very big when they lie down. It seems that I won't have to worry about food for my 3 babies in the future. Lin Weier's beautiful eyes were shy and a little angry. What are you looking at? Hurry up and feed the baby. Don't be anxious. Su Tian gently wiped it with a tissue. After all, it was the baby's first time feeding, so it had to be wiped clean. Feeling Su Tian's movements, Lin Weiler's whole body trembled slightly. She wanted to die immediately. Die, let her die. DeBeo was born smart. He found the food accurately and started eating it ruthlessly. But the stupid one can't eat it and always lets go of his mouth. I helped. Don't ask, just don't do what you want to do, just keep quiet. She was so nervous. I want to buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. To be honest, there is a hint of shyness, a hint of nervousness, a hint of excitement, and even more of a social death. The lower body has no feeling after the anesthesia, but the upper body can feel it. Su Tian held DeBeo in his left hand and grabbed the baby's food with his right hand. Soft. Lin Weier secretly opened her eyes. She said shamelessly, if you look at me in an improper way and think about random things, I will slap you in the face later. Don't keep staring at the baby. Look out the window. Okay, look out the window. Su Tian nodded, then smiled bitterly. If I don't look at the baby, how can I know if the baby is getting milk? Lin Weier hummed, I can feel it, you don't need to see it. Puff, puff. DeBeo drank too fast and choked for some reason. Su Tian gently patted the baby's burp. DeBeo should be full now. Oh. Go get a towel first. Lin Weiler was seen holding a purple towel and covering her face directly. Out of sight, out of mind. In order for her baby to get breast milk smoothly, she risked everything, put aside her shyness and let Su Tian tease her, but he was so annoying and his hands were particularly dishonest. In fact, it wasn't he that Su Tian was dishonest, but that Sanbao was uncooperative and too stupid to find food. Unlike Erbo, who accurately finds the food and eats her midnight snack. Baby feeding. It took a full hour. Su Tian shook his right hand, and his wrist felt sore from happiness. Oh my god, let her die. Su Tian held the place that had never been touched by a man with his hand and aimed it at the baby's mouth for such a long time. Can't you hold it with your hands? Why do you need to hold on?
I can't be so hypocritical as to not let them touch me and let the 3 babies starve. In order for the baby to eat milk smoothly, I had to put up with myself.
But, it feels so unfair. No man ever. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel. I really want to buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. Lift the towel off Lynn Wire's pretty face. She gently wiped the baby's food and fastened the buttons of her loose clothes with a gentle look. Because of the need for disinfection after a cesarean section, pregnant women are not allowed to wear a bra when giving birth. This way, feeding the baby is much more convenient. Fortunately, the child's mother is a big eater, so she doesn't need to rest the baby on her chest. You can breastfeed by lying sideways, which is super convenient. The mother of baby next door has a very hard time. Feeling the man's gentle movements, a hint of shyness appeared at the corners of her mouth. She had always liked Su Tian, but she had never dared to reveal her feelings until she became pregnant, when she often thought of Su Tian. I opened my WeChat address book countless times in the middle of the night, but I just didn't have the courage to contact Su Tian. If Su Tian hadn't come after I called him, I could have signed the consent form for the cesarean section myself. I'm afraid that even after giving birth to a baby, I wouldn't dare to face the child's father. It's just that, even though I like someone, I've never even been in love with him which is really socially dead. Wire, are you asleep? Lynn Weiler continued to pretend to sleep. I felt the urge to pee and I peed with a red face. There is a catheter inserted in the body for convenience in urination. With Su Tian by her side, she continued to pretend to sleep. Little did he know that Su Tian was staring at the yellow liquid swishing out of the urine bag. It turns out that the goddess can also pee, and the sound is very loud. In fact, there is no sound because there is a catheter inserted. Ding dong. The host assists the mother in completing the task of feeding the baby. A small gift package of system rewards, 3 baby bottles, and 3 packs of diapers have been stored in the cabinet. Please check it, host. The system prompt sounded. Su Tian was slightly surprised. This system is good for saving money, right? I'm so hungry. The dad next door made instant noodles, and Su Tian felt sorry for himself. Walking outside the ward, Su Tian asked the nurse, "Can we order a takeaway for a midnight snack? Can you bring it up?" The nurse said, "No, the elevator stops running at 9 p.m., and the staircase is locked. You can only go downstairs at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning." Oh. I'll just have to endure it for one night. Ask his sister to bring up food tomorrow morning. It happened that the dad next door heard the conversation between Su Tian and the nurse. He said, "Young man, are you hungry? I have some instant noodles here, go make a bucket. Triplets, I don't think you will be able to sleep tonight." "Thank you, brother." Because instant noodles had a smell, the 2 men ate them and chatted in the corridor. "How much does your baby weigh?" Su Tian asked. The man laughed, "Girl, 7 pounds and 8 ounces. This." Su Tian's hands trembled as he ate instant noodles, and he asked in panic, "So heavy?" "My baby weighs only 4 pounds. It's normal. You are triplets. Triplets weigh less than twins. Your weight is already very good. As long as you are healthy, it's good. My wife gave birth to a girl who weighed almost 15 pounds. The man said this with a happy smile on his face. Hearing this, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, new dad doesn't really understand. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but as a man." The man kept complaining for a long time about why Su Tian didn't come to accompany his wife to give birth, and even his relatives didn't come. This made Su Tian very confused. "What's your name, brother?" Su Tian asked. The man laughed and said, "Li Shangjun. My name is Su Tian." "I've heard of it." Li Shangjun laughed. "I wonder what kind of work is this that keeps you so busy?" "Model." Li Shangjun sighed. "The model should have come earlier to accompany his wife to the hospital. From what your wife and my wife were saying, you two are pregnant before marriage. She didn't even dare to tell her family that she gave birth to 3 children for you. Don't be too playful in the future. Be good to your children and wife. You are young and ignorant." Su Tian scratched his head. The two chatted and exchanged WeChat addresses. Li Xingjuan's daughter and his 2 daughters and 1 son were born on the same day, just a few hours apart. "My birthday is also on March 3rd.
The two agreed to keep in touch and let the babies play together after their children learned to walk.
Evening. Some pregnant women, with their big bellies, walked back and forth in the corridor of Area A, holding onto the wall step by step.
There are also some mothers who have just given birth naturally.
To relieve exhaust, exercise by walking. Thinking of Lynn Weiler's big belly with triplets, Soo Tian's nose couldn't help but feel sore. She must have felt helpless during her pregnancy. He quickly threw away the instant noodle bucket, wiped his mouth and walked back to the room.
"You're back, Xiaotian, it hurts a little."
Chapter 6: Changing your baby's diaper for the first time. The anesthetic has worn off? Soo Tian frowned.
The mother next to her said through the curtain, "Wire, I felt that my anesthetic had worn off."
The doctor said that if you can't help it, you can take an oral painkiller.
But you can't feed the baby for the time being after taking it.
It's not too painful. Dr. Wang said that you can get out of bed and walk and exercise in about 24 hours. It just depends on people's physical constitution.
After all, it was a cesarean section, not a natural birth.
Thank you, Sister Lu.
The two of them were almost immediately admitted to the same room in the obstetrics and gynecology department with their big bellies.
They all know each other. The woman's name is Lu Ting. You're welcome. If it hurts too much, call the nurse. I feel fine. I have a pain pump. It's just a little painful, but not unbearable. Soo Tian sat at the head of the bed, holding Lynn Weiler's fair hands with both hands. Because of pregnancy, both the face and hands have some baby fat.
"Let go," Lynn Weiler said shyly. The child was born.
We didn't even hold hands. Love is even more blank. Soo Tian was convinced, the child's mother.
"Wire, I'll chat with you and divert your attention, and you won't feel any pain." Lynn Wire had the energy to roll her eyes. "Xiaotian, I don't dare to chat.
I'm afraid I'll get mad at you.
You should have told me from the beginning that you were pregnant."
Snort. Lu Ting in the next bed was confused. "Wire, what's going on?"
Lynn Weiler knew she couldn't hide it any longer, so she explained with a blushing face. No wonder Soo Tian had never come to take care of her. It turned out that she had never told the baby's father about her pregnancy, and Soo Tian had never known about this. Just now Soo Tian said that he was a model, but he must have lied. It seems that Soo Tian should be a college student.
"Wire, let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time, one night, there was an old sow in the middle of the night."
For some reason, when she heard the word old sow and saw the smile on Soo Tian's face, she couldn't help laughing.
"Don't tell me, I'm afraid the wound from laughing will hurt." Soo Tian nodded. "Oh, no. Tell me a funny story about your college life." Soo Tian said softly, "Speaking of college, we have to mention the lab teacher."
"Where, you said that I'm already in college, but I'm not allowed to sleep in class and I'm punished."
What's even worse is that she even called me a little bastard. University teachers should be very gentle. Lynn Wire smiled, and suddenly thought of something. "What's your teacher's name? Maybe I know him."
"There's a childhood friend of mine at the University of Science, and there's also..."
"Who else? Tell me quickly, what's the name of the tigress you just mentioned?"
Soo Tian said helplessly, "Yun Suixian. Her name sounds celestial, but she is like a tigress."
Wire is even more hateful than you, and has a very bad temper.
However, the students all respect her. She usually takes good care of me, but she is a little strict.
Tell me your teacher's name again.
Lynn Wire covered her face.
Yun Suixian, what's wrong? It's okay, just keep talking. Oh my god. Should I tell Xiaotian that Yun Suixian is my mother? Or your future, no. Current mother-in-law.
In order to take care of her younger sister who was born later, her mother just worked as a counselor, which seemed to be easier. Listening to Soo Tian's crazy complaints about his mother-in-law, Lynn Wire said coquettishly, "Change the subject."
It's not good to discuss the teacher behind his back. She asked, "In high school, did you often discuss with your classmates whether I was a tigress?" Soo Tian looked a little panicked. "No, absolutely not. I just discussed with my classmates which man would be lucky enough to marry a goddess teacher like you, Wire, who is as beautiful as a fairy. Actually, it's a discussion. Which man can stand the violent temper of a tigress? Dare to marry Lynn Wire?" As a result, he became the baby's father. Certainly. He wouldn't dare to say it even if you kill him. No sweet talk. A red cloud passed across Lynn Wire's pretty face. She is thin-skinned and has never been in a relationship.
She had a blank slate when it came to love, but when she heard Sutian teasing her, her pretty face became shy like a lotus flower, so beautiful and tempting.
Sutian's eyes trembled and he was stunned. Wow. Suddenly, Sanbao's crying sounded. Sutian immediately stood up and checked gently. Wire, she pooped. Change your diaper if you poop. Get rid of it. There are diapers bought in advance in the cabinet.
It was not convenient for her to buy diapers while she was pregnant and hospitalized, so she asked a writer from a local errand service to buy them and deliver them to the nurse's station. The nurse helped her put them in the cabinet in the delivery room.
Okay, Sutian nodded. Opened the diaper. Honey, why is the color of this baby's poop not right? It seems to be dark green. What? Dark green?
Lin Wire was startled and said in a panic, Quick, go call the nurse. She was worried that something was wrong with the baby. When they were just born, the doctor held the 3 babies in his arms to show her. She looked left and right, fearing that the baby she gave birth to would be missing arms and legs, without hands and feet, or with a missing body part. After seeing that the baby was a complete little body, she felt completely relieved. Lu Ting laughed and said, Wire, this should be the first time the baby has pooped after being born.
It is meconium. You are a first-born baby and don't know this. The milk you drank probably hasn't been digested yet. When the baby poops for the second time tomorrow, everything will be back to normal. It's meconium, Sister Lu, thank you. I really don't understand. Lin Wire took a deep breath and felt much more relaxed. Lu Ting said, Don't be surprised no matter what color the meconium is. I'd better call the nurse. New dad. I don't know how to use it at all. System? System, how do I change the diaper? Sutian asked for help.
The system taunted mercilessly, Don't rely on the system for everything.
What's the point of you being a nanny? Let's find the nurse.
Sutian muttered to himself and ran to the nurse's station.
The nurse looked up at Sutian. What do you want? My daughter has pooped.
Come and teach me how to change her diaper.
I just held my baby and fed him. Sweat was dripping down his forehead.
Because I was nervous and worried that the baby would be uncomfortable in my arms. I'm a little afraid to hug him, not because I'm timid, but because I'm afraid of hurting little Diudiu. I want to even change diapers. The nurse naturally couldn't refuse the handsome guy's request. Following Sutian into the room, if the baby poops, it's best to wash it with warm water first, don't wipe it with a tissue.
Go get a basin of warm water. Okay. Sutian nodded.
Patiently wash your babies but with warm water.
Drops of sweat were rolling down his forehead.
Even with the guidance of a nurse, as a new father, I was really nervous. Looking at Sutian's gentle expression, Lin Weiler couldn't help but raise a happy smile at the corner of her mouth.
The child's father is so gentle and his profile is so handsome. Only. Are you that nervous? Silly boy, hold the baby like this first. The diaper has 2 little ears. Hold the baby up first. Yes, separate the 2 little ears. Under the guidance of the nurse, Sutian patiently changed the baby's diaper. Be careful and move slowly. After doing all this, sweat covered my forehead and I felt as if I had run 3 kilometers in one breath and was exhausted. He firmly believes it. Change your own diapers more often. Just become proficient. The nurse smiled helplessly. New dad who calls himself a fool, you will become proficient after changing it a few times. Beautiful nurse, can you please stop calling my husband a fool? He's not stupid, he's a top student. Lin Weiler said in an unhappy tone, directly protecting her own child. Sutian smiled awkwardly. It's okay, the nurse patiently taught me how to change diapers. Oh, okay, sorry. The nurse saw that Sutian was so handsome that she couldn't help but call him a fool and felt it was so interesting. After Lin Weiler's reminder, she felt that she was indeed impolite for calling Sutian's wife a fool. But she meant no harm. Sutian seems to be someone who can take a joke. Ding dong. System prompts that the host has completed the first diaper change for the baby. Full of love, system reward, a complete list of confinement meals. It has been sent to the host's mind, please check it. Su Tianrun was stunned. Complete list of confinement meals? He usually likes cooking. I now have 100 more nutritious recipes in my head, as well as the specific cooking methods for each dish. Wait for the nurse to leave the room. Su Tian smiled slightly. Wei Er, you just called me husband.
No, you heard it wrong. She closed her eyes. A blush appeared on her pretty face again. Oh my god, I can call him husband so easily. It's all my best friend Chuchua's fault. She often calls her man husband in my ear.
It must have influenced me. Hee Su Tian smiled brightly. Old. Don't call me wife. Su Tian smiled and said, I just wanted to call you teacher, you're overthinking it. You're really going to piss me off to death.
The angry baby's food ration fluctuates. Wait until you are discharged from the hospital.
If Su Tian came to take care of the baby often,
she felt like she could quarrel with Su Tian 3 times a day.
No, 10 times. Chapter 7, Su Tian, you are really good. Su Tian was particularly tormented that night.
Instead of pooping and peeing together, the babies take turns to bother their dad.
Pee-pee cannot just be wiped, it has to be washed with warm water. The newborn baby Diudia has very tender skin.
Su Tian is very careful when helping him wash his butt and change his diapers, for fear that the large movements may hurt the child.
In the middle of the night, the baby girl next door woke up and cried. Su Tian yawned and continued to sleep on the dry, hard chair. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Tian received a call from his sister.
Su Jing was impatient, and she shouted anxiously on the phone, Xiaotian, I'm at the hospital.
Can you tell me what happened? Did you get a girl pregnant while in college? Or what? Sister, you'll know when you come up.
I'll be waiting for you at the elevator door, Section A, 6th floor, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology.
You kid, you are really my younger brother. My dear brother.
Wire, my sister is here.
Oh. Her heart was beating fast, and she felt uneasy inside. I want to wash my hair, put on makeup, dress up and change my clothes. Su Tian couldn't help laughing. My sister is 2 years older than you, so it doesn't count as meeting the parents.
I'll tell my mom about this after I'm discharged from the hospital.
Where, you can be sisters with my sister. She's a very nice person, don't feel any psychological pressure. That being said,
Lin Wire pursed her lips and took a long breath. Go pick up your sister.
Note, Lin Weiler is Su Tian's sister-in-law's best friend.
He can be regarded as the younger brother of Lin Wire's best friend.
Su Tian walked out of the room. Walked to the elevator entrance. Sister, you're here. Su Tian forced a smile despite dark circles under his eyes.
Su Jing frowned slightly. I gave birth to Tong Tong in Area B on the 5th floor.
Tell me, what happened? Did you really get your female classmate pregnant? Female classmate? He. Guess too small. It's a female teacher. Has Tong Tong been sent to kindergarten? Yeah, let your brother-in-law take you there today. Su Jing couldn't help but get nervous. Xiaotian, what on earth did you do? Sister, you are going to be an aunt. I knew it. Su Jing took a deep breath. You, Xiaotian, are you really a father? Su Tian grinned and nodded. Yes, sister, I am the father of the child now. If mom knew, she would scold you to death.
Not only did you fall in love in college, but you also had a baby.
You were not allowed to fall in love in high school, but you went straight to college to have a baby. Su Tian, you did it all in one go. You are really amazing. Sister, don't talk about me. You are not my mother. Ha, after 3 days of absence, a man is truly remarkable. Su Jing glared at her brother.
Yes, breakfast, fried dough sticks, steamed buns and soy milk.
Sister is so nice to me. I'd been hungry for a long time. Open the door. Walk into the room. Sister, inside.
Su Jing walked over. Lin Wire's pretty face was slightly flushed. Although she is not in good condition after giving birth, she is wearing no makeup and light makeup. But her delicate and exquisite facial features still show that she is a great beauty. I am much fatter than before, but my face has not gained any weight.
Sister, let me introduce her to you.
Her name is Lin Wire, and she is the child's mother.
Why did Su Jing feel that the mother's face on the bed was particularly familiar?
When she heard the 3 words Lin Wire, she immediately knew who the child's mother was.
She couldn't help but take a breath and trembled. Xiaotian, isn't Wire your sister-in-law's best friend?
When his cousin got married,
Su Jing and Lin Wire met. Yes. Hello, Xiaotian's sister.
Lin Wire said in a soft voice.
Hello, Xiaotian is such an impressive little bastard.
He even didn't let my sister-in-law's best friend go. Lin Wire was a little embarrassed.
Xiaotian's sister, there is water here.
Xiaotian, go get your sister a glass of water.
It's okay, I'm not thirsty. Su Jing asked with concern, Teacher Xiaolin, did you give birth last night? Yes. Just call me sister. Su Jing smiled slightly.
No matter whether the other person is a female classmate or your sister-in-law's best friend, she is the child's mother, your own brother or sister-in-law.
Xiaotian got his sister-in-law's best friend? And they had a child together. This can.
It really shocked her for 100 years.
Xiaotian, you just eat by yourself. You don't even ask Wei if she's hungry. You just eat. Su Tian chewed a bun in his mouth. Sister, Wei hasn't passed gas yet.
The doctor said that she can have breakfast and eat after she passes gas.
The baby born last night should be almost done. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Wei had a cesarean section.
The doctor said that the gas may be discharged this afternoon, so it should be within 24 hours.
It was a cesarean section. Teacher Xiaolin, you've suffered so much. Su Jing's eyes flashed. After seeing the 3 babies, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. All 3?
Lin Wire replied softly, yes, triplets, a brother and 2 sisters.
That's amazing. Su Jing continued to ask worriedly, is the milk started? There's colostrum. I fed the baby the milk last night. That's good. Colostrum has high nutritional value. Feed your baby with breast milk first. If your breast milk supply is insufficient, consider feeding your baby with formula. The two chatted briefly about some postpartum topics.
Su Jing asked about Lin Wire's situation. Upon learning that the baby's birth was an accident and not a normal pregnancy from love, Su Jing's face darkened.
A slap landed on Su Tian's arm. You are so brave. You sent Teacher Xiaolin home and sent him to the hotel after drinking?
Lin Wire said anxiously, don't scold Xiaotian.
He is still young. I insisted on having the child.
It has nothing to do with Xiaotian.
Alas.
Su Jing sighed, Xiaotian is not a child anymore, he is already 22 years old.
Xiaotian, tell me what you are thinking and what are your specific plans for the future? Sister. Su Tian smiled bitterly, the child is born into this world. As a man, I have to be responsible for everything I do. I decided to raise the baby with Wei while he goes to school for the time being. Wei has agreed. Sister-in-law's best friend. Now he calls her Wei all the time. It's so intimate.
Su Jing really admires her brother to death.
His face is really thicker than the city wall. In fact, Su Tian had no choice.
He couldn't get the bride without being thick-skinned.
Okay, since you are willing to take responsibility, Wei will let you take responsibility, and I will be relieved.
Lin Wire remains silent.
Oh my god. Although I once liked Xiaotian.
But she hasn't agreed to let Xiaotian raise the baby with him.
Really? Shame on you. Xiaotian, you have to let mom know about this no matter what. I can't come to take care of Wei every day. Let mom come over in the afternoon. Sister, please don't. I don't dare tell mom. When are you going to tell my parents? Su Tian scratched his head.
After being discharged from the hospital, go home to recuperate after childbirth, or move to a confinement center, and then tell my parents. Also, bring my mother over to meet Wei and listen to Wei's opinion. After all, as the saying goes, an ugly daughter-in-law meets her parents-in-law. Lin Wire was deeply moved.
Wow, the little one is so sensible. Meet Su Tian's parents now. She felt a little bit unable to accept it.
After all, they are not in a normal relationship and have children. I have never been in a relationship, but I met my parents-in-law right away after giving birth.
It is even faster than taking a plane. Chapter 8, Meet Familiar Faces in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Meili, another female doctor, and 2 nurses performed routine ward rounds.
First, I checked Lu Ting, the mother who was sitting near the door. Came to Lin Wire. Brush.
Wang Meili directly lifted the quilt.
Doctor, why are you lifting the quilt?
Lin Wire was confused.
What's going on?
I didn't wear underwear when I gave birth to my child.
Especially Su Tian, his face turned red when he saw this scene.
For a moment, his eyes were stunned.
This picture.
Lin Wire glanced at Su Tian. He immediately covered his face in shame.
Oh my god.
She had never been so embarrassed in her life, being. This time of social death was even more serious than feeding the baby last night.
It's a world-class social death scene. Although Su Tian is the child's father, the two are not in a romantic relationship. We are all women, why should we be shy? Wang Meili smiled.
Lin Wire wailed in her heart, Xiao Tian is still here. A lot of fluid has been discharged.
Wang Meili pinched Lin Wire's lower abdomen. Does it hurt? Lin Wire shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Is it exhausted? No.
The two nurses changed the bedding cover, took out the cushions, replaced the pads, and covered the bedding. Lin Weiler released her hands that were covering her eyes and subconsciously looked at Su Tian. Su Tian was still in a daze, as if he was numbed by the shock of the scene just now.
She just wanted to escape from this hospital that was killing her socially. Su Tian, remember not to let your wife eat greasy food. After the gas is exhausted, she can't eat spicy food. After the milk is opened, she officially enters the breastfeeding period. The breeze at noon is not cold and will not blow on the baby, so you need to ventilate frequently. The pads for excretion need to be changed frequently. Bacteria will accumulate over time. When the nurse is done checking the room, you need to help bathe the baby. The belly button needs to be disinfected with iodine. Dr. Wang Meili gave serious instructions. Generally speaking, newborns can be bathed after being kept warm for 6 hours. But Lin Wire gave birth at 10 o'clock last night, and it was midnight 6 hours later. Delayed till morning. When a baby is born, there is some vernix caseosa on his body, which will protect the baby. You only need to wash away the amniotic fluid, and the vernix caseosa does not need to be washed away deliberately. Do you understand? Wang Meili asked. Su Tian nodded, understood. I was actually staring blankly. But it's not his fault. The scene is so distracting. After the nurse finished her rounds, Su Tian pushed the stroller and followed the nurse to a room specifically for babies to wash and bathe. Line up to bathe your baby. Wait until it's Su Tian's turn. He smiled and said, brotherly, you should bathe your daughter first. My 3 babies are slow to bathe. Okay, you're welcome. Li Xingjun walked to the nurse holding the baby. The nurse took Xiaobao and gently took off his clothes. The professional baby washing doctor wearing a mask put the baby into the sink, washed it, and frowned when he looked at Su Tian. He thought that when giving the baby a bath, he would put the baby in the basin he brought with him. As it turned out, it was the wash basin. Su. Brother Su, I'm going back to my room first. Okay. Su Feng handed Debao over and asked, Miss Nurse, do I just need to watch? Don't you want me to wash it? Children have delicate skin and tender flesh. Do you know how to wash them? The nurse's words left Su Tian speechless. Never mind. It's better to listen to the professional nurses. But she also knows that babies have delicate skin and tender flesh? I haven't seen how gentle the female doctor who washes the baby is. He handed Debao over. After taking off the diaper and filling the sink with water, Su Tian rubbed the skin. The doctor's operation made Su Tian raise his eyebrows. His heart was beating fast with nervousness. He said, Doctor, be gentle, be gentle. The doctor smiled and said, Don't worry, I wash many babies every morning. Su Tian watched the whole process with fear, fearing that the doctor would hurt the baby. The eldest and second child didn't cry, but the youngest child cried the loudest. The baby's cry was loud and piercing, and Su Tian's heart was broken just listening to it. After putting diapers on the third baby, I learned how adults coax children by holding him in my arms and nuzzling him. Don't cry, Daddy will take you to find mommy to feed you. Put it in the stroller and push it back to the room. Su Tian said anxiously, Xiaobao has been crying after taking a bath. He must be hungry. Put Xiaobao on the bed quickly. I'll feed him. Lin Wire couldn't stand listening to the babies crying for even a second. Don't you need my support anymore? Su Tian asked with a smile. Lin Wire rolled her eyes and said, No need to help, just feed me sideways. Su Jing asked the doctor, who said that 6 hours after the cesarean section, Lin Weiler was able to move her body a little. You can turn over or sit back. Why don't you get out now? Lin Wire stared. Still want to take advantage of myself. Last night. I have been taken advantage of by men. How embarrassing. Su Jing pushed Su Tian. Xiao Tian, just get out of here. Didn't you see Wei blushing and getting shy? How could you be like this? Brother, don't always think about taking advantage of Wei. You two aren't even married. I'm not married, but I have a child. Just kidding. Su Tian muttered depressedly, it's not like I can't get out.
Turning around, he walked out of the room. Lin Weiler lay on her side and fed her third child.
After drinking the sweet breast milk, the baby stopped crying instantly. Su Jing smiled gently. Xiao Tian is a little naughty, Teacher Lin. No, Wei, you have to be more considerate of him. Don't worry, I know a little bit about his character. He's a cocky kid.
Su Jing sighed. He is no longer a child, but a father of 3 children. I hope he will become more mature in the future.
3 babies feeding. Just breastfeeding made Lin Weier exhausted. Fortunately, there is enough milk. Su Tian stood outside the room bored. Xiao Tian?
I saw a bald man wearing black framed glasses, supporting a petite pregnant woman. The pregnant woman was walking with great difficulty and her expression was almost distorted. The bald man stared at him in disbelief with eyes wide open.
Brother Wang? Su Tian was startled. Damn it. Do you always meet familiar people in obstetrics and gynecology?
Brother Wang's real name is Wang Yan and he is a close friend of his cousin Su Feng. It is equivalent to the relationship between himself, Ergu and Curry Jr. When his cousin Su Feng got married, he and Wang Yan served as best men together, so they knew each other.
What do you do in obstetrics and gynecology?
Su Tian smiled awkwardly. My girlfriend gave birth to a child, and I am with her in the hospital.
Su Fei. Wang Yan was startled, and opened his mouth like a wooden chicken, wanting to say something. Su Tian hurriedly said, hurry up and help your sister-in-law. Okay. Wang Yan nodded and smiled. Xiao Tian, if I remember correctly, you haven't graduated this year yet, right? There are still 3 months until graduation. That's because you haven't graduated yet. I'll have a good chat with you later. Xiao Tian, come in. Su Jing shouted.
Su Tian walked back to the room, and the 3 babies had already fallen into a sweet sleep. Su Jing was chatting with Lin Weiler. Lin Weiler is a teacher by profession, and she is not introverted or shy. She was just a little shy when she first met and chatted with Su Tian's sister. After chatting for a while, the shyness in my heart disappeared. Su Jing is a very nice person and taught her to pay attention to all aspects during the confinement period. Chapter 9 Feeding Lin Weier in person. Puff, puff. Suddenly, Lin Weier felt a gas in her abdomen disappear. It turned into a fart and was excreted. Sister Su, I'm sorry, a blush appeared on Lin Weiler's pretty face. I couldn't even control my fart. What is even more terrifying is that Su Tian was standing right beside them. These 2 farts were very embarrassing for her. Su Jing comforted him, it's okay. Farting helps to expel gas. It proves that you have started to expel gas and it will be finished soon. Oh, she nodded slightly. Who knows? Next second. Puff, puff. 2 more farts. Oh my god. I am so embarrassed. Lin Weier's face turned red and she wanted to cry. She reached out to take the pillow from under her head and covered her face with it. She has always been thick-skinned, but today she farted continuously in front of Su Tian and Su Jing. No matter how thick-skinned you are. She couldn't stand it either. That's bullshit. Su Tian couldn't help laughing and teased, Wei, it turns out that the goddess can fart too, and the sound is very loud, and it's a series of farts. Su Jing almost spit out water from laughing. Lin Weiler's face under the pillow was red as blood, her body was trembling slightly, and her right hand was unconsciously clenched into a fist. You, come here. Su Tian was confused. Walked over. Lin Weiler stretched out her left hand and pinched Su Tian's face. Hiss, it hurts, it really hurts. Su Tian's face immediately distorted with pain and he wailed in grievance. If you dare to joke again, I'll strangle you to death. Do you understand? Got it. Su Tian nodded obediently. After saying that, Lin Weier finally let go of her hand and said, girls all fart, don't be silly. I know, but you farted repeatedly. Sister Su, please help me deal with him. Lin Weiler took a deep breath. Snort. So angry. Su Jing looked at her brother and teacher Kobayashi who seemed to be flirting with each other, and a smile appeared on her lips. Although the child was born unexpectedly, with the way they were flirting with each other at the moment, they should be able to be together soon.
Especially. Baby is a woman's weak spot.
Of course, after being discharged from the hospital, whether Lynn Weiler is willing to take care of the 3 children with Su Tian.
We have to respect Lynn Weiler's opinion. If you dare to make fun of teacher Xiaolin again, I will punish you for her.
Su Jing reached out and twisted Su Tian's ear.
It hurts. Su Tian felt wronged. No kidding.
Lynn Weiler's lips curved up, and a smile unconsciously appeared in her eyes.
Why do I feel a little sweet inside when I am chatting with Su Tian even though I am obviously angry?
By noon, Lynn Weiler no longer felt bloated.
Even a little hungry.
Su Jing said with a smile, Xiaotian is going to the cafeteria to get food. Teacher Xiaolin wants to eat something lighter, so try to get some porridge.
Okay. Su Tian nodded. Seeing Wang Meili in casual clothes, Su Tian took the initiative to say hello. Sister Wang, are you off work? It's time to get off work. Wang Meili stretched.
She had worked the night shift last night and had been working until now.
She still had a deep impression of Su Tian, the fool. Is your home far away?
Wang Meili looked at Su Tian in surprise.
This kid asked if his home was far away? Not far. Sister Wang, can I borrow your kitchen?
Since I have obtained the complete list of confinement meals from the system, I naturally have to cook lunch for Lynn Weiler myself. There is a rice cooker in the dormitory, but it is a little far away, and he hasn't figured out how to explain to his roommates about asking for leave and the fact that he is going to be a father. If there is no other option, I have to buy meals from the cafeteria. Wang Meili said, you are a very unreliable young man.
You are acting as a father just like a little brat. I don't know if you are a reliable father or not. Hee, it's reliable, absolutely reliable. Come with me. Wang Meili's home is in the residential area affiliated with the municipal hospital. It's right next door, and it's a 5-minute walk from the hospital to home.
She also had to cook lunch for her daughter who was in elementary school, so she and Su Tian bought the ingredients at the vegetable store at the entrance of the community. Su Tian naturally had a purpose in doing this, which was to get closer to the female doctor. In the future, if Lynn Weiler feels unwell or has any minor illness, she can consult him. Even for the vegetables and fruits that Wang Meili bought, it was Su Tian who took the initiative to pay for it. After cooking a nutritious lunch, Su Tian added Wang Meili on WeChat and hurried to the hospital anxiously. He went to the cafeteria and ordered 2 servings of braised cauliflower rolls for himself and his sister, then trotted all the way to the obstetrics and gynecology building.
Where did you go to buy lunch? It took you 40 minutes? Su Jing asked. Why is Su Tian sweating profusely? Lin Weiler's stomach was growling with hunger. The gas is exhausted. Dr. Wang Meili's house is next door. Please use her kitchen to cook lunch for Weiler. Ah. Su Tian's words stunned the 2 women. Lin Weiler asked, Xiaotian, are you going to the female doctor's house just like that?
Yes, Su Tian scratched his head and opened the newly bought warm rice bowl. Dr. Wang Meili is very nice.
I asked her to borrow her kitchen and she agreed. Su Jing smiled awkwardly. Xiaotian's social skills have always been very strong. Sister, feed Weiler. Su Tian said. Su Jing rolled her eyes at her brother. Teacher Xiaolin has given birth to 3 children, and you still want to be a father for nothing? Go and feed them yourself. Teacher Xiaolin, let Xiaotian feed you lunch. From now on, you have to train him to love his wife and the mother of his baby. Su Jing's words are too direct. Lin Weiler couldn't help but blush slightly. Su Tian was helpless. Sister. Could we put it more tactfully? Before the fate is even settled, we have to start training him to love and care for his wife. Su Tian placed the thermos bowl on the bedside and opened the lid. A fragrance suddenly filled the air. Xiaotian, what did you cook? Sister, it's red dates, yam and millet porridge. Weiler had bleeding after the cesarean section, so her body needs some blood. Oh, Su Jing was eating the stew and steamed buns her brother made for her. Su Tian scooped up a spoonful of nutritious porridge. He looked at Lin Weiler with gentle eyes. Ah, he gestured to Lin Weiler to open her mouth. Lin Weiler was amused. Are you coaxing the baby? Ah, you big-headed ghost.
Puff, puff, puff. Su Tian was afraid that the porridge would burn his mouth, so he blew on it and gently fed Lin Weiler.
1 spoonful. Another spoonful. Lin Wire looked into the man's eyes stupidly. He put a spoon of porridge to his mouth and started eating. This is the first time in my life that I have been served so gently by a man. Or the man I like. When her best friend got married, she was the bridesmaid and Su Tian was the best man. That feeling of love sprouted from the heart. During this period, I wanted to let go of Su Tian in my heart. But I can't do it no matter what. Until last night, I saw Su Tiancher again. Xiao Tian, did you really cook the porridge yourself? Lin Weiler asked. Su Tian nodded, of course, the last spoonful, eat it quickly, eat it quickly. Can you cook?
No, I consulted my brother Su Feng, and he told me the specific steps, and I cooked it.
Oh, that's thoughtful. Very delicious. Very tasty. Su Tian's cousin Su Feng is the husband of his best friend. Occupation is chef. She knew this.
After drinking the last spoonful of nutritious porridge and biting the soft yam, she pursed her lips in satisfaction. I'll wipe it myself next time. Lin Weiler felt Su Tian wiping her mouth with a tissue and she was very uncomfortable. But his movements and eyes were so gentle. Su Tian grinned, drinking brown sugar water can also replenish qi and blood. When cooking porridge, I made a thermos cup of brown sugar water.
Sister Su Jing said it well. I can't be a father for nothing.
Next, start learning to take care of the child's mother.
Are you full? I'm full.
Su Tian held a bowl of potato, cabbage, vermicelli and meatball stew, and took a bite of the fragrant steamed bun while eating the stew.
The food in the hospital is pretty good, much better than the food in the school cafeteria. It's the first time in my life that I feed a girl. I'm so shy, Su Tian said deliberately with emotion while eating. Pa, you look unhappy.
Lin Wire spat lightly, feeling happy.
Su Jing blinked. I feel like the air is already filled with the sour smell of love. The tone and demeanor of these two people seem to be showing off their affection. My younger brother and Mr. Kobayashi. There's hope.
P.S. The book was put in a small darkroom before, but now it is out again and can be updated.
Absolutely stable update, you can take a look at it again, some settings have been modified. Sign the contract, please give me a small gift. Chapter 10 Apply for a birth certificate for your baby. That handsome guy.
The nurse wanted to call him idiot, but when she thought of the mother who was protecting her child, she gave up, and she didn't know Su Tian's name, so she had to call him handsome.
Come out for a moment. Su Tian walked out of the room obediently.
When Lin Weiler heard the girl calling Su Tian handsome, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her face.
When I thought about it, I was shocked. Are you jealous just because someone calls you handsome guy? Terrible, terrible, this idea is so terrible. What's wrong? Su Tian asked. The nurse handed over a sheet and said, this is a document. This is the birth medical certificate. Take it to window 8 on the first floor to apply for birth certificates for your 3 babies. The things you need are ID cards, marriage certificates, and household registration books. Remember, you have to do it as soon as possible, because you can only vaccinate newborn babies after you get the birth certificate. Oh, thank you. Su Tian felt confused. Birth certificate? Is it okay without a marriage certificate? Yes, but the household registration booklet must be provided. It can be both the man's and the woman's. The nurse nodded. There are many young couples who get pregnant before marriage. The hospital is very humane. To apply for a birth certificate for your baby, you don't need a marriage certificate or a birth permit. Su Tian walked back to the room with a worried look on his face. Wire, we need certain information to apply for birth certificates for the babies. Do you have your household registration book with you? No, Lin Weiler shook her head. I have to go home and get it. Sister, please help take care of Wire while I go get it. His home is in a village near Longchang. Since he went to college, his family moved to the city. My home is in the old city. My father has been a carpenter all his life, making cabinets and beds for people who are renovating their houses. My mother used to work in decoration with my father. I opened a flower shop last year. I was thinking, struggling with whether or not to tell my mom that I was a father. Well, Xiaotian, the teacher has thought of a nickname for the baby, but not a real name. Lin Weiler said. She called herself teacher again. I'm used to it. She looked at the information Su Tian handed her. When applying for a birth certificate for your baby, you need to fill in the baby's name. Su Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Choose a name. Where? What nickname do you want? Nuan Nuan, Mao Mao, Daodu. A frown appeared on Su Tian's forehead.
He was stunned when he heard the name given by the child's mother.
Wire, Nuanyuan is fine, but are you sure Mao Mao and Daodu are not the names of your pets? Su Jing couldn't help but laugh.
The two discussed the child's name.
She has no say. Lin Wire said coquettishly, aren't Mao Mao and Daodu nice to hear? It doesn't sound good. Change it. Wire, you are a Chinese teacher. Show us your skills. Su Tian shook his head.
Lin Wire said seriously, Dabeo is a boy, so let's call him Can Can. I hope he will have a bright and lively life in the future and become a sunny and cheerful man. Can Can, Su Tian murmured twice, with a smile on his face. Okay, Can Can sounds good.
My second baby is called Nuan Nuan.
I hope he can be the warm baby of the family.
Nuan Nuan sounds nice. Su Tian nodded.
Lin Wire thought for a moment.
Sanbao's nickname. Does calling you An sound nice?
I hope Xiaobao can be safe and sound.
And Su Tian nodded. You decide on the name. May I? I'll give you a nickname and you can give you a formal name. Su Tian asked, how about two babies have the surname Su and one has the surname Lin?
He considered Lin Wire. Hearing this, Lin Wire shook her head. The child must have the same surname as his father. It would be better if they both had the surname Su.
It's more traditional. You're still alive. Su Tian was startled.
This? Well, it turns out that after I die, my son has to change his surname to Lin.
Well, he must stay strong and live on. Su Tian smiled and said, Dabeo's nickname is Can Can, and his full name is Su Can. Okay, Su Can. This name.
It is the name of the protagonist of a perfect novel.
Su Tian sounds like a cannon fodder supporting role.
Lin Wire said, second baby and first baby should be named with 3 characters, but first baby can be named with just 1 character.
Su Tian looked serious. The second baby is named Su Nuanyuan. Isn't it a little too careless for Su Anan? No, it sounds good. The two looked at each other. Decided on the names of the 3 babies. Nickname, Can Can, Nuanyuan, Anan. Full name, Su Can, Su Nuanyuan, Su Anan.
Lin Wire pointed to the cabinet and said, the ID card is in the bag.
Okay. Su Tian opened Lin Wire's shoulder bag, took out her ID card, and glanced at the ID number. Wire, is your birthday on Christmas?
There are still 9 months and 20 days until Christmas.
By then, the babies will probably say, Happy birthday, Mommy, right? Su Jing couldn't help laughing. Wire gave birth to a monster. It's good enough that she can call Mom and Dad at 10 months old. Go home quickly and get your household registration book.
Lin Wire shouted anxiously.
Get a birth certificate for your baby. We must speed up. Su Tian glanced at the photo of himself without makeup on his ID card. Stunning beauty. How can you be beautiful without makeup?
The delicate facial features seemed to be carefully carved by God. Sister, please take good care of Wire and my baby. I'll take a taxi home first.
It will take about an hour to get back.
His home is in the old city, about 7 kilometers away from the municipal hospital.
If there is no traffic jam, it will take at least an hour to go there and back.
Don't worry, we women have plenty of topics to talk about.
Su Jing smiled. She decided to give her brother a few more assists.
After Su Tian left the hospital, he called a taxi and went straight to Xiuxiu flower shop.
Su's mother's name is Wu Xiuxiu.
Arrived at the door of the flower shop.
Get off.
Su's mother is teaching an old lady how to grow flowers. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She paid the money and left with a pot of chrysanthemums.
Mom! Su Tian shouted. Mother Su was shocked. Xiao Tian, you didn't even call me or send me a WeChat message when you came back. Hee Su Tian smiled. How is our flower shop business? It's pretty good. Business will be better in a few days on Women's Day.
The flower shop's business is usually stable and pretty good.
Business is good on some holidays, such as Mother's Day, Women's Day, and Valentine's Day. Last month on Valentine's Day, it took a whole day just to sell roses. Especially now that March 8th is Women's Day, some netizens have turned it into Goddess Day. The business of flower shops will definitely skyrocket.
In addition, Sue's father often took on decoration work for others, and with the flower shop, the family lived a wealthy life. You can't make a fortune, but you can at least have enough food and clothing.
Xiao Tian, do you have no classes this afternoon?
Yes, I don't have any classes.
Su Tian lied. Mom, I want to sign up for the school's student union. I need a household registration book. Where is our household registration book? Household registration booklet? The household registration book is at home. Sue's mother's eyes flashed with doubt. Are you sure? I need a household registration book to sign up for the student union?
Don't lie to your mother, a rural woman.
No, I won't lie. I will give you a big surprise in a while. What surprise?
Sue's mother asked.
Su Tian smiled mysteriously. You'll know after a while.
Sue's mother stopped asking questions, guessing that Su Tian had excellent academic performance and received a scholarship.
The key is here with you, go home and get it. Mom, I'm leaving first. Su Tian took the key and ran hurriedly towards the Xingfu community behind him.
After rummaging through boxes and drawers, he found the household registration book and immediately ran downstairs to the door of the Korean flower shop.
Put down the keys. Mom, I'm back to school. Sue's mother scolded. Why are you so anxious, kid? I don't know what you want to do in such a hurry.
At this time, a man who was a few centimeters taller than him passed by with two baby girls. The baby girl has a sky-high braid on her head, and she jumps as she walks, so cute.
Xiao Tian? Ah.
Brother.
Su Tian greeted him hurriedly.
The man was his cousin Su Feng, his aunt's son, and a chef by profession.
Currently, a noodle restaurant has opened at the entrance of Xingfu community, and business is very good.
Unfortunately, he married young and had 3 daughters and a son.
Why are you running away when you see me? Su Feng teased. Su Tian scratched the back of his head, smiled and said, I'm in a hurry to get back to school. I have something to do at home. Hello, uncle, said the baby girl. Su Tian bent down and asked, Are you Xinxin or Yen Yen? I'm Yen Yen, said little Diu. Su Tian asked, How old are you? Bia, how old is Yen Yen? Yen Yen looked up at Su Feng.
Su Feng said, You are now 4 years and 9 months old, and you will be 5 years old in May.
Uncle, Yen Yen is 4 years old. The little brat simply skipped 9.5 months.
That is right, 4 years and 9 months, really 4 years old.
Looking at the two little nieces, Su Tian couldn't help but smile like an ant, and thought of his own daughters Nguyen and Anan. Brother, I have to go first. Something urgent happened. Go, say goodbye Xinxin Yen Yen. Xinxin, goodbye, uncle. Yen Yen, bye.
P.S. The protagonist baby is too young now, he will wait until he grows up and play with his 2 elder sisters, Xinxin and Yen Yen.
Chapter 11 Babies get vaccinated. These days, even getting a birth certificate for your baby requires queuing up.
Su Tian rushed back to the municipal hospital, prepared all the documents, and went to the first floor without stopping. After waiting in line for 40 minutes, it was finally Su Tian's turn. He quickly handed over all his documents.
The female worker was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at Su Tian twice more. He was married at such a young age? Where's the marriage certificate? She asked. Su Tian smiled and said, Sorry, I haven't obtained the marriage certificate with the baby's mother yet. The name has been decided. The name on the birth certificate and the name registered for the baby should be the same. If they are different, it will be more troublesome to handle the procedures. Okay. Su Tian nodded.
After more than 10 minutes, the female staff member handed Su Tian 3 small notebooks.
This is the birth certificate of my son and daughter, with the hospital S stamp. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a birth certificate for your baby and completed the task of the perfect dad system. You have received 30,000 yuan in new nanny funds, which have been paid to Alipay. Included is the money the system gave him when his baby was born. Now there are a total of 60,000 yuan. The system is really generous. Open your Alipay.
I saw that I had become friends with an ID account called Perfect Daddy System, and that the account had transferred 30,000 renminbi to me.
I have to sigh once again at the magical system.
I took the elevator all the way to the obstetrics and gynecology building and rushed back to the delivery room.
The baby's birth certificate has been processed.
Su Tian smiled slightly and handed the birth certificate in his hand to Lin Wire. Lynn Weiler was half lying on the bed, looking at the baby's birth certificate with a smile on her face. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaotian."
Su Tian shook his head. "It's not hard. How can I use the word hard to get a certificate for my own baby?" "Xiaotian, when you went home to get your household registration book, didn't your mother ask you why?" Su Jing asked.
Hearing this, Lin Weiler's pretty face tightened.
"Listen carefully."
Su Tian smiled helplessly. "Of course I asked, but I just made up an excuse to get away with it."
"What's the reason?" Lin Weiler breathed a sigh of relief.
She really didn't dare to face Su Tian's mother, but her sister was of the same age and she felt she could handle it. Having a baby without telling the family.
Mom and Dad thought she was studying for a PhD in Tianjin City. Until now, the baby was born. She still didn't dare tell her family. "I'd better wait until I'm out of confinement and then find an opportunity." Su Tian said, "The reason is that she wants to sign up for the student union and register with the household registration book." Mom is a little confused. She definitely can't guess that she already has a grandson and 2 little granddaughters.
In the stroller, 3 babies opened their eyes and hummed and talked, not crying, but looking at this beautiful world.
Su Tian lowered his head and wanted to kiss the baby gently. "Great maternal love," he exclaimed.
The next second, Su Jing reached out to stop him. "You can't kiss the baby. Wait until the baby is 30 days old before you can kiss him. And don't kiss him too often."
"Did you know that your mouth has bacteria that can be harmful to the baby?" "Is that so?" Su Tian wondered. "I can't kiss anymore."
Lin Weiler said, "Listen to Sister Su, you can't kiss me."
"Okay."
Su Tian bent over, his handsome face full of smiles. "Can, no anyone, and an, I'm your dad, I'm your dad." Lin Weiler rolled her eyes helplessly.
"The more you look at men, why does it feel more and more unreliable?"
The nurse walked into the room and smiled softly. "Dad of the baby in bed 6, push the stroller to the vaccination room to get your baby vaccinated.
Bring the birth certificate with you." "Okay, thank you, nurse. Let's go, get the injection."
Lin Weiler said, "Be careful of the wind."
Okay." Su Tian nodded, pushing the baby to the vaccination room. The female doctor was very young, so young that Su Tian doubted whether she could give the vaccine.
There was only one baby getting vaccinated in front of him.
After waiting for a few minutes, it was Su Tian's turn. "Baby's birth certificate. Give." "Triplets, handsome boy, you are so lucky, but you should be nice to your wife." Su Tian smiled and said, "Of course, that's for sure. Doctor, are you an intern?"
"No, I've been working for 3 years.
"Oh, okay." Su Tian smiled. "Well, let me ask, what kind of vaccine did we get?" "Hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine. 2 shots are needed."
Su Tian frowned and looked at the 3 well-behaved little guys, with a trace of heartache in his eyes.
The female doctor recorded the information on the computer.
"Pick up Su Can and sit on the chair."
"Good." Su Tian picked up Dabeo. Dabeo stared at the female doctor blankly. Seeing the needle, Su Tian frowned. "Hold it tight and don't move. It will be quick."
As she spoke, the female doctor held the baby's thin and tender arm and slowly inserted the needle. Wow, Dabeo felt a slight pain and his facial features seemed to shrink together, and he let out a crying sound.
"Don't cry, Dabeo, you are a man."
"A man shouldn't cry, he should be strong." The new father coaxed his son in his arms. After the vaccination, gently press the place where the vaccine was given. The female doctor put the cotton swab on the arm where the vaccine was given. Just press for a few dozen seconds. Just like after receiving an 4 drip after a cold, you need to use a cotton swab to stop the small wound caused by the injection.
Clear.
Then, the female doctor lifted Dabeo's other arm.
"This needle goes in." He started crying again. "Okay, press this way." Su Tian held Dabeo in his arms and nuzzled him. "It's over, Dabeo, don't cry. You are a man, and men should not cry when getting an injection." The female doctor was speechless. "Can your baby understand what you are saying?" "As a new father, it's normal to do whatever you want to comfort your baby." Su Nuanyuan. The second baby was super strong. He whimpered but didn't cry when he got the injection. His little hands tightly grasped Su Tian's fingers. Wow, Erbo was really amazing, even better than his brother. Erbo is done. Su Anan. Wow, Sanbao is more obedient, better than his brothers and sisters. That's right, Su Tian has already entered into the role and has completely become a dad. Sanbao Anan was very well behaved.
She didn't cry or whimper the whole time, as if the needle had no effect on her.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby for vaccination for the first time and completing the loving companionship mission. The system has awarded me a loving electric car.
It has been parked in the hospital parking lot. Please check it out, host. That's so stingy. The reward was a small electric scooter. He found that as long as he paid attention to the baby, the system would reward him. This is so simple and so happy. But, even without a system, his love for his son and daughter will not diminish in the slightest.
The female doctor stamped the vaccination certificate and reminded, please note that the vaccination area cannot be exposed to water for the time being. The baby's immunity is very low at this stage and it is easy to be infected by bacteria.
If you want to bathe the baby, you must wait at least 24 hours. I see. Thank you, beautiful doctor. The female doctor smiled happily. Don't forget the date for your next vaccination, as it's in your vaccination book. Okay, thank you, thank you. Su Tian glanced at the vaccination book.
There are more vaccinations for children under 1 year old. The vaccination is continued until the child is 2.5 years old to complete the newborn vaccination.
It seems that I will be busy in the future. Chapter 12, In No Squeak. Sister Sue, will the flowers wither?
Lynn Weiler held a bunch of bright red roses and sniffed them with a silly and happy look on her face.
No, they can probably be kept for a few days. Tomorrow I'll get you a vase. Put the roses in the vase and change the water frequently.
Add some preservatives, and this bunch of roses will last forever.
Thank you, sis. Su Jing asked directly, Wire, do you like Xiaotian?
The sudden question made Lin Wire's pretty face blush, and her little hands holding the roses were trembling slightly.
No need to answer, I know.
If a girl likes a boy, you can tell from her expression and look. If she didn't like Su Tian, she would only feel embarrassed when she heard this topic. Instead, she is like a rose in her hand, delicate, shy and looks like a little woman. Actually, I liked Su Tian before, but later I wanted to let him go slowly. But after that party, I started to like him again.
That's good. Xiaotian must have always liked you and had a crush on you, otherwise how could he send you home to the hotel? Don't be shy. Sorry, I won't say anything more.
Lin Weier's face became more and more rosy.
That night,
she shamelessly took the initiative to kiss Su Tian.
Then, Su Tian couldn't control himself. I don't blame Su Tian. Sister, Weier, what are you talking about? Su Tian asked curiously while pushing the stroller. Nothing. Lin Weier took a deep breath, looked at the babies, and said, Did the babies cry after getting the vaccination? My brother cried, but my 2 sisters didn't. Especially my 3rd child, Anan, was super well behaved. Oh, teacher, please take a look at the vaccination certificate. Su Tian handed it over.
Lin Weiler looked carefully at the time for the next and subsequent vaccinations, and tried hard to memorize them in her mind. Su Jing stood up and said, I have to go to the kindergarten to pick up Tongtong from school.
I'll come back tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Su Tian said.
Lin Weier said gratefully, Sister, thank you for taking care of Weier.
You're welcome. You're my sister-in-law. Xiaotian, remember to get a basin of water tonight and wipe Weier's face. Simply wipe any part of her body with a hot towel. I know, sister. Don't tell Mom, or she'll fly to the hospital right away. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. After Su Jing left, Su Tian sat at the head of the bed and chatted with Lin Weiler.
The babies closed their eyes drowsily and fell into a sweet dream.
The newborn baby definitely sleeps better than the orange cat at home. For dinner, Su Tian simply bought Lin Weiler a bowl of porridge, a boiled egg and a bag of milk.
I bought a bottle of milk and placed it in the room so that I can drink it in the morning and evening.
After dinner. Weier, it's time to change the mat. Su Tian said with a smile.
Lin Weier looked embarrassed, her hands clenched nervously. Xiaotian, you, go to the closet, there is a coat in the other bag, put the coat on, the teacher's thigh, and then change the cushion.
The more you say, the more shy. I really want to wear underwear. Okay. Su Tian was a little speechless, but he understood. It's normal for girls to be shy.
Although she is the baby's mother, the two have never been in love. She opened the closet and rummaged through her backpack.
Hey, what is this? Wire, is this it? Su Tian shook it in his hand. No. This seems to be a pair of panties, but it's too big. Hurry, put it in your bag. She was so anxious that she wanted to turn over and get out of bed. Seeing this, Su Tian was shocked. Don't move, it's not time yet. In 2 hours the baby will be 24 hours old, and then you can get out of bed.
Then why are you still holding it in your hand? Lin Weier's face was red as blood and her chest was heaving up and down. At this time, Su Tian was holding her white cotton panties in his hand.
Hee, this is too big. Su Tian laughed and immediately put it in his bag.
This pair of underwear is 2 sizes bigger than his fat roommate Longlong's.
Too scary. Xiao Tian, don't think too much.
I wear this in the late stages of my pregnancy.
It's an oversized size for pregnant women. Don't laugh. Pregnant with triplets.
The underwear is naturally super large.
Su Tian stopped laughing, but a smile still appeared on his face.
Thank you for your hard work. It must be difficult to put on such a large size of underwear. Lin Weiler pouted, don't talk about this, find your coat quickly.
Su Tian turned out Lin Weiler's coat. He asked with a grin, is this a coat that a dinosaur wears? You're going to piss me off to death. Okay, don't wake the baby. Su Tian restrained his smile and dared not joke anymore. The coat covers the thighs. Su Tian quickly changed the cushion for her and took off her coat.
I walked to the bathroom, filled a basin with warm water, and closed the curtain.
Wire. Ah. Teacher Lin. Don't call me teacher, you bad student. After washing the towel with soap, Su Tian gently wiped her face, arms, hands, and neck. Do you want to wipe your body? Su Tian asked softly. I'm sweating all the time.
She felt extremely uncomfortable.
I want to take a shower. Thought for a moment. You can only wipe my back.
Take off your shirt first.
Su Tian said.
Lin Weiler let Su Tian lift up her loose maternity clothes.
Su Tian wiped his back carefully.
Feeling Su Tian's gentle movements, his pair of bright eyes did not reveal the slightest bit of bitterness, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much more relieved. After he finished wiping her body, she realized that her face was blushing and she was too shy to look Su Tian in the eye. She really never thought that one day there would be a man willing to serve her. After wiping her back, she simply wiped her chest, put on her clothes, buttoned them up, and felt cool and comfortable. Looking at Su Tian again, there were already a few drops of sweat on his forehead.
Xiao Tian, are you feeling weak due to lack of exercise? Wire as a man, Su Tianjue felt it necessary to explain it again. I'm in good health. I'm on the school basketball team. It's my first time to wipe a girl's body. I was very nervous.
I suppressed the naughty thoughts in my mind and started sweating. Lin Weiler rolled her eyes at him and said, don't be so shy.
Okay, don't think about that.
Lin Weiler felt warm inside, and her eyes became gentler when she looked at Su Tian. Thinking of his stiff and serious expression when he was wiping my body just now, my mood instantly became happy. She found a warm-hearted big boy.
Xiao Tian, thank you.
At this time, the babies woke up and started humming.
Sanbao Anan cried out. Hurry, bring him over and feed him. The baby is hungry and it's time for dinner.
Lin Weiler shouted anxiously.
Su Tian picked up Sanbao, who was the first to cry.
Su Tian felt that it would take a lot of time just to prepare 3 meals a day for the babies. The children's mother was really hard-working, and he needed to do more for her and the babies.
After feeding, the babies don't sleep anymore.
Su Tian had a big anti-smile on his face as he teased the 3 little babies.
I'm really looking forward to the 3 little ones calling me daddy.
Lin Weiler said, I will definitely call mom first. Chapter 13 Worthy of being a new mother. Lin Weiler also had a pain pump and a pee bag added to her body, and a urinary catheter hanging from her body. The pain pump made her more prone to drowsiness.
Less than 10 minutes after wiping my body and chatting, I fell into a sound sleep.
Su Tian gently spread out the folding chair bed beside him, lay down on the small bed, and closed his eyes to rest.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Tian was awakened by the crying of babies.
Lin Weiler was still sleeping like a dead pig. I don't know if she had a sweet dream or not. She even stuck out her tongue and pursed her red lips.
Su Tian stood up and checked with sleepy eyes.
It turned out that the 3 babies peed and pooped at the same time. Don't cry, Daddy will change your clothes so they won't get wet.
After changing the diaper,
Erbao and Sanbao are still crying. There was no other way. Su Tian wanted to wake up the careless Lin Wire. Seeing her sleeping soundly, I decided to give up.
He turned on the small light in the room and gently unbuttoned Lin Weiler's clothes.
With one hand she nervously held the baby's food, and with the other hand she held the baby, letting her find food on her own. The crying stopped abruptly.
What a magical little foodie.
Sanbao stopped crying, but started kicking his little feet. Lin Wire frowned, a hint of blush on her pretty face. She actually had an erotic dream, in which she dreamed that Su Tian was eating the baby's food. Feeling a strange sensation on her chest, she opened her eyes slightly and saw Su Tian's handsome face.
Sure enough, it was not a dream, and she was secretly taken advantage of. What were you doing with your hands while I was sleeping? Speaking of. He raised his hand and knocked Su Tian on the forehead. Val? Su Tian was confused. Only then did Lin Wire realize that the baby was having a midnight snack. Xiaotian, yes, I'm sorry. Thought you were secretly taking advantage of me. Su Tian said angrily, the baby is taking advantage of you, not me. Oh, I see. Sorry. She blushed and said, it's embarrassing.
It turned out that he was helping the baby to eat milk, and he had wrongly blamed Su Tian.
But
she suspected that Su Tian must want to take advantage, but she had no evidence.
Su Tian didn't take advantage on purpose, but was forced. I'm so sleepy, Lin Weiler yawned.
Anyway, I have already taken enough bargains, so it doesn't matter if I take a little more. As expected of a new mother, she was more sleepy than shy, and murmured, Xiaotian, feed the second baby after you feed the first one.
The teacher is going to sleep first.
She thought it was Debao who was breastfeeding, but it was actually Sanbao Anan.
Su Tian felt. She is really sleepy. Otherwise. This? Su Feng's brain was confused for a while. He just woke up and said a few words, and then went back to sleep? Hey, are you kidding me? I'm still feeding the baby. You are the baby's mother.
Gurgle looking at the second baby sucking milk sweetly, Su Tian's eyes were slightly dazed, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
He is a normal man.
Keep your head up, chest out, abdomen in, and take a deep breath.
In fact, Lin Weiler was not asleep, and Su Tian helped feed the baby. Su Tian actually took the initiative to unbutton her shirt in the middle of the night to feed the baby. Oh my god, this is too rogue. However, Su Tian was thinking about the baby and was afraid that the baby would be hungry. Even so, she was really embarrassed and simply closed her eyes. The next morning, Su Tian was lying on the chair and snoring. Maybe I'm too sleepy. My saliva is watering.
It was not until the crying of a baby next door was heard that Su Tiankai opened his eyes and rubbed his sleepy eyes.
The first thing I did when I woke up was to take a look at the 3 babies.
It turned out that it was not my own baby crying, so I lay down and closed my eyes again. Lin Wire was speechless. She had woken up a long time ago and stared blankly at the man sleeping. Su Tian must have been exhausted during these 2 days.
After a while, Su Tian was awakened by the crying of his baby.
It turned out that the baby had poop. Wipe the babies but clean and change the diaper skillfully.
Go downstairs to the cafeteria to get food. After breakfast,
Wang Meili came to check on Lin Wire and gently pressed her stomach.
Do you still feel bloated? No more.
Lin Weiler shook her head.
Wang Meili asked, Su Tian, how is your wife's excretion going? Very good, I'm queuing all the time. Ask about the amount you discharged. Su Tian smiled, it gets less each time.
Lin Wire's eyes were filled with anxiety, and she couldn't wait to ask, Dr. Wang, when can I get out of bed and walk?
I feel like I'm going to be ruined.
Now that I have given birth to my baby, my body feels so relaxed. I really want to get out of bed and walk around to experience the feeling of unloading. It's so uncomfortable to walk with a big belly in the late pregnancy. I took out the pain pump and the catheter at noon, and I can get out of bed and walk. After Wang Meili finished speaking, she walked to Lu Ting next door. You can go through the discharge procedures today. After you are discharged, remember to pay attention to hygiene and avoid infection of important parts.
Lu Ting nodded excitedly, thank you, Dr. Wang. Hearing this, Lin Wire was filled with envy.
I have been lying in bed since I gave birth to the baby. Lu Ting had a natural birth, and she gave birth to the baby in one go. I didn't feel any effort, just unloaded directly. I was able to get out of bed and walk at that time, and the doctor recommended that I rest in bed. The next morning after giving birth, I was able to walk. Cesarean section is more painful and troublesome. Lin Wire shouted, Dr. Wang, how long will it take for me to be discharged from the hospital? Wang Meili responded, 5 to 7 days, depending on your physical condition. You will need to stay in the hospital for at least 5 days to observe the healing of the incision. I see. Thank you, Dr. Wang. After the doctor left, Lin Wire opened the curtain and said, Sister Ting, I'm so envious of you for being able to be discharged from the hospital. Natural births are all like this, where, let me tell you, my husband insisted on having a cesarean section because he disliked the looseness of my vagina. But I don't want to suffer that. Why should I have a cesarean section when I can have a natural birth? Is it just for his happiness? Women should live for themselves. Lin Wire blinked. There was a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. She didn't understand. What's wrong with a natural birth? Why is her husband unhappy? Damn, Su Tian's eyes flashed and he understood, so dirty. At this time, the man next door, Li Xingjun, came back with water, and the woman Lu Ting stopped talking. Su Tian asked, Wire, are you renting a house? Teacher Lin is a rich woman. He knows. I remember that when I was in high school, she drove a BMW 3 Series. Later, when I graduated, I drove a Mercedes-Benz car. How much can a high school teacher earn in a month? It's a rented house, only 1 kilometer away from the hospital, and the rent is due in 3 months. Su Tian nodded and said, How about you go directly to my house after you are discharged from the hospital? Bah, no, I won't go. The house I rent has 2 bedrooms and a living room. You have classes during the day, so you can come and help change diapers when you have time. She thought very carefully. I lived alone during the early and middle stages of my pregnancy. Even going downstairs in the later stages of pregnancy was not very convenient as I was afraid of falling and getting hurt, so I hired a nanny to take care of me. Last month, she even found the contact information of the confinement nanny. Fortunately, her grandfather gave her 30,000 yuan in pocket money, fearing that she would suffer while studying for a doctorate in another place. It was enough for her to use temporarily. Thinking about how he had been deceiving his family, his expression could not help but become dull. Su Tian pinched her fair face. Wire? Stop pinching my face. Do you think I'm a little girl? Good. Fortunately, I like him. Otherwise I'll really get mad. You've pissed me off. Once you're out of confinement, I'll show you how to bully you. Please spare my life. Chapter 14, Finally Unloading. At around 11 o'clock, Wang Meili and a nurse helped remove the pain pump and also removed the catheter. By the way, he reminded, the wound may be a little painful, depending on your physical condition. If the pain is unbearable, remember to call the nurse. Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang. Wang Meili smiled slightly. These are what we doctors should do, no need to thank me. As soon as the doctor left, Lin Weiler exerted force on her waist and tried to sit up from the bed, but accidentally pulled the wound and could not help but frowning. Don't be anxious. Su Tian turned the lever on the auxiliary device at the end of the bed. The head of the bed was immediately propped up. Xiaotian, the teacher, can't hold it anymore. As soon as the urine catheter was removed, she suddenly felt the urge to urinate without any warning. I'll carry you to the bathroom. Su Tian smiled unkindly. No, Dr. Wang said I can get out of bed. Lin Weiler shook her head. However, even though she slowly moved her big butt, holding Su Tian with one hand, and moved towards the bed, she was still very slow. Su Tian couldn't stand seeing how miserable she was. Wire, hold my neck tight. Su Tian squatted down slightly. Oh. She didn't insist. With both hands, he hugged Su Tian's neck tightly. The next second, Su Tian grimaced in pain. You're going to strangle me to death. You said I should hold you tight. Her pretty face turned red. She felt extremely embarrassed and shy inside. Ambiguous actions without any romantic premise will only make her shy and even a little nervous. Su Tian exerted force with his arms and held her in his arms like a princess. Lin Wire was thinking wildly, I weighed 170 pounds before giving birth, and I'm still fat after giving birth. Compared to before I got pregnant, it's like I'm two different people. Will he think I'm fat? Teacher, you are so fat.
I am so tired. She was just wondering if Su Tian would dislike her for being fat. The next second, Su Tian opened his mouth and spoke. Blushing and angrily explaining, after giving birth, which woman wouldn't get fat? Humph. Not fat, not fat. A little bit of meat is good. PP is so big. No wonder she can give birth to a son. Lu Ting helped open the bathroom door, young couples flirting, I envy you. Su Tian and Lin Weiler's conversation, actions, and the womanly shyness on Lin Weiler's face made it clear that they were a young couple. Su Tian helped her sit on the toilet. Teacher, can you take off your pants by yourself? Do you need my help? Lin Weiler stretched out her hand and pinched Su Tian's face. Get out and close the door. Okay, as you command, I'll be waiting for you at the door. Su Tian said mischievously, and closed the door, then stood at the bathroom door waiting for the baby's mother. 3 minutes later, Su Tian Kai heard the sound of flowing water. Then there was the sound of the toilet flushing. Lin Weiler's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and her pretty face was a little pale. She felt a little pain when she peed normally with the peep tube, and she even pulled the wound when she stood up. She couldn't help but get angry with herself and secretly thought, Lin Weiler, your physical condition is too poor. While thinking, he held onto the sink, walked step by step to the door and opened the bathroom door. Su Tian was shocked when he saw that Lin Weiler's face was covered with sweat and looked unhappy. Weiler, are you okay? It's okay. Nonsense. It really doesn't hurt. Come here, I'll support you. Oh, okay. Lin Weiler held Su Tian's arm with both hands. The doctor said we should keep exercising. Let's go for a walk outside and come back. I'll accompany you. One step, one step. Move slowly. Su Tian asked with concern, is it really not painful? You seem to have a hard time walking. It doesn't hurt, it's much better than before I got pregnant. I can only feel how relaxed I am after having a baby when I walk. Lin Weiler shook her head. Su Tian chuckled and said, of course, it will be easy after unloading. Pfft, just unload the goods, that's a harsh thing to say. There were many pregnant women and mothers who had just given birth walking in the corridor. After walking for dozens of meters, she found that she could not walk anymore, and her fair forehead was covered with sweat. I don't have any tissues on me. Go back to your room, wipe your sweat off, and hold my neck tight. So, Su Tiangong picked her up and carried her back to the bed. After getting a basin of hot water, she saw Su Tian taking the initiative to patiently help her wipe the sweat off her forehead and face. She couldn't help but start to think, Xiao Tian, does he really like me like his sister said? Or, is he doing all this for the 3 babies? Su Tian's meticulous care made her feel a little sad. Xiao Tian, you did this for the baby. At this time, Su Jing walked into the room with lunch. Weiler, what did you just want to say? No, nothing. She took a deep breath, Sister Jing. Su Jing smiled and said, Weiler, this is the carp and tofu soup that I made. Eat some fish and some tofu. Xiao Tian, feed Weiler lunch. No need to feed him, he can sit up now. She stood up and sat up. Su Tian placed the dining board that supported the bed on the bed. Su Jing opened the lunchbox and asked with concern, do you feel any pain today? It doesn't hurt. Xiao Tian just helped me walk a few meters. It will be fine after a while. Sister, what food did you bring for me? Su Tian asked with a smile. Su Jing pointed to the insulated lunchbox, stewed vegetables, beef, potatoes, cabbage, vermicelli, and meatballs. Pfft, it's stew again. Su Tian opened the lunchbox. Your brother-in-law wants to eat stew today, so you have to eat stew too. Okay. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Fortunately, the stew is served with rice, not steamed buns. Lin Weiler tasted the fish soup and tofu and praised, Sister Jing, your cooking skills are really good, the fish soup is delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. You are in the confinement period now, and you have to breastfeed 3 babies, so you must keep up with the nutrition. Lin Weiler nodded shyly. When she finished her meal, there was only carp and fish soup left, as well as a few pieces of tofu and half a bowl of rice. Xiao Tian, eat all the food Weiler left. Su Jing said. Su Tian's eyes widened. Sister, I'm full. Add more to your stomach when you're full. It's okay for a grown man to have more food. Sister Jing, I'd better wait until tonight to heat it up before continuing to eat. Lin Weiler blinked, feeling a little embarrassed.
Sister Jing had made such a delicious Krushenkarp and tofu soup, but it was all left over. But she really couldn't eat it. It's not fresh at night, let's have chicken soup at night, Xiaotian, eat it. I'll eat since his elder sister had given the order, how could Su Tian dare to disobey? He picked up the remaining fish soup and gulped it down. Pour the remaining fish soup and tofu into the rice box, simply stir the fish soup and rice to blend the aroma, and then swallow it all down.
Great eater. Even Lin Wire couldn't help but be surprised.
Burp. Su Tian burped and patted his belly. Wei air, don't leave any leftovers next time, or I'll be heavier than you in a few days.
I guess. Su Tian still dislikes being fat.
Lin Wire was ashamed and angry. It would be best if you could eat until you become a 200-pound fat man.
I'm not that fat. Xiaotian, you're a smart kid. How come you're as straight as your brother-in-law? Can Wei be as heavy as you?
You're 1.82 meters tall, so you should weigh at least 140 pounds, right?
Just 140. Wire doesn't weigh 140 pounds.
Su Jing was completely speechless about her own brother.
Lin Wire nodded and said, there is still some dinner left. Xiaotian, you must finish it. If you don't, you will be punished to write a high school text. Have to. This is too cruel. Let someone who has just finished the college entrance examination write a high school text. This is just asking for trouble. Su Tian slapped his lips and said, I can't speak. I won't speak next time.
I was once unable to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and was also addicted to the dream talk in it. The ringtone rang. Su Tian looked at his phone and it showed it was Tigress teacher. Because he had excellent academic performance and was well behaved, but was often late, the experiment teacher asked for his cell phone number. In addition, they have strong experimental skills and are in direct contact with teachers.
Su Jing asked, is he a classmate?
No, it's my Tigress lab teacher and class teacher.
Su Tian laughed helplessly and said, I guess they want me to go to school in person to ask for leave. Students who ask on their behalf will definitely not agree. His theoretical knowledge of chemistry is not the best in the class.
But when doing experiments in laboratory class, even teacher Yun Suexian feels inferior to her. Lin Wire said nervously, Xiaotian, put the call on speakerphone.
I want to hear how your Tigress teacher will scold you. Actually, I want to hear my mother's voice. Su Tian said that his teacher's name was Yun Suexian. Her mother's name is Yun Suexian, and she is a teacher at the Polytechnic University. 100%. It's a person. What's so nice about the teacher scolding me? Su Feng grinned, answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. Chapter 15, The Best Friends Are a Little Confused. Xiaotian? Hello, teacher, it's me. Yun Suexian scolded on the phone, don't you know that the school does not allow classmates to ask for leave on your behalf?
It would be better if you call the teacher yourself.
3 days of leave is fine, but if it's more than 3 days, you have to fill out a leave application form and need the signature of the school leader.
Lin Wire curved her eyebrows and pursed her lips. Still the familiar tone, familiar voice, familiar taste.
I'm sorry, it's urgent. After being scolded by the teacher, Su Tian looked a little embarrassed. Yun Suexian asked curiously, how many days will you take off? About a month, no, 40 days. What? 40 days? School has just started for 2 days and you're already asking for 40 days off. Who will do your job as the study committee member? Teacher, I'm sorry, it's really urgent. Something happened at home. What happened to you? Is it anything serious? Yun Suexian asked with a hint of concern. Su Tian smiled and replied, it's okay, it's a good thing. What exactly is the reason for the leave? For more than 40 days? Su Tian paused.
I decided to tell the truth, otherwise I would not have taken so many days off.
My girlfriend is pregnant and gave birth to a baby. I'm a father now, but I'm still in the hospital.
I have to wait until my girlfriend is out of confinement before I can go to school.
There are still more than 3 months until graduation. It doesn't matter whether you go to class or not. What? Yun Suexian's exclamation was heard over the phone.
Looking at Lin Weiler standing beside her, her pretty face had turned red with shyness, and her 2 little hands were clenched together nervously.
Snort! Who promised Xiaotian that she is his girlfriend? What nonsense! It's not just the word girlfriend that's embarrassing.
What made her feel even more embarrassed and shy was that Su Tian was talking to her mother on the phone.
Said she was his girlfriend and had a baby. Xiaowei, what's wrong? Su Jing asked doubtfully.
Lin Wire doesn't look like a girl who would be easily shy. The word girlfriend could make her face turn red with embarrassment.
No, it's okay. Lin Weiler lowered her voice. On the phone, Yun Suixian was shocked and a little confused. Your girlfriend gave birth to a baby? Yes. Su Tianluo laughed.
Yun Suixian praised and said, the teacher really didn't misjudge you.
You actually forced your girlfriend to have a child for you during college.
It turns out that you were already in a relationship last year.
Hey. Su Tian smiled foolishly. Ha, I don't know whose girl you are harming. Yun Suixian smiled and said.
Su Tian has become accustomed to the old witch. No, the tone of a tigress. He usually has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, but he is really cruel when he scolds people.
Teacher, I'm going to quit my job as the study committee member. Please find someone else.
I'm sorry, but taking care of my girlfriend during her confinement is already a huge headache.
You really want to quit? Su Tian should know the importance of being a study committee member.
Generally speaking, schools and teachers assign some comprehensive test reports, and the resources they have are not available to ordinary students. It can also help you train yourself, which will give you extra points when you graduate. It is helpful to increase the chances of employment.
I decided to quit.
Lin Weiler kept shaking her head at him, but Su Tian's tone was very firm.
Okay, the teacher will find someone else. I will send you a leave application form now. Please fill in the information.
If the leave is longer than 1 month, please come to school tomorrow to ask the leader to sign in person.
The teacher cannot make the decision. Okay, thank you, beautiful teacher. Su Tian said mischievously and immediately hung up the phone.
Lin Wire pouted slightly in anger. He dared to speak to his mother-in-law in a teasing tone.
You are really looking for death. Wire, what's wrong? Su Jing asked.
Lin Wire, something is wrong. When Su Tian was talking to her university teacher, the emotions on her face changed drastically.
It's okay, Sister Jing.
The positions of study committee members in college are very important. They can enjoy treatment that ordinary students don't have, such as study committee members and league branch secretaries. It turned out that she was worried about this matter.
Su Jing said, it doesn't matter. If she doesn't resign as the study committee member, how can she take care of you and the 3 babies? That being said, however,
Lin Wire was a little helpless.
Su Tian filled out the electronic version of the leave application and sent it to Yun Suixian via WeChat. Xiao Tian, give me your cell phone. Ah? What are you looking at? Su Tian was confused. What are you looking at?
Check your WeChat chat messages.
You are so cute, I wonder if you are praising your female classmates for being pretty. Okay.
Su Tian smiled and handed over the Xiaomi hot pack he had used for 3 years. The chat records when he and his roommate made a bet to pursue Yu Lily had been deleted long ago. He even blocked all his friends, without worrying at all that Lin Weiler would find out about his ambiguous chat records with other girls.
Lin Weiler didn't even bother to check, but couldn't wait to click on Yun Suixian's WeChat profile picture.
I went into the moments and took a look, then kept scrolling down. Most of them are daily photos of my sister who is in kindergarten. She has a 6-year-old sister, who was born when Yun Suixian was 40 years old and only started elementary school last fall. Scrolling further, there are photos of myself and my mother. Worried that Su Tian would see the photo, she nervously opened the settings and blocked her mother's moments messages. As long as Su Tian doesn't actively open her mother's WeChat, Su Tian won't be able to see the information her mother posts on a daily basis. Su Jing teased, Wire has entered the role of girlfriend so quickly, she has even started checking Xiaotian's phone. Sister Jing, Lin Wire said shyly, no, I'm just curious. As he said that, he threw the phone to Su Tian. Su Jing did not expose Lin Weiler's little thoughts. After all, she was a girl who had just given birth to 3 babies, so she must be very sensitive inside. Su Tian quickly opened the dormitory group chat message, showing 99+. I couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Wire didn't click on the message in the group. These stupid best friend roommates often send some pornographic messages, some pictures of newly debuted AV actresses, saying how good looking they are. The 200-pound fat guy Long shares some gossip links every day. But at this moment,
The group chat message is about to explode.
99 messages, more than half of them are tagging him.
It's all at Blue Sky. This is his WeChat name.
It turned out that Ergu was questioned by Xiao Curry and Long Long about why he bought a bouquet of roses for Su Tian the night before.
After further questioning, I found out that Su Tian was actually in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Obstetrics and gynecology, what is that place?
A few people were stupid enough to check Baidu search and found out that obstetrics and gynecology is a place to treat female diseases and female childbirth.
It's impossible to buy roses when someone in the family is sick.
And according to Ergu, the building was almost full of pregnant women with big bellies. In addition, Su Tian asked Ergu to help buy roses, which means he must be secretly having an affair with a certain girl and has been in love with her.
He even got the girl pregnant. After discussing it, the few people could only think of this one possibility. The rest, such as being sick or visiting friends, were absolutely impossible. When someone else's wife was giving birth, Su Tian went to the hospital to give roses to the pregnant woman. Isn't that as stupid as a tumor in his head? It's impossible for him to take leave when someone else's wife is giving birth, right? Plus, Su Tian didn't reply to their WeChat messages. There is only one result, that this pregnant woman is the girlfriend that Su Tian found behind their backs. The key point is that not only was he secretly dating her, but he also got the girl pregnant. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. Is this something a good brother would do? They have always thought that Su Tian is a pure boy with no desires. He usually doesn't even click on the resources shared in the group, let alone secretly download. Su Tian, this thief boy, is really a hidden talent. Chapter 16, a role model for our generation, a role model for our generation. Calm down, squinting smile. Seeing that his roommates were chatting enthusiastically in the group, Su Tian sent a message and added an emoticon. Damn it! Best friend dog roommate. They are clearly living in the same dormitory now, but they insist on discussing it in the WeChat group. It seems that they want him who is far away in the hospital to see the content of the chat analysis. Long, brother Tian, what's going on? What big thing did you do behind our backs? Tell us the truth now. Little Curry, how dare you secretly fall in love and even stay in the obstetrics and gynecology department? You are really brother Tian, no, Lord Tian. Ergu, Xiao Tian, I didn't say anything. Long, Xiao Tian, please tell us quickly. We are so anxious. Come on. Su Tian knew that he couldn't keep this matter a secret from his roommates forever. After all, they are close friends with a good relationship. Then he sent a message. I had sex with a girl one night, and she got pregnant and gave birth to the child. Holy shit! The three people in the dormitory sang out a national quintessence in unison. Their eyes widened as they stared at their phone screens in disbelief. This news is too explosive, right? Several people were simply shocked. Long swallowed in shock and typed, Xiao Tian, are you taking over? Don't take that bullshit. I'm the baby's biological father. Su Tian replied immediately. Curry, a role model for our generation, a role model for our generation. Ergu, no wonder you wanted to sleep with your head facing south in the middle of the night and asked me to go buy roses. Xiao Tian, you are amazing. What are you going to do next? As a man, you have to pay the price for your impulsiveness. I'm temporarily taking a leave of absence from school to take care of the baby. Several people were gossiping like old ladies. Ask left and right. How old is the girl? What does she look like? Is she good enough for you? Su Tian answered the question simply. Little Curry didn't know that the baby's mother was Lin Weiler. If he knew, he would definitely be scared to death. Little Curry and Su Tian are classmates in high school, and Lin Weiler is a well-known goddess teacher in the city's #1 middle school. How could Curry have imagined that the father of the baby born to teacher Kobayashi would actually be his best friend Su Tian? It's scary just thinking about it. Long, is it a boy or a girl? Triplets, 1 brother and 2 sisters. Long, fuck. That's awesome. The remaining 2 people sent Long. Su Tian, I am already the father of 3 babies. From now on, you don't have to call me daddy. I am no longer your daddy. Go good, Xiao Curry, Long, the 3 of you should compete to be the father of each other, ha. In front of the screen, Su Tian had a smile on his face. The 3 roommates were petrified instantly. Oh shit. Just because we have a little baby, do we have to give up the 3 older babies? At this time,
The 3 roommates looked at each other. Urga took a deep breath and said, Long Long, Shao Curry, school has just started, and I brought 3 months of college living expenses, which is only 4,500.
I have 6,000. Said Curry Jr. Long Long said, I have more than 10,000. Long Long has always been the richest person in the dormitory.
As a local in Longcheng, his family is very well off and his living expenses for 3 months are over 10,000.
Long Long said seriously, Xiao Tian is a father now. He has some money, but it's definitely not enough. The 3 of us can pool our money and give it to him. Okay. Ergu nodded.
He has the closest relationship with Su Tian.
After several people discussed it. At worst, I can just eat instant noodles and endure it for a few months. Instant noodles are not to be eaten instant noodles.
When there was no money, everyone let Long Long support himself.
His parents run a company, so he is definitely a rich second generation. Then,
Ergu paid 3,000.
Curry Jr. is ready for 5,000. Long Long directly prepared 8,000. Ergu and Xiao Curry transferred 8,000 to Long Long. Long Long transferred the money directly to Su Tian via WeChat. When Su Tian saw the transfer, I was stunned. Long Long replied, Xiao Tian, you are now the father of 3 babies.
You can make money as a part-time model, but it is far from enough.
You have 3 hungry babies waiting for you to raise. This is the 16,000 yuan that Xiao Curry, Ergu, and I have collected. If it's not enough, just ask again. Su Tian was immediately moved to tears. He knew that the money was raised by his roommates out of kindness, so wouldn't it hurt their feelings if he refused it?
Then he took the money.
Send a message in the group. Just a joke. Thank you all, I'll just consider it as a share of money for my son and daughter, I won't pay it back. Little Curry, it's okay, just think of it as a red envelope. I won't buy diapers for my nieces and nephews. Long Long, haha, brother, you've become a father before you even graduated from college. I can brag about it if I tell anyone. You don't have to pay me back. Su Tian, what do you mean by happy to be a father? Just be a father, don't add the word happy. It's just a joke. It's not easy for everyone.
I'll take the money for now, and we'll talk about it when I have more money.
It was a kindness from my roommate. Worried that he can't raise the baby, Su Tian decided to wait a few days and find an excuse to return the money to them. I'm a college student. It's not easy for anyone. Long Long asked, Xiao Tian, when will you go back to school? Maybe go back in a few days to get some daily necessities. Don't tell anyone about this. I don't want to become a celebrity in school. I'm thin-skinned and easily shy.
Little Curry, go Xiao Tian, I have never seen such a shameless person.
Ergu, haha, hee, haha.
Long Long, cold sweat, I'm so scared, brother Tian, before I met you, I really didn't know how thick a person's skin could be.
It can be as thick as a city wall, thicker than Gangzi's belly. Gangzi is Yu Lily's roommate. Nicknames, Watermelon Sister and Gangzi. What's more, we are classmates and he is fat and strong.
The flesh on his belly and face trembled when he walked.
The body shape is like a dinosaur. The thief is scary.
Little Curry is such an idiot that he gives people random nicknames.
Devil Pogon. They usually jokingly call each other Gangzi and Zigwamime. Chapter 17 Rental Housing.
Xiao Tian, go back to school or home to sleep and come back in the evening.
Su Jing said.
My brother slept in the hospital for 2 nights and has dark circles under his eyes.
Su Tian shook his head and smiled, I'm not that sleepy, the distance between school and home is too far. Xiao Tian, go get the teacher's bag. What should I take? Su Tian asked puzzledly. I took the bag anyway.
Lin Wire took out the key to her rented house and said softly, go to my house and sleep.
It's less than a kilometer away from the hospital. I can also help you get the package to the house. Ah? Is it appropriate? Su Tian asked stupidly.
Su Jing glared at her stupid brother and asked you to sleep at Ware's place, which proved that she had no defenses against you and even accepted the fact that you were the father of her child.
How come you, a straight man like you, don't understand? Lin Wire pursed her lips sweetly, what's appropriate or inappropriate? You've worked hard to take care of me these 2 days. Actually, it felt good to have a woman to take care of her.
Su Tian felt shy and embarrassed to help her change the medical pad.
It's not hard, Wei. Why didn't you tell me earlier so that I wouldn't have to trouble Dr. Wang Meili?
I'll bring dinner over.
Su Tian left the hospital with his backpack. Don't forget to go to the hospital parking lot to pick up the electric scooter rewarded by the system. The brand new electric car can reach a speed of 60 miles per hour and you can enjoy the ride on the road at high speed. At this time, Lin Wire called. You are such an idiot. You didn't even ask what the neighborhood is called. Where are you going? Su Tian was confused. Wire, I was just about to call you. Taoyuan Community, Building 3, Unit 4, 901, East House. Remember to pick up the package at Sanyao Station. Just tell me my phone number and don't rummage through the closet, okay? No. After hanging up the phone, Su Tian smiled. Humph, are you afraid that you will turn over her dinosaur-sized panties? When we arrived at Taoyuan, we registered with the security guard. When picking up the express, Su Tianrun was stunned. The old man at Sanyao Station directly gave Su Tian a nylon urea bag. Then, bags of items were put in. These are all daily necessities that Lin Weiler bought online. The baby's clothes, toys, and her own clothes were piled up in the urea bag. Su Tian carried it directly on his shoulders and found Unit 4 of Building 3. Take the elevator upstairs. Ding. He opened the door alone.
The house is not big, only 70 square meters.
2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The bathroom is right in front of the door, the kitchen is on the left, and the small living room is on the right.
On the left and right sides of the bathroom are the south-facing master bedroom and second bedroom.
On the clothesline on the balcony, 2 oversized white maternity panties caught the eye. Puff. Su Tian looked around the house.
The house was clean and tidy, even the bedding in the bedroom was neatly folded at the head of the bed.
When Su Tian saw the cartoon on the bed sheets, he couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the girl from the Disney movie, Frozen? Sister, you also has a girl's heart. Ring, ring, ring.
A familiar WeChat voice came. Lin Wire made a video call to him.
Su Tian could only see half of the delicate face. Xiao Tian, there are clothes I bought for the baby online. Look carefully for them. There is also baby powder. Remember to bring it over. Okay, got it. Su Tian raised a gesture. Don't flip around. Su Tian bared his white teeth and said, Wire, Wei, do you think I am such a low-class person? Go away, you idiot, what are you yelling about? You can't call me Wei.
A cloud of shyness appeared on Lin Wire's pretty face, and shame surged in her heart.
Not satisfied with calling her Wei, she even dared to call herself by her nickname Wei. Su Tian, this little brat is so brave, he is going to embarrass her to death. There are car keys next to the closet at the door. You can drive my car these 2 days. If you don't drive, the car will break down easily. The longer a car is stored, the more likely it is to break down. It is only good for the car if it is driven every day and the engine operates normally. It's less than a kilometer from the hospital. I can't drive there. I don't know where to park if I drive. I'll help you start the car and let the engine run. Oh, remember to open the windows for ventilation. Click. The video call was disconnected. Su Tian prepared small clothes for the 3 babies and took a look after unpacking them. Printed with Peppa Pig and bear patterns, both are made of pure cotton. The pattern is kawaii and very cute. After seeing a few pieces of baby clothes, the old father's face was instantly filled with an anti-smile. I slept on the soft big bed for more than 2 hours, and then went to the vegetable store at the entrance of the community to buy some food. By the way, I helped Lin Weiler drive her car around the community. It was a white Mercedes-Benz C260 sedan, which was very suitable for young girls to drive. After cooking dinner, Su Tian returned to the hospital around 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Weiler sat at the end of the bed, changing Debayo's diaper in a somewhat rough manner. The action is super rough. Su Tian frowned when watching this operation, and felt so distressed for the baby. Wire, Debayo is a boy, so there's no need to change his diaper like this, right? He's your son, your baby, not a Barbie doll, let alone a toy. Keep raising it like this. It's even a question whether my son can live to the age of 3.
Lin Wire spat lightly and blushed. I'm a new mother, sorry, you take over.
A new mother should also be gentle. What an idiot. Su Tian complained. Lynn Weiler reached out and grabbed Su Tian's ear in embarrassment. You are the idiot. This is your first time changing a baby's diaper, she said, blushing. Su Tian said, Sister, can't you teach Weier step by step? The baby is not that fragile. All new mothers go through this. When I gave birth to Tong Tong, she was even dumber than Weier, but I still managed to raise her. These two women are really the best. The sister-in-law and daughter-in-law can really become best friends. Daddy's good boy, your stupid mom is so unkind to you. Su Tian changed Debao's diaper slowly. Su Jing took the lunchbox and said, Xiaotian, I'm going back first. Come back tomorrow at noon. Sister, bring me some fish-flavored shredded pork rice for lunch tomorrow. I don't want to eat stewed vegetables. Su Jing rolled her eyes at her brother and walked out of the room. Lu Ting in the next bed had already put on her coat, and her mother was carrying a lot of luggage. The baby, who was less than a week old, was wrapped tightly and held in Li Shengjuan's arms. Lu Ting smiled and said, Weier, I'm leaving first. If you have any questions about breastfeeding, just ask me directly on WeChat. Okay, Sister Ting, I'm so envious of you. She had a baby later than her. Discharged earlier than her. Don't worry, you'll only stay for another 3 or 4 days. Hello, brother. Su Tian shouted. Okay, young man, take good care of the 3 little angels and work hard to earn money for milk powder, said Li Shengjun. Chapter 18 Lin Weier's family. The bed next to mine was empty. It feels so good to be quiet. But less than half an hour later, a little girl less than 1.6 meters tall walked into the room with a big belly. I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death. The little girl shouted. Her husband looked about the same age as Su Tian. Eat some cookies quickly. Don't let the baby in your belly go hungry. The woman quickly opened a pack of biscuits and ate the snacks with a crunch. Mom, I want to eat spicy hot pot. The little girl shouted. The aunt who was putting her bag in the cupboard scolded her, Eat, all you know is eating. Pregnant women can't eat spicy food, don't you know? Eating spicy food will affect the quality of breast milk. You can only eat spicy hot pot after you give birth and wean the baby. All right. Judging from the tone of their voice, they are definitely mother and daughter. A mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shouldn't talk to each other in this tone. Oh, it's triplets, little girl, you are so lucky. Without drawing the curtain, the aunt saw the 3 babies at a glance. The 3 little monkeys opened their eyes without crying or making a fuss. They stared blankly at this beautiful world. Lin Weier smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. My daughter is so beautiful. She will definitely be adorable when she grows up. Su Tian was entertaining his son and daughter alone, shaking a small rattle back and forth in his hand. The first and second babies remained quiet, but the third baby, Anan, opened his mouth, pouting it like he was sucking milk, and kicked the mat with his active little legs. Weier, she will kick my feet. Lin Weier looked at the baby and smiled lovingly. Sanbao will definitely be very naughty when he grows up. In the early morning, the little girl in the next bed cried out in pain, and kept muttering, It hurts, I'm about to give birth, husband, go call the doctor. The man ran out anxiously. Wang Meili is still on duty today. Wang Meili pulled the curtain and bent down to check it. Check how many fingers dilated it is and touch the cervix directly with your hand. It's 7 fingers dilated, but it's still not enough. It's hard to have a baby. Let's try again tomorrow morning. But after 2 hours, the pregnant woman was making so much noise that even Su Tian and Lin Weiler couldn't sleep. Auntie said hurriedly, Sorry, little girl, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's okay. Lin Weier said. The pregnant woman called Dr. Wang over again, and he checked her again and said she could give birth now. The nurse pushed the bed out of the room. 15 minutes later, Su Tiangang fell into a drowsy sleep. I was woken up again by the crying of a baby in the next bed. Give birth? Su Tian was shocked. I looked at the time. It's only been 20 minutes since I went out. The little girl actually walked back to her room slowly and without anyone's help, which made Lin Weier envious. I gave birth to a precious son, husband, and I gave birth to a CCB for you, so work hard in the future. The man looked worried, but still smiled, Work hard to make money. The little girl patted her belly and said, Wow, it feels so comfortable and relaxing to unload the baby. I finally don't have to carry a big belly anymore and can wear pretty and slimming clothes. Su Tian almost laughed out loud. Could you please stop being so funny?
Lynn Wire looked even more envious.
She couldn't help but envy this mental state.
After the little girl gave birth, she was able to walk directly out of the delivery room without even the support of her husband and mother.
I walked back by myself. I'm hungry. Eat an apple. Auntie hurried to peel the apple. The little girl was not satisfied with the apple and ate a banana.
He looked like he was enjoying the meal, his mouth was smacking non-stop and he was eating with such delicious taste.
Xiao Tian. It hurts.
Lynn Wire turned over and felt a slight pain from the knife wound.
I really can't compare with the girl in the next bed. Comparing myself with others will only make me feel depressed. Her physical condition is too poor. It's not her fault. Who told her to have a cesarean section and give birth to 3 babies at once?
It wasn't the noise from the bed next to her that kept her awake, but she had removed the pain pump at noon and had been feeling a dull pain. It's fine if you don't sleep during the day, and the pain is almost non-existent when you play with your phone. But at night, somehow, the slightest pain made it difficult for her to fall asleep.
Does it hurt a lot? Su Tian asked gently.
Lynn Wire shook her head, a little bit, but I just can't fall asleep.
Wire.
Su Tian suddenly grabbed her soft little hand.
What?
Her voice trembled.
For her, grabbing hands was already very ambiguous. Although the baby's food has been captured, we will live together and take care of the baby in the future. Do you agree?
The teacher agrees.
Fingertip. Trembling slightly with nervousness.
She really wanted to ask if it was to take care of the baby and live with her.
Or Su Tian's heart has her.
She pursed her lips and wanted to ask, but she was too shy to do so.
Xiao Tian, I don't know you. Tell me about your family. You want to marry me? Vincent.
The two of them were talking in low voices. The girl next door who had just given birth didn't seem sleepy at all.
She didn't look very weak.
She put on her headphones and started watching TV series. She didn't look like a mother who had just given birth. She was in great spirits.
Su Tian said, my father is a carpenter. After graduating from high school, my family moved from the county to Longcheng. My mother is a rural woman who loves flowers.
After learning about flowers, she opened a flower shop.
My grandparents are in the countryside. During festivals and sometimes on weekends, when I miss them, I go back to see them. The distance is not far.
It only takes an hour to drive back to the countryside. My sister got married early and gave birth to a daughter named Tongtong, who is now in kindergarten. The family opened a cake shop and the business is pretty good. Lynn Wire is the baby's mother.
There is nothing that cannot be said. These are the basic information about his family. What about you? What do your parents do for a living?
Lynn Wire took a long breath and said, my family is all engaged in education. My mother is a university teacher.
Su Tian was surprised. Auntie is actually a university teacher? That's amazing. Lynn Wire continued, my father is an old traffic policeman.
He works very hard under the wind and sun all year round.
I have a 6-year-old sister at home. My sister-in-law is so young? Who knows what my mother is thinking? She wants to have a child at the age of 40. I guess she wants to take a chance and have a son.
Suddenly, she realized something was wrong and said coquettishly, who is your sister-in-law?
Stop talking nonsense.
That's my sister, not your sister-in-law.
Hee Su Tian smiled, what's your sister's name? Lin Shuer. That sounds nice. When you grow up, you can play with Can, Nuanyuan, and Anan. Where, are you a rich woman?
Lynn Wire groaned, bah, you're still thinking about living off her. In fact, her family conditions are average, and they can be considered a well-off family, but not particularly wealthy.
My grandparents' family is wealthy.
My grandfather has been running the largest driving school in Longcheng, Tianyun Driving School, and my uncle is in charge of the driving school.
My second uncle is a deputy director working in education.
My father is the least capable one, just a traffic policeman, but he has a small stake in a driving school. Her pocket money and car were given to her by her grandfather.
Thinking about it.
Xiao Tian, when the teacher is out of confinement, find some time to go meet my parents.
Su Tian was shocked. I don't dare.
What if your dad hits me with his belt? Lynn Wire pursed her lips and smiled. My dad will never beat you, maybe my mom will, she has a bad temper.
So scary, so scary. Su Tian took a deep breath. Too scary. If I live with Lin Weiler in the future. These problems are inevitable when meeting parents and cannot be avoided.
Xiaotian, let me tell you, I went on 20 blind dates at the beginning of last year. She no longer dared to call herself teacher.
It feels like I'm in love with a student, which is weird. Fuck, Su Tian said in surprise, 20 times? You never picked the right man once?
Lin Weiler thought foolishly in her heart, big idiot Xiaotian, I have always had you in my heart and have a crush on you, so how could I possibly marry someone else? If you had taken the initiative to pursue me, how could my family have introduced so many stinky men to me for blind dates? Little did she know that she was the big fool.
Does Su Tian dare to pursue her? No matter how brave you are, you wouldn't dare to do that. If this gets out, I'm afraid the school will expel her directly.
We have to wait until Su Tian goes to college. She said, what's too much is that my mom found me a fresh graduate and asked me to get married after just 1 month of dating.
That's too much. Ahem, Su Tian laughed dryly, Auntie is really going too far. How can we get married without any emotional foundation? The bed next door. The little girl yawned. I'm so sleepy. Let's go to bed first. Good night, husband. The man smiled, good night.
Auntie said, Xiao Wu, gently bring the chair over and pull it open, and sleep by the door. Having said that, she locked the door directly. The man was a little confused and had to hold the chair and put it at the door. Just like the chair Su Tian sleeps on at night, it can be unfolded and turned into a simple small bed. The bedside chair in the hospital costs 20 yuan to use for 1 day.
Mom, why do I have to sleep at the door?
The man looked at his mother-in-law with a puzzled expression.
There are so many bad guys now. What if your baby is stolen? You won't even have a place to cry. You can sleep at the door tonight. Remember not to sleep too deeply.
Xiao Wu, I'm sorry for you. The man was speechless about his mother-in-law.
What era is this? How could a thief steal a child? There are surveillance cameras everywhere at the entrance and in the corridor.
In fact, there are fewer people stealing children nowadays, but there are many people swapping children.
No matter what era, there have always been bad people. There are just fewer of them now than in the 2000s.
Child swapping happens frequently. The little girl and her aunt, both mother and daughter, were small in stature and squeezed together on one bed, while the poor man lay at the door.
Chapter 19, Back to School. The next morning, Wang Meili checked the incision from Lin Weiler's cesarean section.
I asked the nurse to apply iodine to disinfect and change the gauze.
The pain has almost disappeared.
The little girl in the next bed had no milk, and the crying of the newborn baby started at around 6 o'clock in the morning. The man was so anxious that he had to go to the maternity and baby store to buy milk powder. The little girl's mother asked anxiously, well, beautiful lady, my grandson has no milk.
Can you feed my baby first?
My son-in-law has gone to buy milk powder. Hearing this, Lin Weiler looked embarrassed and smiled slightly. I'm sorry, my 3 babies need to wait in line to eat, so I don't have enough milk.
She refused without even thinking about it.
There is not enough food for my 3 babies. I have to breastfeed 8 times a day, how can I lend my milk to others?
Su Tian was stunned. He has seen people borrowing money, borrowing cars, and borrowing things.
This auntie actually wanted to borrow Lin Weiler's breast milk.
It's okay, you have 3 babies, I understand.
The aunt smiled helplessly and had to feed the baby some boiled water.
After drinking it, the baby finally calmed down. After breakfast, the aunt in the next bed left.
A new aunt came, who seemed to be the little girl's mother-in-law. The mother-in-law looked at the baby drinking milk powder and frowned. It's unhealthy for newborn babies to drink milk powder.
They must drink breast milk. Is there no breast milk? The little girl's face turned ugly in an instant.
It seems that there is a conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
I don't have any milk. If I had milk, could I not give it to my son?
The mother-in-law was unhappy and said, during pregnancy, you only knew how to eat random things, such as spicy hot pot rice noodles.
How can you have milk?
Oh, son, go find a lactation consultant and make sure to stimulate milk production. It is unhealthy for your grandson to eat milk powder, and it is not good for his development.
The little girl pouted and got angry. I gave birth to a son for your family.
Husband, your mother still speaks to me in this tone.
Is she sick? What are you talking about?
The man hurriedly said to comfort her, Mom, don't blame my wife.
What can I do if I don't have milk?
I can only drink milk powder. The mother-in-law was so angry that her face turned blue. She shook her sleeves and stood aside without saying a word. This scene frightened Lynn Weiler so much that her face turned pale and she waved towards Su Tian.
Val? Su Tian moved his face closer. Xiao Tian, luckily I have milk. What if the baby has no milk? Su Tian laughed. If you don't have milk, drink milk powder. Powdered milk is unhealthy. That's not true.
It's just that the nutritional value is not as high as breast milk.
There are many mothers who don't have milk. I don't have any requirements. As long as the baby can survive, that's fine. TSK, do you think you're raising pigs?
Lynn Weiler said coquettishly. There was a hint of a little woman's charm in her, which made Su Tian's eyes widen instantly.
Xiao Tian, your mother. The mother-in-law next door is so unreasonable. That look, that strong expression. This is too scary. Just in case. The same is true for Su Tian's mother. Before she became pregnant, she had fantasized about how to deal with conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law if she got married in the future. Future. What to do? Su Tian understood what she was worried about and said softly, Don't worry. My mother is sensible, gentle, and has a very good temper. If you give birth to grandchildren for her, she will treat you like a god of wealth and worship you every day. Puff. She smiled sweetly and pursed her thin lips. The wrinkles on the baby's face have disappeared a little. After a while, he will be cute and adorable. Hee, our Nuanyuan NNN are definitely prettier than my sister and my brother's daughter. Our son will definitely be a handsome guy when he grows up. TSK, that's for sure. The two chatted in low whispers, and only each other could hear them. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Su Jing came over with some clear-boiled old hen soup. Su Tian has to go to school to ask for leave for something. If the leave is more than 1 month, the leader's signature is required. And you have to prepare 2 copies, which is very troublesome. Lynn Weiler was worried that Su Tian would tell her mother her name when he asked for leave, so she wanted to give her mother a few words of warning. Opened my mouth. But I don't know how to say this. So, I had to change the subject. Xiao Tian, remember to brush your teeth, take a shower, and wash your hair. Your hair is shiny. Oh. Being disliked. A cool breeze blows. The breeze is not dry. Su Tian rode his electric scooter all the way back to school. Look, Lily, it's Su Tian. You Lily's roommate, Gangzi, who was as strong and fat as a sumo wrestler from Sakura country, shouted. You Lily said, Humph, he relied on his handsomeness to attract me, and then dumped me. What's the point of being handsome? In today's society, having a good family background and money in your pocket is everything. Gangzi said with a crazy look on his face, but he is really handsome. Lily, will he find out that Uncle Ben's is not your father, but... Is that so? You Lily was dumbfounded. Suddenly. Realize it later. Su Tian broke up with her. Could it be that he discovered that his ex-deal with Uncle Ben's was discovered by Su Tian? But on second thought, it shouldn't be possible. Is Su Tian just guessing? Only her roommate Gangzi knew about this. The other roommates thought the uncle was her uncle and picked her up from school every week. I really liked him before. He was handsome, nice, and good at talking. Although we only chatted on WeChat for a few days, I was very happy. Although I am a bad girl, Xiaoni, tell me, if Su Tian and I opened our hearts and confessed to each other and were willing to spend all the money we earned on him, would he get back together with me? You Lily asked her roommate. Watermelon's sister, Gangzi, is actually named Wang Xiaoni, a very pretty name. Gangzi analyzed, I don't think Su Tian will agree to get back together. Men don't like women who are fickle. They only like women who treat them well with all their heart. Oh. You Lily nodded somewhat disappointedly. Su Tianjin is so handsome that she just wants to sit in the cinema with him to watch a movie. Water will come out of your body unconsciously. At first, she really wanted to get Su Tian into bed. Little did she know that it was Gangzi who told Su Tian's roommate about her weekly transactions with Ben's Uncle X. Because Gangzi secretly has a crush on Su Tian and doesn't want the simple and handsome Su Tian to be cheated by his best friend. Su Tian didn't even have time to return to the dormitory, and ran all the way to the head teacher's office. In addition to the counselor's signature, the class teacher and the school director must also sign. Damn it.
It's really troublesome to ask for leave. I saw a short-haired woman with maple leaf-colored curls, sorting documents with her head down. There are some wrinkles on her cheeks left by the years, but it can be seen that she was very beautiful when she was young, absolutely a great beauty.
Sister Yun.
Su Tianqi said breathlessly. He was so tired from running all the way. In order to build a good relationship with the teacher,
he kept calling me sister. Yun Suixian looked at Su Tian in surprise and asked, Xiaotian, what's wrong with your dark circles?
Well, my girlfriend just gave birth to a baby, and I stayed by her bedside in the hospital every day.
I didn't sleep well last night. This brat is really a hidden talent.
He looks simple and honest, but I didn't expect that during college, he got his girlfriend pregnant and became a father.
He.
Even though Su Tian was thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed.
I don't know which girl you ruined.
Since she gave birth to your child, you should treat her well. Don't treat this matter as a joke just because you are still a college student and young.
It's not uncommon for college students to get married and have children. Don't care too much about what others think. Make sure you stay together with your partner.
When the time comes, call me for the wedding. Yun Suixian's mouth is usually a bit talkative and sharp. But he has a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
Speaking of.
She handed 2 leave application documents to Su Tian.
Su Tian grinned, I understand. I will definitely invite you to the wedding.
Seeing a little girl with pigtails like Neza quietly doing her homework at a desk nearby, Su Tian asked in surprise, Sister Yun, you're so young and you already have a granddaughter?
What granddaughter? This is my daughter. Ah? Su Tian was confused.
This? Is this little girl your daughter?
I'm sorry, your daughter is very beautiful and cute.
The little girl jumped off the chair. Sweet compliment, brother, you are so beautiful. Brother cannot be described as beautiful, he is handsome.
Brother is very handsome.
The little girl said with a smile.
Su Tian smiled proudly, Sister Yun, I'm leaving first. I won't come to school for the time being, thank you.
The little girl said, Mom, Schwer is hungry and wants to eat shredded pork with fish flavor.
Okay, Mom will take you to eat shredded pork with fish flavor. Chapter 20, The gossipy roommate shocked his roommates for 10,000 years. In the dormitory.
Brother Go, I don't want to go to the cafeteria to get food.
Can you help me get one?
Curry shouted.
Long, let's jump to Peace City this time.
Long said, we dare not jump.
There are too many people in Peace City.
In the last game, we jumped to Peace City and it was destroyed within a minute. This time, we will jump farther and play slowly and sneakily, and survive all the way to the finals.
Ah?
Bullshit, don't be a coward, just jump to Peace City, and the steel gun will be done. The two were playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and had already been killed several times.
Ergu, who has a calm personality, was scrolling through Douyin out of boredom. Su Tian pushed the door open and walked in. Oh shit. Who is that?
Little Curry was shocked, thinking that some student union members were conducting a violent dormitory inspection in broad daylight.
Looking closely, it was Su Tian.
Long stood up quickly, Xiaotian, you are finally back, come and play the game PUBG with us. Curry, a rookie, can't lead me, so you, a game master, have to lead me.
Su Tian smiled helplessly and said, Long, I'm a father now, let's play when we have time.
The 3 of them immediately surrounded Su Tian, each of them looking excited and gossiping like the aunties in the vegetable market, as if he had become their father. On the table next to them, games were still running on 2 laptops.
The 2 characters were hacked to death as soon as they landed.
Xiaotian, tell me honestly, do you have a photo of your girlfriend?
Curry asked.
Long said, Xiaotian's girlfriend must be very beautiful, there is no need to look at her at all.
I want to go and see the baby instead. Ergu asked, do uncle and aunt know about this? Su Tian's headache was about to explode, don't you mind the stench?
I haven't brushed my teeth for 3 days. Go rinse your teeth, take a shower and wash your hair first. The 3 of them had to wait patiently for Su Tian to finish washing up.
Su Tian, feeling refreshed, changed his clothes.
Simple gray sweatpants, pirated coconut shoes, light blue short-sleeved shirt and blue jacket.
You've just returned to the dormitory, and you're leaving now? Ergu asked. Su Tian nodded, well, I have to rush to the hospital to take care of the baby. Do you have a photo of your girlfriend? Curry asked curiously. Su Tian shook his head and smiled. No, I will ask my girlfriend to have a meal with everyone after she is out of confinement.
Long Long said with concern, Xiaotian, if you don't have enough money, tell us.
We can ask our family for more. Don't worry, there's enough money.
The three of them pooled more than 10,000 yuan.
He doesn't need it at all.
However, out of their kindness, I have kept the money in my WeChat wallet and will give it to them at the beginning of next month. After chatting with his roommates, Su Feng walked out of the school gate and rode his electric scooter all the way to the hospital. On the way, Lin Wire called. Let him go back to the rental house to get his little underwear.
The doctor just checked the discharge, and it's not a lot. He said that I can wear small underwear and just use a sanitary napkin for daily use.
With Su Tian taking care of her, the feeling of being naked is really too shy. There is no need to disinfect anymore, and she can finally wear underwear. Su Tian went back and rummaged through the express delivery for 10 minutes before he found her newly bought panties, which were engraved with a SpongeBob SquarePants pattern.
He couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. This mature lady actually has a childish heart? I don't dare to open the express package. If I grab a girl's underwear with my hands, I will be considered a hooligan. Rush all the way back to the hospital. Wire, the mother of the girl in the next bed is gone? Su Tian asked in surprise.
Lin Wire took a long breath and sighed. Xiaotian, the woman and her mother-in-law had a fight over lunch at noon, and it was because the baby drank milk powder. The woman took the baby and left directly. It's not all her mother-in-law's fault. If a woman doesn't control her diet during pregnancy and ends up not producing colostrum, then there is indeed a problem. Su Tian chuckled. Fortunately, Wire has the strength to deal with three little cuties.
Oomph, my clothes. Su Tian hurriedly handed it over.
Lin Wire drew the curtain immediately. Su Jing helped put on her panties with some rustling movements.
Su Tian simply walked out of the room and stood in the corridor. Xiaotian, Xiaotian.
A bald man waved at him.
Su Tian hurried over and asked with a smile, Brother Wang, has your sister-in-law given birth? Wang Yan nodded, his face showing excitement. Well, a big fat boy was born last night. Congratulations, Brother Wang. You are a hidden talent. After all, your brother had a baby right after graduation. You are even better than him. You became a father right after entering college. It's true that each generation is better than the previous one. Su Tian laughed and said, Don't tell my brother yet.
Tell him when you have the chance.
Don't worry, Brother Wang will keep it a secret for you. Are you a son or a daughter? Triplets, one brother and two sisters. Awesome. You have a son and a daughter at once. You're a winner in life. You better stop playing around and be more mature. Make money to earn milk powder. Su Tian said with a bright smile, Of course. The two chatted. My brother's best friends are all good people. Wang Yan works for a gaming company and is said to often stay up late to work overtime. As a result, before he was 30, his head was already bald and not a single hair could be seen.
Wang Yan smiled and said, add WeChat, and when your brother Wang's son grows up, he and your son can become good brothers.
Okay, no problem.
When the child is 1, 2 or 3 years old, we can play together.
As he spoke, Su Tian opened the WeChat avatar QR code. Brother Wang, what's your son's name? He asked. Wang Xian. Damn it.
Like his son Su Kan, they both have names that only the protagonists in novels have. After chatting, they added each other as friends and returned to the delivery room. It seemed like only 3 days had passed, but Lin Weiler and Su Jing had already become sisters, and their relationship seemed even closer than yesterday. Su Jing helped Lin Weiler walk to the bathroom, patiently helped her take off her pants, and took care of some of her daily physiological needs.
Su Kan, I'm your father. De Bao stared blankly at his innocent father. Nuan Nuan, I'm daddy. And daddy will grow up with you, okay? Nuanyuan quietly opened her eyes and stared at Su Tian blankly. Su Tian looked at the tender little angel with a happy and warm smile on his face, and his heart almost melted.
Sanbao Anan looked at him, moved his little body vigorously, and started kicking the sheets and quilts with his little feet again. Su Tian playfully touched the soles of An's little feet.
An opened her little mouth and made a slight sound. Wire, did you hear that? An is speaking. Su Tian said happily.
Lin Wire was quite speechless to the man, and said, Where are you talking?
You're making a fuss. Is that talking?
Well, she made some noises other than crying. Su Jing had already packed her lunchbox. Wire, how long will it take for your rent to be due? Lin Wire replied, I've rented it for a year, so there are still about 2 months left. Then I'll stay here for 2 months. I'll rent a bigger house near the school so that I can get to school more conveniently. Su Jing glared at her brother. What a blockhead. You're graduating soon. Which school are you going to? Tell mom in a few days that Wire has given birth to a baby. Ask mom for money to buy a house. If you don't have enough money, borrow from relatives and friends. Buy a new house for you and Wire's wedding house. When the baby is older, hold the wedding directly. Su Tian and Lin Wire were stunned by the thunder. Marry? Lin Wire's face flushed with shyness. Sister Jing, I think we should rent a house first. That's right. Wire and I will try to date first, and then get married after we have a solid foundation of love. We have 3 babies who are still crying for food, so we don't have the energy to think about other things. I don't think Wire would want to get married with a baby. He doesn't care. You won't lose anything if you marry a goddess teacher. Lin Wire agreed with Su Tian's words. She was extremely unwilling to get married without love. Lin Wire felt sweet inside. Big idiot, who wants to fall in love with you? Chapter 21. Finally discharged from hospital. A week passed in the blink of an eye. It's already the 7th day since the babies were born. After Su Tian had breakfast early in the morning, he called his sister Su Jing to come to the hospital early. Su Jing helps take care of the 3 babies. Su Tian gently supported Lin Wire as she went to do a series of physical examinations. B ultrasound, vaginal ultrasound, etc. After the examination, Wang Meili looked through the list and reminded, your body is recovering well. Whether you go to the confinement center or stay at home, you must pay attention to your diet. Chinese women can't compare to foreign women. If you don't take good care of yourself during the confinement period, you will easily develop a disease. You can go through the discharge procedures at any time now. Lin Wire smiled. Dr. Wang, thank you, and thank you to all the beautiful nurses who stayed up all night to keep watch. It happened that Wang Meili was sitting in the nurses' station, surrounded by nurses, so she thanked the nurses as well. Wang Meili said, I added your husband's WeChat. If you feel uncomfortable or have any questions, you can ask me directly. Okay. Su Tian smiled and said, Sister Wang, thank you for all the time. I'll make you a banner and hang it at the nurse's station when I have time. Write in big characters, Dr. Wang Meili, a kind-hearted doctor with both moral integrity and artistic excellence. This line of words represents that both the character and medical skills are top-notch. Wang Meili was immediately amused and laughed. Don't be silly, kid. This is my responsibility as a doctor. Afterwards, Lin Wire couldn't wait to urge Su Tian to go through the discharge procedures. Su Tian thought it would cost tens of thousands. I didn't expect it only cost 3,000. Include the cost of the previous cesarean section. It only adds up to 10,000. After completing the discharge procedures, Su Tian also gave Wang Meili a red envelope of 200 yuan. However, Wang Meili severely reprimanded him and refused to accept it. Tell him to stop doing this. It's already hard enough raising 3 babies. Save the money to buy milk powder. Su Tianjin was not joking. When I have time, I will make a banner and send it to the hospital. Walking out of the hospital, Lin Wire took a long breath of fresh air. Wow. Starting today, she is going home to be a wet nurse. Su Tian held the eldest and second babies in his left and right hands, while Su Jing held the third baby. Lin Wire hailed a taxi and asked the driver if he was willing to wait for a few minutes. There are a lot of trivial things when you are in the hospital. Add to that the fruits and milk I bought. There were a lot of things, so I had to make 2 trips back and forth. The driver agreed happily. Triplets? Congratulations. Thank you, Lin Wire said. She and Su Jing sat in the back seat of the taxi, holding the baby. Su Tian was carrying half a box of milk and some newly bought bananas. There was also a large bag of Lin Wire's large-sized clothes that she wore when she came to the hospital in the late stages of her pregnancy. The driver asked, Where are you going? Su Tian pointed ahead and said, Uncle, turn right at the traffic light ahead and it's 600 meters to Taoyuan community. Okay, little brother, fasten your seatbelts. We have a mission in the next 2 days. We will start to check drunk driving. If you don't wear a seatbelt, you will be fined. Okay, master. Master, please open the car downstairs. My wife just had a baby and her legs are not convenient for her to walk.
Okay, no problem.
Lin Wire bit her lip. This was the beginning of him taking advantage of her blatantly. Su Jing really admires her brother.
He is so thick-skinned and invincible.
He calls her my wife, Wire, and daughter-in-law all the time. He shouted it so naturally and skillfully, as if it came out directly from his mouth.
Completely not caring whether Lin Wire could bear it or not.
Fortunately, Lin Wire likes him.
If you really don't like it. Even if Su Tian is the baby's biological father, he would think he is being a hooligan.
The car registered smoothly, entered the residential area and stopped downstairs of the unit.
Thank you, master. Su Tian happily picked up his phone and scanned 66 yuan.
When the driver heard the payment on WeChat, he said hurriedly, "Little brother, you gave me too much."
8 yuan. The starting price of our launching taxi is 8 yuan. Ha, thank you for your hard work, master. Get off. After the driver left,
Su Jing held Debao and Erbao in her arms and said, "Xiaotian, you are really rich. You gave the driver so much money for nothing. I'm in a good mood, so just consider it as a red envelope."
It's not easy for the driver, Su Tian said with a smile. It doesn't matter. Not much money. If the driver didn't want to waste time entering the community, maybe he would only pay 8 yuan. Return home.
The three little angels lay on the bed in the master bedroom, crying for milk. Lin Wire fed the baby with her back to him.
Su Tian came to the living room obediently.
After feeding, the babies fell asleep sweetly. Lin Wire walked out of the room slowly. "Wire, I'll support you."
"Sister, I don't need your help anymore. I can walk on my own." "Oh, okay."
Lin Wire went to the bathroom, and she was dumbfounded. Su Tian directly placed the toiletries in his backpack, including toothpaste, shampoo, facial cleanser, and towels, on the shelf in the bathroom.
The towel was draped next to her pink towel. Bending over, washing her face rapidly.
After wiping his face, Su Tian smiled with his white teeth showing. "Wire, well, I will stay here for the time being and help you take care of the baby." Hearing this, she said in a teasing tone, "I promised you that I would take care of the baby together."
"Didn't I promise to live together with you?"
"But, as the baby's father, it's reasonable for me to live together, right?"
"It's reasonable for the nanny to take care of the nanny's 3 meals a day while you're in confinement, right?"
"You are so shameless," Lin Wire spat lightly, "get out now."
"Oh."
The woman felt mixed emotions, happy, expectant, nervous, and even a little scared.
Oh my god.
She is going to live together with Xiao Tian. We started living together without ever having been in a relationship. While Lin Weiler was using the toilet, Su Jing waved at Su Tian with a serious look on her face.
Su Tian walked over and sat obediently on the sofa. "Tell Weier later to let her meet our mother."
"Tell my mother to tell her that she has grandchildren. You said you went to college, and your mom was boring and alone in the shop selling and growing flowers every day. I look forward to your graduation, marriage, and having children, and looking forward to holding your granddaughter.
This is a major event that we cannot continue to conceal no matter what.
Mom will definitely scold you, but she will definitely be happy in her heart. After all, you are going to be a grandmother. I have to pick up Tong Tong from kindergarten, take care of your brother-in-law's 3 meals a day and run the cake shop, so I can't come to take care of Weier every day.
I have to tell Mom about this no matter what." When his elder sister said this seriously, Su Tian's brows furrowed into a frown and he suddenly became uneasy. "Good." Su Tian gritted his teeth. Nodded heavily.
Weier said she doesn't need my support, but since I'm a woman, you have to take the initiative to support her.
Girls need physical contact to quickly warm up their relationship. Go, help Weier.
My elder sister personally teaches me how to pick up girls.
This is really. I accept Weier as my sister-in-law. You are not allowed to have any thoughts about other girls. You are only allowed to be good to Weier.
Rest assured. At this time, Lin Wire walked out of the bathroom.
Su Tian sprinted forward. What are you doing? Running so fast.
Wire, I'll support you. Lin Wire waved her hand, no need.
It's too tiring for you to hold on to the wall. Just hold on to me. Go lie down on the bed and rest first. Su Tian bent down and took her hand and placed it on his shoulder.
Lin Wire blushed and said with a warm heart, "Stupid Xiao Tian." Looking at Su Tian, who was like a dog licker, Su Jing couldn't help but grin. A licker is used to describe the one who is pursuing the other between a man and a woman. The one who keeps licking the other is called a licker. Soo Tian is the father of 3 babies, and Lin Wire is his daughter-in-law. Licking your wife is not called licking a dog, and it is not shameful. That's a good man who loves and cares for his wife.
I'm leaving now. I won't disturb your world of two.
Su Jing winked at her brother, left the room alone with her bag, and closed the door gently. Only Soo Tian and Lin Wire were left staring at each other.
The days to come. Now this is interesting. Chapter 22, Straight Men's Bargaining Method.
Xiao Tian, take all the parcels in the bag. Seeing Soo Tian sitting on the bay window in a daze without saying anything, Lin Wire felt a hint of awkwardness in the air.
You big fool, he should talk. Soo Tian took over the half-nylon bag of express deliveries.
Wire, you open the package first. I just passed by a maternity and baby store when I was taking a taxi. I'll go see if there are any cribs for children.
Oh, go ahead.
Wire, the baby's grandmother is coming to see you tonight. You have to be mentally prepared.
That's it. Soo Tian quickly walked out of the room. I also took the key, since Lin Weiler wasn't going out anyway. Ah, Xiao Tian, stop right there.
Her pretty face was full of panic.
Isn't the baby's grandmother Soo Tian's mother? Oh my god.
She yelled after realizing it, and ended up scaring Nuan Nuan next to her, and she burst into tears instantly. I'm sorry, Nuanyuan, I'm sorry, Mom scared you. He picked up Nuanyuan and held her in his arms, nuzzling her. Don't cry, eat milk.
Soo Tian walked for several hundred meters and came to a relatively large mother and baby store on the side of the road. The shop owner is a middle-aged woman. The auntie asked enthusiastically, "What do you want to buy, young man?"
Here we have imported Australian milk powder, baby toys, clothes, everything. It seems that the physical store industry is in recession, and there is not a single customer in the store.
Soo Tian took a look and asked, "Are there any cribs that can accommodate triplets?"
Triplets?
There are only cribs for twins, and there are only 2 left.
That's a pity. I'll have to look elsewhere. The old lady's eyes turned and she said hurriedly, "Young man, most maternity and baby stores and baby supply stores don't have cribs for triplets, and they usually can't be sold. There are still very few people who give birth to triplets. If you want to buy a 3-seater crib, you have to find a carpenter to make it custom."
All right.
His father is a carpenter. But it's better not to trouble Dad for such a simple matter. I suggest you buy a single bed and a double bed, one on the left and one on the right side of the bed, so that it will be more convenient for mothers to take care of the baby.
Oh. The aunt simply grabbed Soo Tian's arm, which really scared Soo Tian. Take a look at this and feel the quality of the wood. It's all made of solid wood.
You just need to install the guardrail and put it beside the bed so your baby can sleep.
Summer is coming, so if you buy a stroller, you can get a free mosquito net.
You have 3 babies, each of them is the apple of their parents' eyes.
I will just give you 2 mosquito nets to prop up on your bed. Triplets. This is a big customer. No matter what you buy 3.
I buy 3 sets of clothes, 1 set of milk powder is enough to buy 3 stores, and I also buy a lot of diapers.
Such big customers must be kept in the store.
Faced with the aunt's enthusiasm, Soo Tian felt a little confused.
Oh, okay, how much? Soo Tian asked.
The aunt said, our quality is better than others.
A double bed is 1,200, and a single bed is 800. Robbery. Soo Tian complained. Do you think he is young and easy to fool? For this bed, I asked my father to buy good quality wood. It only costs about $300 to assemble a crib.
The old lady smiled and said, young man, these are all good woods.
The price is this. How much do you want to pay for them? 1 single seat and 1 double seat, the maximum you can get is 1,000. 1,000 is too little. Give me some more. Only 1,000 yuan, and I have 3 babies to feed at home. Life is very hard. 1,000 is really too little.
Soo Tian really didn't know how much the crib cost, but he heard that baby things were more expensive than adult things. It's not like buying clothes in a mall, where prices are cut in half.
Soo Tian was not a human being anymore, and said directly, 1,000 seems to be too much. I'll go. The aunt was surprised. Almost swore.
A handsome guy like Soo Tian who was young and handsome.
How to bargain like some married young women. How could someone say something like this, even though 1,000 yuan is too much?
Oh, handsome boy, 1,000 is not a lot.
These are 2 beds and a crib.
They are first-hand goods, not second-hand goods.
Never mind. It's not easy for you to be young. 1,000 is 1,000, but I'm not responsible for delivery. Where's the mat? A gift? There are cushions. Su Tian happily opened WeChat and prepared to scan the code to pay. The auntie said with a smile on her face, "Young man, do you need milk powder?"
Su Tian shook his head. No, the baby will drink breast milk for the time being.
Oh, if you need it, be sure to come to my store and buy it. I'll give you a discount. And take a look at these baby toys.
There are toys for babies from 1 to 3 years old.
And this baby bathtub. Babies have delicate skin and flesh that is different from adults.
You need to use baby-specific bath gel.
Su Tian asked, "How much is this plastic bathtub?" Except for the bed, all other items and clothes are not negotiable. The bathtub is a flat price of 88.44. You still have money to earn. Su Tian smiled, his face was so thick that it was invincible. Just cut it in half.
If you don't sell it to him, just go home and buy it on Taobao.
Damn. Taobao is definitely cheaper than this. Raising 3 babies. You must save the money that needs to be saved. Young man, you are really brave to bargain. Do you think you are going to a mall to buy clothes? 88 is reduced to 44. You are so young, and it must be difficult to raise a baby. Take 44. The shower gel is 68. Don't bargain, handsome boy. I will give you 2 baby towels as a gift. 3. I have 3 babies. Okay, 3 is 3. Auntie suddenly feels a little tired. Business is hard. I just happened to meet such a stingy customer. I don't even want to do Su Tian's business anymore.
Little handsome boy, next time you need milk powder, please come to my store.
No problem. Milk powder is the most profitable.
I hope Su Tianxia can buy milk powder from her next time.
The purchase price of that baby bath basin is 36. Paid the bill. Su Tian went to the intersection and found the delivery man standing at the bridgehead.
The old man rides an electric tricycle and does not need to carry things upstairs.
He is only responsible for pulling simple goods. He asked Su Tian for $50 at one price. Unloading goods at the door of the community unit. Su Tian sat down on the steps, took a deep breath, and called his mother on WeChat video. After ringing for 30 seconds, Su's mother answered the phone. Son, no money?
Su Tian shook his head and smiled. Mom, I graduated from high school a long time ago.
You know I'm working part-time recently.
Mom, congratulations to you, congratulations to you.
Xiaotian, what nonsense are you talking about so late in the afternoon? Mom is busy watering the flowers.
Some flowers in the flower shop need to be exposed to the sun, but there is no sun in the house, so they can only be moved to the door to be watered and dried.
Su Tian opened his mouth and smiled. Mom, congratulations, you are a grandmother. Be a grandmother? Who will be a grandmother? Su's mother was stunned. She kept watering a pot of pennywort with the watering can in her hand. The water in the pot was about to overflow, and it directly overflowed onto the ground. Her expression was still slightly dazed. I told you that you're going to be a grandmother. Su's mother reacted and the watering can in her hand fell to the ground with a pop. Son, Xiaotian, you said mom is a grandmother, you have a child? Yes, there is a child. Is it true or false? Su's mother took a deep breath and quickly picked up the watering can. Put the flowers in pots back to the store. Xiaotian, don't lie to me. It's not fun to lie to people about this kind of thing. I'll send you a location. You can take a taxi and come over to see your grandson. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. She knows. Immediately, Su Tian hung up the call. Su's mother was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She quickly locked the door and pulled down the shutter. It was too sudden. She was a little overwhelmed. Oh, Xiaotian, it's a good thing that mom doesn't have a heart disease. Oh my god, I'm going to be a grandmother. Su's mother's eyes revealed an excited smile and she quickly dialed Su Jing's number. After the call, Mother Su was extremely delighted. You really are a grandmother. Xiaotian quietly found a wife and had a child.
You didn't allow him to date in high school, but he had a baby in college. Come home, go home, and change into a new set of clothes.
Chapter 23 The ugly daughter-in-law meets the mother-in-law. Xiaotian, it's so hot. Your phone is so hot.
Lin Weiler used Su Tian's cell phone to ask Wang Meili how often to bathe the baby. Wang Meili replied that the season in March is not too hot and it depends on the baby's sweating. Generally speaking, it is enough to take a bath once every 2 days. If you don't want to wash, just wipe your body with a baby towel to keep it fresh.
It's normal for the phone to be hot. I have a Xiaomi hand warmer. It will get even hotter in the summer. Su Tian bent over and installed the guardrail of the crib. Guardrail installed. Put on a new mattress and a thin quilt. Su Tian gently moved the 3 babies to the bed. It's done. Su Tian clapped his hands. The active and started kicking his legs again. If he could kiss them, Su Tian would really like to kiss the 3 little angels. At this time, the cell phone rang. Su Tian answered the phone. It turns out that my mother has come looking for me. This speed is indeed a bit fast. Seeing that Lin Weiler was still browsing Taobao, shopping for mother and baby products, Su Tian quietly left the room alone. Then he took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the door of the apartment building. Xiaotian, Xiaotian. Su's mother called anxiously. Su Tian smiled. Mom, you're here. You little brat, are you afraid that mom will object to your relationship? You went to high school for academics, and you can have a free love relationship in college. Mom doesn't bother to care about you, but you actually played the game of making a fait accompli. Xiaotian, you can have fun, but you have to pay attention to safety measures. Now that you have a baby, what about your studies? The key is, are you worthy of the girl? You should give her a wedding first since she is pregnant before marriage. Su's mother came up and started scolding her. Su Tian was confused when he heard this. I wasn't really worried that my family wouldn't allow me to date, so I just went ahead and made it a done deal. But what a bad fate. Mom, it's too late to say anything. Mother Su glared at her son and said, I'll teach you a lesson later. If your father finds out, he'll definitely slap you twice. In a blink of an eye, she smiled happily. Oh, Mom, let me take a look at the eldest grandson first. The elevator made a ding sound. Arrived at the 9th floor. Mother Su rubbed her hands and said, Xiaotian, this is your first time meeting your daughter-in-law, and I'm a little nervous. Su Tian said helplessly, Don't worry, your daughter-in-law has a generous personality and is very good. I am here with you. Back home. Wire, my mother is here. Lin Weiler was leaning against a pillow while making a video call with her mother. She wanted to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Hearing Su Tian shout, he immediately hung up the phone and put it aside. It's beautiful. When Su's mother saw Lin Weiler, she couldn't help but praise her. As a woman, Lin Weiler's facial features amazed her. Kiss Me has big grape-like eyes, a fair face and a high nose bridge. Take a look, the skin is delicate and white like goat milk curd, and the eyebrows are curved. It's okay to be a little fat. Fat women are blessed. My son made a profit. Hello, Auntie. Being looked at so carefully and seriously by Su's mother, Lin Weiler's pretty face turned shy and her heart was pounding with nervousness. Since she likes Su Tian and Su Tian is the father of her child, she must accept Su Tian's family. Okay, hello. Looking more closely, why does it feel familiar? Seeing his mother's confusion, Su Tian explained, Mom, the baby's mother is Lin Weiler, teacher Lin, she is my sister-in-law's best friend, and she used to teach at the #1 middle school in the city. Haven't seen you for several years. When Su Tian said this, Su's mother was shocked and stunned. Wow, my son has succeeded in getting his sister-in-law as best friend? You little bastard, you even dare to chase after my sister-in-law's best friend. Weier is really beautiful. It was Weier who chased me, Mom. Hearing this, Su's mother's eyes rolled. Ha? My son is so attractive? Lin Weier secretly clenched her fists. She was going to be so angry. Bastard, this girl, when did I ever chase you? How dare you make up lies? She was so thin-skinned that she couldn't even say the word like. Not to mention chasing. Mother Su looked at Su Tian sternly. You must treat Weier well in the future, do you hear me? If you don't treat Weier well, I will be the first one to peel off your skin. It was not easy for someone to carry your baby for 10 months. He turned around, changed his expression in an instant, looked at Lin Wire tenderly, and said with a smile, "Wire, you just gave birth to a baby and you must take care of your rest. If you have any needs, just tell Xiao Tian directly. Don't feel sorry for this brat, he's taking advantage of you." Oh my god, Xiao Tian married his high school teacher. It's really a great bargain. After marrying into the Su family, she was favored by Xiao Tian's grandparents and was valued as a regular staff member. Lin Weiler is a high school teacher, with a professional system of teaching and a job provided by the government. It is even more difficult to recruit high school teachers. Su Tian felt that his mother's love for him seemed to disappear in an instant. Oh, two beautiful babies. When she turned around again, Su's mother widened her eyes and saw Anan in Lin Weiler's arms. And one more? Mom, Wire gave birth to 3 triplets. Oh my gosh, triplets. Hee, Wire, you are so awesome. Mother Su lay down beside the crib with a look of joy on her face and looked at the 2 little ones. I'm going to be a grandmother now. Is this the first baby or the second baby? Lin Wire said, the one near the bed is our second baby, Nuanyuan, the one next to her is our first baby, Can, and the one in her arms is our third baby, Anan. Su's mother was a little confused. I thought about it internally. Dabeo Chan. Erbo Nuanyuan. Anan, San Bao. Su Tian Dao, Mom, Su Can, the brilliant Can, Su Nuanyuan, Su Anan. It's a nice name. Mother Su turned around and stopped smiling. What are you laughing at, you little brat? You didn't even tell me that my daughter-in-law gave birth to triplets. You kept such a big thing a secret until now. Go to the kitchen and cook. I'll chat with Ware for a while. She brought old hens and old hen eggs. There were also 2 crushing carps and some vegetables. Su Tian was so choked that he didn't dare to say a word. Wire, I'm going to cook rice and stew fish. The confinement meals rewarded by the system have 100 recipes. Among them is the cooking method of braised fish. Pfft, go ahead. Lin Wire waved her hand. Su's mother took out a thick red envelope from her bag. Wire, this is a gift from your aunt. Lin Wire took a look and saw 1 in a million written on the red envelope. There is 10,001 yuan in it, 10,001 yuan. Giving a gift that is 1 in a million means that the man's family values the woman and their daughter-in-law. Auntie, I have money to use, I don't need any money. Lin Wire said honestly. Mother Su grabbed Lin Wire's hand and said, oh my god, your skin is so white and tender, and you have such good skin. She smiled and said, take it. This is a gift from your aunt. Other girls have it, but our Su family must have it. It's not easy to raise 3 babies. Faced with the enthusiasm of Su's mother, Lin Weiler was obviously overwhelmed and had to accept the money happily. Don't care how much money you have. As long as Su's mother values her, she will feel happy. Before Su's mother came, she was worried about encountering an unreasonable mother-in-law. Su's mother has a kind face and is obviously not an evil mother-in-law. Inwardly, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 24 The System Loves You, Moi. Su Tian was like a tool, cooking a sumptuous stewed fish and a cold dish of sesame sauce and cold noodles. Mom, Where, dinner is ready. Su Tian shouted. He was wearing a cute apron with kitchen expert written on it. This apron belongs to Lin Wire. When I was having dinner and chatting with my cousin, sister-in-law, and Lin Weiler. I've heard that Lin Wire knows nothing about cooking, and it seems like she'll burn down the kitchen. There is actually an apron for the kitchen expert in your kitchen? Mother Su shouted, Xiaotian, Wire is not able to move easily. Come over and carry her to the sofa. It will be more comfortable for her to eat on the sofa. Don't sit at the dining table. Auntie, Xiaotian doesn't need to hold me, I can walk by myself. Lin Weiler said shyly. Su's mother was too enthusiastic. Why are you walking? It's inconvenient for you to move. Is your cesarean section wound not healed completely yet? As long as you don't put pressure on your abdomen, it won't hurt. Auntie, look at your wound. Lin Weiler lifted up her loose short-sleeved shirt. Just then, Su Tian walked into the room. While taking care of Lin Wire in the hospital, Su Tian was outside the curtain when the doctor changed the dressing and disinfected the wound, so he had not seen the incision from the cesarean section. When I saw it this time, I couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Wire noticed Su Tian's expression and couldn't help but look extremely sad. She said disappointedly, the stretch marks on your belly are ugly, right? Your belly is so loose with dense purple marks, just like an old woman's. Other places are okay. There's only a small part of the belly. It costs a woman a price to have a baby. No, this is the great trace of maternal love left after you, Wei gave birth to the baby. Su Tian explained. Snort. Regardless of whether Su's mother was around or not, Lin Wire still said unhappily, your eyes clearly show disgust. She gave birth to triplets. My belly becomes very big in the late pregnancy. After delivery, the belly is looser than that of other mothers who have just given birth. Su Tian said in a panic, no, I don't dislike you, it's just that I saw your little belly for the first time, it's very cute. Cut. Mother Su quickly glared at her son and said, it's all because of you, little brat. You have to love Wei twice or 3 times as much in the future. You can't be Wei's father for nothing. You will graduate in 3 months. Don't even start graduate school. Work hard to earn money to support Wei. Su Tian didn't dare to respond to his mother. Mother Su's eyes flashed, hurry up and bring Wei to the sofa to eat. Okay, Wei, hold my neck tight. Su's mother walked out of the room. Lin Wire fiercely stretched out her delicate jade hand and pinched Su Tian's face, pouting and angrily said, I told you to despise me, I told you to despise me, I'm so mad at you. I felt so wrong that I almost cried. She had never dared to show Su Tian the stretch marks on her belly because she was afraid that Su Tian would dislike her. I don't mind it. I will definitely recover in the future. Taking the opportunity, I touched her plump little belly. You want to die? She spat lightly with a blush on her pretty face, then stretched out her hands and hugged Su Tian's neck tightly. Su Tian picked her up and walked towards the sofa. System, can you find a way to remove the stretch marks on the baby's mother's belly? I can do anything you ask me to do. Something happened. Ask the system. Can. The system answers. Su Tian looked ecstatic. Lin Wire's lost expression just now was seen by him without missing a single detail. Presumably, the stretch marks on her belly after giving birth must have made her very sad. The host only needs to take care of the baby for 1 month, and the time spent with the baby must reach more than 3 hours a day. After completing the primary achievement of being a babysitter, the system will reward you with a magic ointment. After applying it, you can remove the traces of having a baby. The magic ointment can even remove cesarean section scars. The mechanical prompt from the system brought an excited smile to Su Tian's face. System, I love you. Kiss me, moi. System. He gently placed Lin Wire on the sofa. Mother Su took the food from the dining table to the coffee table and scolded, look, you don't care about Wei at all. It must be more comfortable to eat on the sofa than on a chair. You are so careless. Eat on the sofa from now on. No. I'm not careful enough. Wire, your body is prone to sweating during confinement. Drinking some loofah and crucian carp soup can clear your lungs, detoxify and dissipate heat. Mother Su picked up the small bowl and helped Lin Wire serve her meal with a smile on her face. Lin Wire felt a little shy inside. Oh my god. Are you being served like this? She ate the fish and slurped the soup. Xiaotian, is this really the meal you cooked? Yeah, is there anyone else in the kitchen besides me? Your cooking skills are amazing. Lin Weiler praised in disbelief. This is the first time I have drunk such delicious crucian carp soup in all these years. The soup is rich in aroma and delicious. After drinking it, even my tummy felt a lot warmer. This was much more delicious than the fish soup that Su Jing brought her in the hospital. Mother Su tasted it and was surprised. Xiaotian, your cooking skills have improved. Auntie, I didn't expect Xiaotian to have a talent for cooking. Did you consult your cousin Su Feng again? No. Su Tian boasted, in fact, I am a chef, and my cooking skills are not inferior to my cousin Su Feng. Although my cousin's cooking skills are very good, he only knows how to knead dough. If we compare the overall cooking skills, he is a younger brother. Pfft, I'm praising you, and you even put it in your pocket. Lin Weiler was amused. However, Su Tian's cooking skills of stewing fish are really amazing. Wow. She also envied her best friend for marrying a chef. I didn't expect that Xiaotian, baby's father, is such a great cook. Xiaotian, why don't you open a restaurant after you graduate and make money to support your 3 babies? Su's mother asked. Su Tian was speechless. Mom, I'm a top student in a science university. I scored 628 in the college entrance examination. Isn't it a bit degrading to be a chef? Bah, didn't you say that you can't even get a salary of 10,000 yuan in lunching after graduation?
The only way is to go to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and you have to take the postgraduate entrance examination and study for a master's degree.
The most urgent thing is to make money to support your grandchildren. Sue's mother retorted. Su Tian said, we'll talk about it later. I can earn over 10,000 yuan a month as a Taobao model, and I only shoot once a week. If I shoot more often, I can make more money. Oh, yes. Her son is so handsome. Modeling is fine as long as you can make money.
Lin Wire drank a mouthful of fish soup and pouted, you are not allowed to be a model.
I won't let you give the milk powder money you earn from being a model to your baby.
Sue's mother was shocked. Oh my god, with the expression and tone of her daughter-in-law, her son will definitely be controlled very strictly in the future.
His good days are over. Su Tian asked in confusion, why?
Models make clean money, just taking photos.
It's not allowed anyway. You are so handsome. Also taking model photos. What if a rich woman takes a fancy to you?
In fact, it's not that I think the model is bad, but Su Tian must post the model photos he takes on Taobao. Being watched by men is fine, but being watched by women from all over the country browsing Taobao, she can't stand it. At worst, when the money is gone, I can ask my grandparents for more pocket money.
Mother Su glanced at her son and daughter-in-law, smiled helplessly and said, did you hear what Weyer said? You are not allowed to be a model. Find another way to make money. Okay.
Lin Weiler glanced at Sue's mother nervously and began to have wild thoughts in her mind.
Am I too strong? Will my aunt find her difficult to get along with and an unreasonable woman? Little did Sue's mother know that this was the best way. Ever since Su Tian went to college, she could no longer control Su Tian. Now that there is a baby, it is the daughter-in-law's turn to take care of her naughty son. After dinner, Sue's mother said with a smile, Xiaotian, help Weyer walk around the room, then carry her back to bed. Mom will wash the dishes and clean up the kitchen. Su Tian was confused. Isn't it bad for your health if you have difficulty walking? Why not just carry him back to bed? Actually, it's not like that. Take a walk after a meal and you can live to be 99.
The same is true for mothers who have just given birth.
Su Tian suddenly woke up. Oh my god. It seems like his mother has been assisting him all the time. Chapter 25 Don't go home without your son-in-law.
After dinner, Sue's mother hugged the eldest child, the second child, and the third child. Looking at the three little ones who were only a week old, Sue's mother's eyes were full of smiles and she was extremely happy. She took photos and short videos. When she got home in the evening, she planned to tell Su Tian's father. After all, such a big thing could not be hidden from the baby's grandfather forever.
Mom, come over tomorrow at noon.
Su Tian shouted, Mom, just stay here.
Sue's mother glared at her son and said, this is not your house, it's Weyer's house. No matter where you live, you need Weyer's consent to stay there.
Lin Wire said, Auntie, you like your grandson and granddaughter, it would be nice for you to stay and accompany them. No, Weyer, the flower shop is still very busy.
Mom has to work hard to earn money for grandson's milk powder. Come back tomorrow at noon.
After saying that, Sue's mother walked out of the room and closed the door gently.
Actually,
Lin Wire was afraid of embarrassment. She was still not used to being alone with a man. Afraid of being shy and embarrassed.
Weyer, I'm going to sleep in the second bedroom. The baby will have a bath tomorrow night. Call me if you cry in the middle of the night. Su Tian took the initiative to walk towards the second bedroom.
He is very courageous.
But I dare not make any mistakes on matters of principle.
It's better for him to sleep in the second bedroom first. One day when Lin Weiler is kind enough, she might ask him to sleep in the master bedroom.
Lin Wire looked at Su Tian, who suddenly looked sneaky, and asked, what if the baby cries in the middle of the night and you can't hear it?
She was worried that she couldn't take care of 3 babies by herself.
Especially as a new mother. Su Tian chuckled, then Weyer, let me sleep on your bed. You wish. Go sleep by the bay window. Put a cushion under you and move the blanket over there. Su Tian.
He had no choice but to put cushions and sheets on the bay window. Holding the pillow, he lay directly on the bay window. The bay window was very close to Sanbaonen, and the old father was unkind and stretched out his big feet and swung them in front of Anan.
Don't bully your daughter, stinky boy. I'm just teasing Anan. I'm going to call my mom, don't talk. Okay. Su Tian nodded.
Lin Weiler made a video call to her mother on WeChat.
After connected, the face of Yun Suexian, a teacher at Su Tian University, suddenly appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. Yun Suexian smiled and said, Weiwei, do you miss your mother?
TSK, I don't miss the tigress, I miss Schwer, let me see Schwer.
Yun Suexian asked in confusion, Weiwei, why is your hair so messy? You look a little more haggard than usual. If it's hard to get a PhD, then come back.
I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're so old, why are you still studying for a PhD? Oh, let me see Schwer. A playful and cute girl's face appeared in the camera.
Sister, is Schwer well behaved? Did you fight with your classmates in elementary school?
Lin Schwer waved her little fist and said with a smile, Schwer is so powerful.
The male classmate was beaten by Schwer until he cried. No one dares to bully Schwer. Sweat.
Lin Weiler was speechless towards her sister.
Father Lin said angrily, who dares to bully the girls of our Lin family? From your mother to you, you are all tigresses. Can you be a little gentler? Otherwise, who would dare to marry you? By the way, Weiwei, do you have a favorite boy among those who are studying for a doctorate? What is Schwer eating?
Lin Schwer said, the steamed buns my mom made were so hard that they almost broke my teeth.
Pfft, then just soak it in the porridge until it's soft and you can eat it. And stir fry. Dad's cooking is delicious. Don't change the subject, Lin's father asked, have you found a boyfriend? If not, your mom and I will start looking for one for you. Lin Schwer followed and shouted, Sister, have you found a brother-in-law for Schwer?
Su Tian really wanted to run over and shout, brother-in-law is here, brother-in-law is here.
Ah. Lin Weiler didn't dare to speak. Lin's father scolded, you didn't even come back for the new year. You might as well stop studying for a doctorate. When you come back, I'll find you a good guy and you can get married quickly. Yun Suexian looked at Lin's father and said loudly, why did you come back? We are a family of 3 and we are living well without going home. Husband, we are so happy now. Remember, next time you don't bring your son-in-law home, don't go home. Oh my dear mother.
Lin Weiler bit her lip in anger.
Su Tian burst into laughter. I can't laugh anymore. Oh my God.
This father-in-law and mother-in-law are really tough.
Lin Weiler pouted and said, Humph, who said I can't get married?
I will definitely bring my son-in-law home next month.
I'm already living with a man.
As she spoke, she raised her phone high, and the camera bypassed Sanbaonen and focused on Su Tian, who was laughing heartily.
3 seconds. Su Tian was only given 3 seconds of screen time. Su Tian's sensible future father-in-law waved his hand. Suddenly, the mobile video call went silent. Father Lin happened to be looking at the camera, and in fact he was thinking about his daughter too.
Suddenly I saw the figure of the 3-second man in the camera. Suddenly I was dumbfounded and stunned. After I came to my senses, I felt a pain in my heart.
Is it true that the daughter you raised to this age is living with a man?
Fortunately, Yun Suexian didn't see Su Tian, otherwise she would have recognized him as her student. Father Lin really wanted to marry Lin Weiler off, but when he found out that his daughter was being harmed by another man, his heart couldn't help but bleed. The little princess that I raised for 26 years and the cabbage that I took good care of were really eaten by a big pig's hoof? How old is the other person? What do your parents do for a living? Weiwei, what does your boyfriend do for a living? Do you smoke? Do you drink? Do you have any tattoos? How long have you been together? When did you start living together? Father Lin sipped a glass of white wine and asked a series of questions. When Su Tian heard Lin's father's voice on the phone, he suddenly panicked for no reason.
Damn. Is Mr. Lin going to check the household registration?
Lin Weiler looked at her father, who was so anxious that he became a fool. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Hang up, don't reply to the message, don't be curious about what your son-in-law looks like, bring your good son-in-law home next month. After saying, the video call was immediately interrupted. At the Lin family, Yun Suexian, who was having dinner, smiled and said, Weiwei has finally gotten the hang of it. She now knows how to live with a man. Father Lin was upset because his daughter was being bullied by another big pig. What are you laughing at? Who knows where he found this wild man? Who knows if he is from another place? Who knows what his character is like?
I tell you, I absolutely do not agree with my daughter marrying off to another city. The other side. Su Tian, who was sitting with his legs crossed on the bay window, couldn't hold it in any longer. Where, your mom is so awesome. Then, she imitated the tone of her mother-in-law, don't go home without your son-in-law. Chapter 26 The First Day of Living Together. After a busy day, Mr. Su took a shower and lay on the sofa, smoking a cigarette and scrolling through Douyin out of boredom. As a decorator, I am tired every day. Because of his good skills and high reputation, he has never lacked work. I took on all the decoration work with a friend, and all the work is scheduled for next month. I can earn 400 to 500 yuan a day. Although it is a bit tiring and hard, I don't have any health problems. Decoration work is very physically demanding, and working is also like exercise. When his son Su Tian gets married, he will make money for Su Tian and have grandchildren. Then he can retire completely. Old Su, take a look. Su's mother came up to Su's father with a look of joy on her face, took out the new Apple phone that Su Tian bought for her with the money he earned from his part-time job, and opened the photo album. Father Su frowned and looked at the three fair and tender little guys humming on the screen. Father Su asked in a deep voice, "Are you crazy about wanting to have a grandson? Whose baby is this?" Hee, congratulations, you're already a grandfather. This is Xiaotian's child. I'm already a grandmother. Su's mother's eyes were full of smiles. But when the words came out of Su's father's mouth, their meaning instantly changed. It was like a bomb exploded on him. He trembled all over and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. The fingers holding the cigarette trembled. He opened his eyes wide and asked, "What did you say? This is Xiaotian's child? Don't tease me, my heart is not in good condition." Really? Look, this is your eldest grandson, this is your second granddaughter, and this is your third granddaughter. Father Su frowned and asked, "What's going on? How long are you and Xiaotian going to keep this secret from me?" As he spoke, he took 2 puffs of his cigarette and put it out. Mother Su said with a smile on her face, "I just found out about this today. Xiaotian has been hiding it from me all along. Xiaojing has always known about it but never told me. Now I'm a grandmother." Then, Su's mother told her everything she knew. Xiaotian is such a jerk. He gave birth to a baby without any emotional foundation, and his daughter-in-law must be tied to the Su family's boat. Father Su was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the living room. "Don't worry, my son is already living with her." Well, having said that, we haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet, so who knows what the situation is. Father Su sighed and lit another cigarette. "I'll go check it out tomorrow and ask Xiaotian in person." "You can't see her. My daughter-in-law is still in confinement after giving birth. It's not convenient for a grown man like you to see her. Wait until Xiaotian and teacher Xiaolin have a certain emotional foundation and their relationship has warmed up, then you can go and see her." Okay, I'll just make a phone call, okay?" The Su family has always been headed by Su's father. Su's mother is gentle, hardworking, and simple, and she manages the whole household. She has a completely different personality from her younger brother's sister-in-law, So Huiwan, and is not a tiger mom at all. Then, Father Su called Su Tian. Su Tianjiang was changing the diaper for his third child, and the little guy whined and tried to grab Su Tian's face with his little hands. Su Tian leaned his face closer, and the little cutie reached out and pinched it, making Lin Wire laugh heartily. "Wire, she is so naughty, Daddy," Su Tian blew a kiss to his daughter across the air. Then, he smelled the changed diaper, looking very enjoyable. Lin Wire covered her mouth anxiously and frowned, "You are a pervert. You want to smell the baby's poop. Hey, baby's poop doesn't smell at all. Now it is no longer meconium, but a yellowish and smelly substance with no odor. There is no smell at all. It is probably because the baby is still young and is being breastfed." At this time, Su Tian's phone rang. "Shoo. My dad." Hearing this, Lin Wire immediately pricked up her ears. "Dad." Father Su came up and started to scold him. "You still call me dad? Do you still have me as your biological father in your eyes?" "Well, of course I don't see it in my eyes, but you should keep it in your heart." Su Tian replied mischievously. "Heart." I couldn't help but feel nervous. It seems that the unreliable mom has told Dad that he has grandchildren. I have repeatedly emphasized that we should wait until Lin Wire is out of confinement before dragging everything out. "Tell me what happened. Dad wants to hear the details." Why did you have a child? Tell me the whole story. Okay, details. Su Tian laughed helplessly and said, well, the specific situation is like this. He doesn't hide much. It's a momentary impulse to say that you are a man. I hope my dad, as a man, can understand him. Father Su laughed at him. I don't understand you at all. You have a terrible drinking habit. Now that the matter has been settled, you have to pay the price for what you have done. Dad won't scold you anymore. I'll give you 1 month to get the marriage certificate with your girlfriend, meet the parents of both sides, hold a full moon banquet for your eldest grandson, and discuss a date for the wedding. Once you and your daughter-in-law hold your wedding, the matter will be over. Lynn Weiler's fair and tender face was as rosy as a rose, and she shyly covered her head with the pillow. Oh my God. Dad Su is so scary. One sentence gave her everything clearly arranged. Su Tian was in a state of confusion. Dad, what did you just say? Little bastard, shall I repeat it to you? No. Su Tian was as timid as a kindergarten kid. Dad, isn't this too fast? My mom has also told you about Weyer and I. We need time to develop our relationship. Hurry up, raise up, get the marriage certificate, register your grandchildren first. Do you want them to be unregistered? Not at all. You have to promise me this, or I'll drive to find you right now. No, don't come, I promise. He was not afraid of Sue's father and Lynn Weiler meeting. But he was afraid that Sue's father would slap him in the face. From childhood to adulthood. If I say I'll beat him, I really mean it. Father Su then smiled happily. That's right, the little bastard has made great progress. So, say hello to teacher Xiaolin for me. Beep. The call was disconnected. Su Tian found that his palms were sweating. Wire, my dad has already arranged our future. Su Tian shamelessly climbed onto the bed and whispered in her ear. Get off. Who allowed you to get on the bed? Lynn Weiler said shyly. Oh. Su Tian lay obediently on the bay window. Lynn Weiler moved the pillow away, her face was tender and rosy. What? Your father is so terrible. She was gloomy about the future. We can only take one step at a time. I'll plan other things after I'm done with the confinement period. But what Sue's father said scared her completely. The future path was arranged clearly. Everything from getting the marriage certificate, registering the baby, holding a full-month banquet and engagement party for the baby, to her and Su Tian holding the wedding, it was truly a one-stop service. Oh my God, it's so scary. Wire, stop imagining this. Although I promised my dad, I still have to let things develop naturally. We have to cultivate our relationship. Bah, who wants to develop feelings with you? She spat lightly, turned over, stretched out her legs and hugged the quilt, turned sideways with her little butt sticking out, leaving Su Tian with a beautiful back view. Idiot, your underwear is showing. Su Tian said. You tell me. After all, he is the child's father. If you want to take advantage of small things, just take them. It doesn't matter. With a click, Lin Wire reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. In addition, Su Tian pulled all the curtains shut, so even the moonlight couldn't shine into the room, and it suddenly became pitch black. Lin Wire's mind flashed back to what Sue's father had just said, asking her and Su Tian to register for a marriage certificate. Her heart suddenly started beating with nervousness. Wire, good night. Su Tian said and closed his eyes. But how can I fall asleep? Lin Wire whispered softly, good night, big fool. Good night, moi. Who wants to kiss you? Go to sleep. The two people who were secretly in love with each other accidentally got pregnant and gave birth to babies. In order to take care of 3 little angels, they had to live in the same room. Lin Weiler's inner thoughts were very complicated, including joy, fear, and even a little excitement. She always maintained her girlish reserve, but when the baby cried for the second time at 4 in the morning, that reserve was completely thrown away without a trace. Wire, feed her. The eldest child was very quiet that night, but the second child, Nguyen, and the third child, Anan, kept bothering their old parents. Lin Weiler listened to the babies whimpering and crying. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She reached out and pulled up the loose teddy bear sling. Hey, I'm sleepy. How can I feed you if you don't let me get on the bed? Get on the bed, she murmured with her eyes closed. Su Tian had no choice but to sit at the head of the bed holding the baby. Urbanuanuan ate a midnight snack until late at night, and his happy little mouth made smacking sounds. There was also Lin Weiler's light snoring.
At this moment, Su Tian was so impressed with Lin Weiler that he even doubted whether a Buddhist nanny like her could really keep 3 little cuties alive if he didn't come to take care of the babies.
You are really the baby's real mother. Chapter 27 Lin Weiler's loving breakfast. Thank you for your hard work last night.
When Lin Weiler woke up, the sun was already shining into the room through the gap in the bedroom door.
Because the curtains are completely closed, even if the sunlight is very bright, it cannot shine into the room. The first day of living together. Happy life begins. I was so unrestrained last night. Lin Weiler looked at Su Tian, who was sleeping soundly, and lowered her head to glance at the baby's firm, round, and soft rations. I was taken advantage of by the big fool Xiao Tian again. I must stay alert tonight, stay alert. Said silently. Thought of something. He worked so hard last night. I'm such a lazy mom.
The baby's crying was like a radar to Su Tian. As long as he cries, he can open his eyes in seconds, and he can climb down from the bay window no matter how sleepy he is.
Lin Weiler feels so lazy.
The baby cried in the middle of the night, and Su Tian patiently changed the diaper. The baby was hungry, so Su Tian held the baby in her arms and she went to feed him. But the second time, she was so sleepy that she didn't even want to breastfeed, so she had to let Su Tian feed her. She is so lazy, like a tool for feeding babies, a tool for providing breast milk to babies. My sleeping posture is so ungraceful. Lin Weiler felt so stupid that she cried. She adjusted the suspenders that had slipped off her shoulders and said, Lin Weiler, you don't live alone now.
There is a man at home.
Be reserved, you must be reserved.
Afraid of waking Su Tian up, she got out of bed quietly, held onto the edge of the bed, then the wardrobe, and then the wall, and walked out of the room. After a simple wash, I came to the clean kitchen.
Xiao Tian works so hard, I want to make him a loving breakfast. A woman excitedly opened the Doing Delicious and Loving Breakfast tutorial.
There is flour at home. And a frying pan. Just make a pancake. He. Half an hour passed. Su Tian heard a crackling sound in a daze. War? Is it thundering? Is it raining?
He suddenly opened the curtains, and the sunlight was extremely dazzling, causing his eyes to shrink suddenly.
Sanbao Anan kicked his little feet and looked at his father blankly. Good morning, moi. Good morning, Debao, Erbao, moi.
There was another crackling sound, which made him frown.
The sound from the kitchen?
I put on my slippers and walked out of the room, and at a glance I saw Lin Weiler standing in the kitchen busy with her work. There was oil all over the stove, flour piled up on the chopping board, and flour scattered on the sink, chopping board, and basin. There were also a few empty eggshells placed aside, and the range hood was buzzing. There was even a pile of lettuce scattered on the ground.
Xiao Tian, she spoke softly and secretly glanced at Su Tian's expression.
I saw Su Tian looking at the mess she had made.
Xiao Tian, why does it make a crackling sound when I pour oil into the pan?
It scared the teacher to death.
Xiao Tian, the pancake flour is ready.
100 grams of flour and 50 grams of water.
But I don't have a scale at home, so I just put it in according to my imagination.
So she started kneading the dough to make pancakes.
If you add too much water, add flour. If you add too much flour, add more water to the basin. This is how her mother kneads the dough.
Then the cycle continued endlessly, ruining a whole basin of flour. Finally, I kneaded the flour, let it rise for a few minutes, and rolled the dough into a pancake shape with a rolling pin.
Su Tian chuckled, tell me who said you are a goddess, I promise I won't beat the shit out of him.
Humph, goddess is used to describe beautiful women, it's just the female teacher in the office who started the trouble. Another single male teacher tried to court her by buying her breakfast. There was even a male classmate who secretly wrote her a love letter beginning with goddess teacher, but was discovered by his classmates.
That's how it got this title. Am I very stupid?
Lin Weiler asked aggrievedly. Su Tian tapped her forehead and said, you are not only stupid, you are going to blow up the kitchen.
This is just a simple breakfast. If you stir-fry a few dishes, the kitchen will definitely blow up.
Pa, that's not the case.
She blushed. Su Tian took a deep breath and was extremely impressed by the childless mother.
Lin Weiler was definitely the worst cook she had ever seen.
Lin Weiler doesn't think so.
She felt she was very brave. She had never cooked before. At most she had made instant noodles once, but she did it by soaking them, not boiling them.
She doesn't know how to cook instant noodles.
I don't know whether to put the seasoning first or the noodles first. This time, she confidently searched for the tutorial of loving breakfast on Douyin, wanting to make a loving breakfast for Su Tian.
Unexpectedly, I messed it up. I feel so wronged. So sad. What's this? Su Tian asked.
I saw a black thing on a white plate.
Fried eggs, fried eggs.
Su Tianqi's mouth twisted. This fried egg. The stray dogs on the roadside all shook their heads when they saw it.
Do you want to send the baby's father away?
Oh, how could that be? Lin Wire was too embarrassed to look up.
And this pancake.
Others are golden and crispy when they're fried, but yours is black like the bottom of a frying pan.
If you open a restaurant specializing in dark cuisine, your business will definitely be a big hit. TSK, that's not so exaggerated. The fire was a little too high. Just turn it down a little next time. Is this a matter of overheating? Go wait for me on the sofa. I'll make breakfast.
Next time if you get up early and are hungry, just order takeout.
Su Feng complained unhappily, supported her waist, and walked towards the sofa step by step.
Your tone sounds like you disdain me. Lin Weiler pouted her thin lips in grievance.
Who wouldn't be disgusted by cooking like this?
Don't touch me, go away, I'm so mad at you. Almost instantly, tears of grievance flowed out from the corners of her eyes like a stream. She was literally crying because of her own poor cooking skills.
Is this fried egg really that bad? It's just a little darker. She turned around and ignored the pain in her lower abdomen.
She picked up Hehe's egg and stuffed it into her mouth despite Su Tian's obstruction.
Wow, so bitter, so bitter. Spit it out directly. It's really hard to eat. Su Tian asked with a helpless look. Wire, you are really 26 years old this year, not 16?
She is so childish.
Oof. In front of the person I like, I just want to pretend to be an immature little girl.
Su Tian wiped the tears from her eyes and said, I do despise you, but since you are so beautiful and attractive, I will forgive your poor cooking skills. As he spoke, he helped her sit down on the sofa and kissed her cheek with his little mouth.
Salty. The taste of tears. Ah, you are going to die.
He stretched out his hand and pinched the soft flesh on Su Tian's waist.
Su Tian howled in pain until she let go. Wire, you'd better wait and eat.
Walking into the kitchen, he laughed and said, this dough is too big.
By the time it's done rising, it will be lunchtime. Stop talking.
She shyly touched the right cheek that Su Tian had kissed, her heartbeat quickening. Stinky little Tian.
Su Tian boiled a pot of water.
Wash the vegetables, cut the dough into small pieces, cover them in a bowl and let them rise for a few minutes.
Knead the dough and start rolling it. Hand-rolled noodles cut with knife.
Looking at the handsome figure in an apron busy at work, Lin Weiler's lips unconsciously curled up into a happy smile. So happy, I'm so happy. She took out her cell phone and secretly took a few photos of Su Tian's side profile.
She really wanted to post them on WeChat Moments to show off.
Su Tian waited until the water in the pot became boiling, then added the cut noodles and vegetables. At the same time, pour in the leftover fish soup from last night, and add a little salt and sesame oil. Before serving, sprinkle in a handful of chopped green onions.
Unfortunately, there is no coriander at home.
On another stove, 2 fried eggs were being fried in a frying pan.
Here, fish soup noodles with fried eggs, steaming hot and delicious, eat it quickly. Lin Wire gave a thumbs up and said, Xiaotian, why don't you open a restaurant? I'll be the boss and you'll be the chef. My best friend is the boss's wife and her husband is the chef.
I feel that opening a restaurant can be both profitable and interesting.
Let's discuss it after the baby is out of confinement. Su Tian has also thought about starting a business, but he decided to wait until Lin Weiler is out of confinement before thinking about it.
Oh, very delicious, very tasty. She took a photo happily, picked up the chopsticks and slurped the noodles and drank the soup. The fish soup noodles were super delicious.
Why didn't she think of making a bowl of fish noodle soup? How stupid. I kept calling Su Tian a fool. After breakfast, the two couldn't wait to return to the room to accompany the 3 babies. Lin Weiler was responsible for feeding the baby.
After feeding the first baby, Su Tian took the first baby away and then held the second baby in her mother's arms. After feeding the second baby, he continued to feed the third baby.
What surprised Su Tian was that Lin Weiler did not turn her back to avoid his sight while feeding the baby. Xiaotian, do you think I'm stupid? I can't cook. I can't even make breakfast or fried eggs. Lin Wire asked in a lost tone.
Although she is a little heartless, she still cares about what Su Tian said about his dislike for her.
Su Tian chuckled, "I've seen the little kitchen expert on TikTok, but this is the first time I've seen him in real life."
Where, you really broadened my horizons.
You're full of disdain.
I will definitely practice my cooking skills and work hard to improve my cooking skills.
She waved her little pink fist and asked, "Do you think the teacher is stupid and useless? You worked so hard last night, but she couldn't even make you breakfast, and I asked you to make it yourself."
"No, you have milk."
Bang! A little bear pillow flew towards Su Tian fiercely. Chapter 28. Father Su is here, a strong father. Help the teacher up. We need to clean up the kitchen. Auntie will laugh at the mess when she comes over. Lin Wire held onto the head of the bed and tried to climb out of bed. My mother has gone to the countryside and will be back in the afternoon. I'll go and clean up later. Father Su postponed the renovation job he had taken on for one day today and drove his family's old Santana back to her UN village in the countryside.
Su Tian's grandparents opened a chicken farm when they were young, but now they are old and can no longer work, but they can still do some small business.
There are only about 100 chickens in the chicken coop in the yard.
I usually sell eggs to the village supply and marketing cooperative.
The money I earn is enough for the old couple to live on, and there is even some surplus.
Su Tian's father decided to keep the fact that he had 3 babies a secret from his parents for the time being. After all, the situation of Su Tian and Lin Weiler is more complicated. Father Su slaughtered 2 old hens and carried a large basket of old hen eggs. At the same time, he brought 2 live chickens and planned to raise them in the small yard on the first floor of the Xingfu community. After eating the 2 dead chickens, kill the other 2 and send them to Lin Wire. Lin Wire needs to breastfeed 3 babies during her confinement.
Su's mother believes that nutrition must be kept up, so as not to let the grandson and granddaughter go hungry. Driving back to the city from the countryside, Father Su looked a little anxious and irritable.
He smoked a cigarette and said, "Xiao, I still want to go see my grandson and granddaughter.
Otherwise, I won't have the energy to work. I always feel inexplicably irritated. It will be a month later when teacher Xiaolin is out of confinement. Mingming already has grandchildren and has become a grandfather. We can't meet yet. How could he bear it? Okay, I'll call my son and ask if Mr. Xiaolin is willing to see you." Su's mother understood the old man's feelings. Father Su sneered, "Your idea is really humble. With Xiaotian here, how can you not be willing?
After all, our son and Ms. Xiaolin were born out of an accidental pregnancy and have never been in a relationship. We must respect the girl's opinion. Ask ahead, ask ahead. I'll just stay for a few minutes and then leave," Father Su said impatiently. The car drove smoothly back to the city. Of course Su Tian agreed to let his father come.
Lin Wire is not that pretentious. The sooner you see your parents, the sooner you can feel at ease.
When she learned that Su's father was coming, she changed out of her pajamas and put on formal clothes, dressing very appropriately. Because her baby needs to breastfeed, she doesn't want to wear a bra or panties. But I'm also worried about sagging, because when I'm breastfeeding, some of the milk will always overflow from my breasts. Among her 3 babies, one of them didn't eat well, so she had no choice but to consult Dr. Wang Meili. Wang Meili suggested that she buy breast pads and choose a bra with buttons at the front to prevent sagging and make it convenient to feed the baby.
Now she is finally relieved. It was dinner time.
Su Tian followed the steamed bun tutorial his mother sent him and steamed 2 pots of fragrant flower-shaped steamed buns. Lin Weiler had gathered all the flour in the morning and kneaded a dough that was bigger than her head. She couldn't just waste it and throw it away. I had no choice but to steam a pot of steamed buns and a pot of flour rolls.
Wow, so soft and white,
Lin Weiler exclaimed, pinching the white bun with her little hands. The flour roll looks more appetizing with a layer of chopped green onions inside.
Su Tian's cooking skills are great.
On the coffee table were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried vegetables, and lean meat porridge. They are 10,000 times better than the steamed buns my mom makes.
Lin Wire asked with a smile, "Have uncle and aunt had dinner?"
I have. I had beef noodles at my brother's noodle shop.
It should be here soon.
Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Wire put down her chopsticks immediately. The nervous little hands were clenched together.
"I dare not eat it." Su Tian opened the door.
Father Su, who looked exhausted, was carrying eggs and an old hen. Su's mother brought a variety of vegetables and a crucian carp. Lin Wire is breastfeeding, and crushing carp can increase her milk supply, which is very rich in nutritional supplements for women.
Dad, you're here. Su Tian said.
His mother has loved him since he was a child and has always given in to him in all things, but his father has a bad temper.
I got angry, but I really beat him up.
After beating him up, he went back to smoking alone to pass the time.
Father. I didn't understand it when I was a kid. Now I understand. The education method is stupid.
I must educate my son well in the future.
Father Su saw Lin Wire at a glance, and without even looking at Su Tian, he walked over and said, "Hello, Teacher Shaolin."
It's not appropriate to call her Wire. I don't know how far the relationship between my son and Lin Wire has progressed. It hasn't reached the stage of calling her daughter-in-law yet.
The most appropriate thing to do is to call him Teacher Kobayashi. Hello, Uncle.
Lin Wire stood up and greeted with a smile.
Father Su hurriedly said, sit down and talk." Su Tian sat down and picked up the chopsticks. "Did I let you sit down?"
Father Su said sternly.
Su Tian stood up immediately. Xiao Tian is such an ignorant guy.
As he said that, he slapped Su Tian hard. Su's mother hurriedly grabbed Su's father's hand and asked, "Why did you hit your son?
Do you think he is still a human being?"
"It's all your fault for spoiling him since he was a child. His drinking and character really make me, as a father, look at him in a new light."
It's a good thing that Mr. Xiaolin didn't call the police to arrest him. Su Tian.
Lin Wire explained anxiously, "Uncle, don't say that about Xiao Tian.
I insisted on giving birth to the baby.
It has nothing to do with Xiao Tian."
Father Su was very pleased that his daughter-in-law still supported his beloved son. But he didn't relax his mouth. "This brat," Father Su sighed, "the rice is already cooked. What do you think we should do next?"
Lin Wire was so nervous that she didn't dare to speak.
Mr. Su seems to be in a bad mood. I really wanted to beat Xiao Tian just now. Dad. Shut up. Father Su turned around and glared at Su Tian.
Lin Wire was silent and didn't dare to answer, or she didn't know how to answer.
The baby is already born, what else can I do?
From the perspective of an old man like me, although Xiao Tian is a little immature, he is still handsome.
He and you are definitely a perfect match. He did something wrong, so let him make it up to you and your daughter, the four of you, for the rest of your life. Relationships can be cultivated slowly, so get the marriage certificate first. Don't worry, our Su family is not a wealthy family. His sister got married early, and we only have Xiao Tian as a son. The money we earn is his money, so it should be no problem to support 3 babies. Whatever kind of life you want, Xiao Tian will work hard to give it to you, and we will work hard too. Everything can be delayed, except marriage. The child needs to be registered after getting the certificate, so he can't be an illegal resident, right? Other babies have full-month banquets, so won't Can, Nuanyuan, and Nen have one? Su's mother smiled secretly. The old man is really strong. Look, the little girl is so scared that she dares not speak. But wouldn't it be a bit rude of Mr. Su to do this? Dad, you scared my Wire. Su Tian said unhappily.
Lin Wire nodded, "Uncle, don't worry, I won't run away. Xiao Tian and I will discuss getting a marriage certificate.
He is the child's father. It's the man I like again. Could she still run away?" Father Lin's tone shows that he is really worried that she will run away.
Seeing that Lin Wire's expression was a little stiff, Father Su was worried that his tone of voice might be too harsh.
I suddenly felt nervous. Father Su opened his mouth and stammered, "Teacher Xiaolin, Uncle spoke a little hastily. I apologize to you. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I hope you can get married with Xiao Tian as soon as possible for the growth of the 3 babies." Lin Wire waved her hand and smiled, "It's okay, you're also considering the baby."
Mr. Su looks so anxious. Is he really worried that she will run away?
The messy, nervous and stuttering tone formed a sharp contrast with his strong appearance just now.
She felt that Father Su wasn't so scary anymore. Father Su was really worried that Teacher Kobayashi would run away.
Away, the son of Su Tian's uncle, spent a high betrothal gift of 188,000 yuan to marry a female college student. The female college student gave birth to a little boy for Away, but what made the whole family sad was that just in the second week after the confinement, Away's wife ran away with the little boy. He didn't even get a divorce, he just ran away. The most important thing is that they took away the baby that the whole family loved. He was worried that Su Tian would follow in the footsteps of his uncle's son away.
Chapter 29. I'm definitely not going to graduate school.
Mother Su smiled and said, eat quickly, the sumptuous dinner is getting cold.
Wire, let's eat first.
The two elders walked quietly to the master bedroom.
Father Su looked at Sanbaonan, who was sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but smile. The little guy is so cute. Shu, speak softly and don't wake the baby, said Su's mother. Father Su walked to the other side of the bed to look at Can and Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan has woken up. She narrowed her eyes slightly and stared blankly at her cheap grandfather. Is this Debeo? He's awake, asked Su's father. Because the babies were all wearing diapers, Father Su couldn't tell which one was his grandchild. Mother Su showed a kind smile. The one sleeping next to me is my little grandson. My second baby Nuan has woken up and is so well behaved. He is not crying or making a fuss. After saying that, she walked out of the room. Father Su was still staring at his little grandson and granddaughter in a daze. The image of Su Tian as a baby appeared unconsciously in my mind, as if I had forgotten it a long time ago, and I couldn't help but shed tears in my eyes. Xiao Tian is 22 years old and already has a son and a daughter. You must treat teacher Xiaolin well in the future. This naughty boy has a naughty mouth and is better at coaxing girls than his father. I am relieved. Father Su muttered to himself softly as if he was possessed by a demon. 10 minutes later, after lunch, Su's mother was puzzled as she helped clean up and wash the dishes. Xiao Tian, why did you steam so many flour rolls and steamed buns? Su Tian blinked. Mom, Wire likes to eat steamed buns and flour rolls, so I steamed some more. Lin Wire blushed and said, Auntie, I like to eat flour rolls and steamed buns. In fact, it is the dumplings left over from the flour. Knead the dough. Add water if there is too much flour. If there is too much water, add more noodles. As you knead the dough, it becomes more and more. Mother Su nodded. Oh, okay, no wonder the brat kept asking me how to proof the flour and how much yeast to put in. At this time, Su's father walked out of the room. Xiao Tian, Dad wants to ask you, are you still studying for a master's degree? Su Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Taking care of the baby, how can I have time to take the postgraduate entrance examination? The road to postgraduate study is long, and I have given up on your son. If you don't want to read it, then don't read it. Father Su sighed. One baby is fine. With 3 babies, it would be hard to even concentrate on work. Father Su asked with concern, if you don't study for a master's degree, will you graduate in the summer and go to work? What are your plans and intentions? Let's talk about it after graduation. I will probably start a business part-time, such as pushing a food truck to set up a stall to sell snacks. If that doesn't work out, Wire will have a job to support me. Father Su said angrily, I want to talk to you about something serious, stop laughing. Wire's teacher's job is not enough to support the baby, and she still expects to support you. Dad, the baby is still young, why bother thinking about these things? There will always be a way out. No matter what job your son does, he will be the best. Father Su said nothing. That's true. Su Tian has been smart since he was young. Grow up and become smarter. Teacher Xiaolin, uncle is leaving first. Xiao Tian has always been asking for a beating since he was a child. He deserves to be punished. Father Su left a note with his phone number written on it. If Xiao Tian dares to bully you, or if you punish Xiao Tian and he dares to resist, you should call uncle immediately. His mother dotes on him, but uncle never felt sorry for him even when he was slapped in the face. A filial son is born under the stick. This is his way of education. Lin Wire smiled warmly in her heart. Thank you, uncle. I feel relieved with your words. Son, if you don't have enough money to raise the baby, tell me. Goodbye, auntie. Goodbye, uncle. Mother Su never forgot to remind him, make sure to take good care of your grandson and granddaughter. The 2 old people were embarrassed to stay in the house for a long time, so before leaving, they filled the refrigerator with meat, fruits, and vegetables. When I opened the refrigerator, a bunch of vegetables almost fell out. Su Tian felt like he didn't need to go downstairs after staying at home for a week. What do you think of my dad? Lin Wire smiled sweetly and waved the small note in her hand. Hee, if you dare to bully me, be careful not to call uncle to complain, or he will really beat you up. You are so cruel. Su Tian curled his lips. Wire, is your BMW 3 Series still there? Exist. Give me the keys, and save me the trouble of buying a car. Lynn Weiler pouted and smiled. Huh, you wish.
She thought of something and walked to the door and took out the car keys from her bag.
It's been almost a year since I last had my car serviced.
Please take some time to go to the 4S shop to change the oil and maintain the car.
Su Tian.
Father Su walked out of the elevator, took a long breath and lit a cigarette.
He looked at Su's mother nervously. Xiao, tell me, did my attitude and tone of voice leave a bad impression on teacher Shaolin?
There was a hint of annoyance and regret in his tone.
The first time I became a father-in-law, I felt extremely stupid. No way? Mr. Kobayashi. Weier won't think too much. But, you are a little impatient, old man. The baby is already born, how can teacher Xiaolin run away?
Relationships need to be long-lasting. Father Su said anxiously, the wife that your eldest brother's son, married ran away. It doesn't matter that she took the betrothal money, she even took the baby with her.
Oh, Weier is not that kind of person.
She is a teacher, and our son is so handsome.
Where can she find such a handsome husband if she runs away? I'm just worried. It's useless for you to match them up. Nowadays, even if you're married, you can get divorced. It's useless to cook raw rice into thick porridge.
The key still depends on our son.
You have to trust Xiao Tian. Mother Su then asked, Old Su, you said Weier is in confinement, can I come and take care of her every day? What are you doing here? Don't come. If you take good care of them, it's fine. If you don't, you'll be hated. Young people think differently from us. If you miss your grandson and granddaughter, just come and take a look and leave. Okay. Mother Su opened her mouth unhappily.
Before my son and teacher Xiaolin get married, don't tell others that you have a grandson or granddaughter. Our son doesn't care, but teacher Xiaolin's image must be maintained.
City prices are rising rapidly now. A pound of pork costs 26 yuan, and baby products are even more expensive. How much money have you given your son?
Mother Su shook her head and smiled. Xiaotian doesn't want money, he said he has money.
Nonsense. Father Su's face darkened. Give me 30,000 first. In recent years, the family moved from the county town to the city.
After paying the full amount for the house and adding in the daily food and drink expenses, there wasn't much money left. The old couple still had about 200,000 yuan saved in their pockets. It would definitely not be enough for Su Tian to marry a wife.
Cars, houses, betrothal gifts, wedding banquets. Money.
Xiaotian, your sister transferred 15,000 yuan to me, saying it was for the baby's birth, 5,000 yuan for each baby.
Lynn Weiler looked at the WeChat transfer and hesitated for a long time before daring to accept it. That's great, it will ease the financial pressure, let's take it. Su Tian said.
Lynn Weiler pursed her lips and said hesitantly, but, I'm quite embarrassed.
Su Tian chuckled, what's there to be embarrassed about? My sister is a brother-supporting demon. She will even pay for my wedding.
Lynn Weiler glared at him.
That's so ugly. What do you mean by brother-supporting demon? Be careful that your brother-in-law will chop you with a knife. He doesn't dare.
My sister taught him how to make cake. My sister helped him to become rich.
TSK. Su Tian snatched the phone and took the money directly. What's this about the brother-supporting demon? It's just a joke. When he gets married, he will definitely help his sister and brother-in-law.
Besides, when my sister married my brother-in-law, she only asked for a betrothal gift of 30,000 yuan, but she paid back a dowry of 150,000 yuan. With this money, the couple opened a bakery together, earned money to pay the down payment for a house, and lived a stable life.
Su Tian sighed, 3 babies means a lot of money, why don't you have 7 or 8?
Lin Weier said shyly and angrily, Humph, you think I'm an old sow who can give birth to a litter of piglets in my lifetime?
Weier, what my dad told you. Chapter 30 I love taking a bath, my skin is great. Do you want to get a marriage certificate with me?
Lin Weiler is thin-skinned. It concerns her lifelong happiness, and in terms of age, she is equivalent to being Su Tian's sister. She let go of her shyness and became brave.
Think. Lin Weier asked nervously, are you with me because of the baby? Or?
As she spoke, her pretty face blushed seductively.
Su Tian said tenderly, I like you.
I have been secretly in love with you since you served as a bridesmaid for my sister-in-law.
Really? So embarrassing.
At that time, Su Tiankai was only 18 years old.
Just have a crush on her? Absolutely. Is this a confession?
Lynn Wire didn't dare to look up at him.
The courage I had just mustered disappeared in an instant.
I like you, like the wind that has traveled 80,000 miles without asking when it will return. Puff. Lynn Wire punched his chest with her little fist. Don't say these words to coax little girls.
Doesn't she know how much this sentence can hurt an old woman like her? I'm so embarrassed.
Are you willing to take care of me for the rest of your life, treat me well with all your heart, not have a mistress, not cheat on me, and only love me from now on?
Su Tian chuckled. Why does this question sound like a question asked by a green tea bitch? You are the green tea bitch. Lynn Weiler angrily grabbed Su Tian's ear. I'm about to get married with him. Never been in love. Can't I ask these questions before getting the marriage certificate if I'm sensitive? Hurry up and tell me. I do. Su Tian smiled and asked back, then teacher, Wei Er, are you willing to be nice to me? Of course I do.
Lynn Weiler said generously.
You only wear sexy clothes for me and treat me well. You are going to die.
She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away and stopped talking.
Can I go to bed tonight then? The bay window is a bit hard.
No, a harder bay window is good for the cervical spine.
My dad likes sleeping on a bay window. I'm not your father. Su Tian murmured. So, let's start with a romantic relationship, holding hands and kissing, okay? Oh my god, this is the content of the chat. If Su's mother knew, she would think Su Tian was an old man born in the 1970s.
Lynn Wire was so charming and her face was as red as a ripe red apple.
She was so embarrassed. Is the conversation between the two of them just now considered a confession of love to each other? Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You can't be too shy.
In fact, it is not impossible to let Su Tian go to bed.
During the confinement period, I sweat a lot and feel hot all the time.
If Su Tian was lying next to him, he would definitely be too hot to sleep. She consulted Dr. Wang Meili, who said that it was normal to sweat and that the excrement had not yet been completely eliminated. The body has a strong internal heat, but after a few days of exercise after the confinement period, it will return to normal. Because she felt hot, she only wore a sling at night and asked Su Tian to feed the baby in the middle of the night. You have taken all the advantages, but you still want to take more advantages. You are so mean. Go downstairs to pick up the package. After taking a deep breath and adjusting her state, Lynn Weiler's expression became more natural.
Su Tian was helpless. What are you buying again? Diapers. The weather will be hot next month in April.
Sister Lu Ting said that wearing diapers can dissipate heat more easily.
Otherwise, it is easy to get prickly heat and rashes.
It is better to wear diapers when the weather is hot, but you have to wash them.
Good. Su Tianxia went downstairs to pick up the express. Lynn Weiler bought a pure cotton breathable urine ring online. Simply put, diapers. Times have changed now.
The older generation uses scissors or sewing machines to turn old clothes that are no longer worn at home into diapers.
At night, Su Tian filled a basin with warm water, nervously preparing to bathe the baby.
The little ones don't look like they were just born, their bodies are red and wrinkled like little monkeys. Now her skin is fair and tender, with delicate skin and tender flesh, and the vernix caseosa has not completely disappeared.
You have washed DeBeo, Lynn Weiler said. Su Tian gently hugged DeBeo and asked, what's wrong? Ah, I'm shy, DeBeo is a boy. I give up. Even if it's a boy, he should at least wait until he's 3 years old. Su Tian grinned. The baby's mother is really a top-notch person. Why aren't you shy about feeding her? Oh. Su Tian carefully put DeBeo into the basin, putting his feet in first. Wow, DeBeo burst into tears instantly.
Don't cry, Lynn Weiler coaxed nervously.
Although DeBeo resists taking a bath, there is nothing we can do. It's time to wash. Put it in the water and gently rub the body.
The little guy knew how to resist, and began to kick the water hard with his little feet. Since her tear glands were not fully developed, her dry crying produced no tears, which broke Lynn Wire's heart.
She said distressfully, why don't you just wipe it off and don't wash it? Just wash it with your hands.
Although I bought baby bath gel, my baby is less than 3 months old. Su Tian didn't dare to put shower gel on his body, he just washed it with clean water. Don't cry, just take a shower.
Dad will sing a song for you.
I love taking a bath, my skin is so good, put on a shower cap and sing and dance, Wash up and down, rub left and right, and come and shake hands when you have time. When the baby heard his father's singing, he miraculously stopped crying. Lin Wire was full of admiration. Xiaotian, you are amazing.
Dabeo really stopped crying. Su Tianyi stopped singing, and Dabeo continued to cry. Xiaotian, sing quickly. Su Tian, I love taking a bath, my skin is so good.
Daddy's big boy, be a good boy, take a shower and smell the fragrance.
When you grow up, girls will like you.
Dabeo simply washed himself, wiped his body clean, dried all the moisture, and applied talcum powder.
Good boy, it's time to give your sister a bath. Lin Weiler really admired Su Tian.
She muttered to herself. Regardless of whether the baby understood her or not, she had a happy anti-smile on her face and completely put herself into the role of a nanny. In comparison, her as a wet nurse looks very stupid.
After Dabeo washes, the second one will wash. Su Tian changed the basin of water again. The second child, Nguyen, is a little lady. She is well behaved and didn't cry.
He just hummed and moaned with a hint of resistance.
It's time for Sanbao. Sanbao is safe. What Su Tian didn't expect was that Sanbaonen was very strong.
He was less than 10 days old, and he cried loudly when his little feet touched the water.
Don't cry, don't cry. The little princess will take a nice bath and smell good.
The little princess smells delicious.
Daddy, I love taking a bath. My skin is so good. But singing doesn't work for Sanbao Anen.
She was still howling and crying, which made the couple very panic.
Xiaotian, let me feed her.
Lin Weiler was so anxious.
She is so stupid. When the baby cries, I just feed him and comfort him. Whether the baby is hungry or not. Stupid, it's easy to choke when drinking milk in the bath.
But she still cries.
The next second, Su Tian felt his hands were a little sticky. Why did the water in the basin turn yellow?
It turns out she had pooped. Su Tian was speechless.
Anen is so naughty.
Look how well behaved her sister and brother are. Su Tian quickly washed his hands and picked her up.
Wow, so cute, so white and tender.
Daddy, kiss your stinky feet. Su Tian kissed her feet.
Don't cry, or Dad won't like you anymore. After you take a bath, Mommy will feed you milk. Can you drink milk?
Suddenly, she stopped crying.
Oh my God, do you understand? Su Tianrun, who was talking to himself, was shocked. And An's foodie attribute was overflowing.
Lin Weiler had already poured out the yellow water, cleaned the basin, and filled it with warm water. Both of them bathed their baby by placing the bathtub directly on an old-fashioned double tub washing machine, which was just big enough to hold the baby's bathtub.
Let's take a shower. The little cutie continued to cry as his feet got wet again. This time, no matter what Su Tian said, the baby wouldn't stop crying, even with a quacking duck toy in his hand. Who would have thought that Anen, who was very afraid of water when she was a child, could swim better than her father at the age of 3? After taking a shower, I wiped my body clean, applied talcum powder, and changed into diapers. Lin Weiler held the little guy in her arms and comforted him with concern. The little guy cried so hard that his facial features were wrinkled. She was worried that Anen would faint from crying, so she held her in her arms and started feeding her. After she started drinking milk, the crying finally stopped. Xiaotian, next time you give Sanbao a bath, just wipe his body.
Your heart is broken from crying.
Bring Dabeo and Erbo here. Lin Weiler shouted.
Anen took a few bites and stopped eating.
Su Tian first picked up Anen.
I saw milk all over Anen's face and mouth. I really don't know how she eats.
Su Tian licked it curiously and drank up all the milk on the little guy's face.
This scene happened to be seen by Lin Weiler. Her eyes trembled and she stretched out her little hand with trembling fingertips.
Xiaotian, are you crazy? How could you? Su Tian was a little confused. Anen is really dishonest when eating.
She doesn't eat properly, so all the breast milk is wasted.
I tried it out of curiosity.
No tasting, no eating, the baby's father is really unreliable. It seems that I have to think carefully about getting the marriage certificate.
Su Tian burped Anen.
The little guy burped and held his father's hand tightly with his little hand.
Chapter 31, I'm finally out of confinement.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for bathing the baby for the first time and completing a small achievement of fatherly love. The system rewards you with a collection of children's songs. I hope the host will keep up the good work and become a qualified and excellent dad. Listening to the female voice prompt of the system, 100 singing methods of children's songs suddenly appeared in Su Tian's mind.
Oh my god, can you give me something practical and useful, like a car, a house, money, or something like that as a reward?
The system answers, every song in the children's song collection can help babies sleep and soothe them. It has the elements of lullabies and is very effective for soothing babies aged 1 to 3 years old.
Okay, got it. Su Tian responded to the system speechlessly. Xiao Tian, can you play King of Glory? Lin Weiler asked.
She was a little bored playing Tetris during her pregnancy.
The students in the class all play King of Glory in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. She tried a few and felt it was pretty good. I just played it when I was bored. Yes. Lin Weiler asked curiously, what's your rank? Prestigious Platinum. He doesn't usually play with pesticides. In the dormitory, I play LOL and PUBG. After all, he is the gold master of Noxus, so he will have no problem beating the king of pesticides. It was Platinum or Curry who forced him to log in and play together, but they only played a few hundred games in total. Oh, I'm Glory Gold, we can play ranked matches together.
She smiled excitedly. So the two of them teamed up to play King of Glory.
Su Tian was really angry about this. He insisted on playing a mage even though he couldn't. Dodgy in the middle lane scored 0-12.
I was playing Monkey King and almost broke his golden cudgel, but I still managed to push down the opponent's crystal.
In another round, Su Tian was lying on the bay window and whispered, Wei Er, come quickly, I'll give you a blue buff.
I saw that she had thrown her phone aside and fell into a sweet sleep.
Su Tian led a team of 4 against 5 and won a qualifying match with great difficulty. The days passed one by one. It will be a month soon since the baby was born.
That day, Su Tian called his mother over and asked her to help take care of the 3 babies. Lin Weiler wants to go shopping tomorrow, otherwise she will feel like a useless person staying at home.
Xiao Tian, I want to eat pig's trotters.
I heard that pig's trotters are full of collagen and are good for lactation.
1 month.
Her milk supply was still plentiful.
The main thing is that the nutrition is adequate.
The complete list of confinement meals that Su Tian obtained from the system were all chicken, fish, soup, and some nutritious stews.
She is an absolute foodie.
In just 1 month, Su Tian made her plump and white.
I am gaining weight with 3 meals a day. I have long since gotten rid of the slightly obese state and am even a little bit overweight.
But there is still no flesh on the face, and all the flesh has grown on the butt and belly. When shopping for clothes on Taobao or JD.com, you can only choose large, loose-fitting clothes, otherwise they will look ugly when you wear them.
Su Tian didn't feel fat.
His figure was perfect, enough to accommodate more than 90% of women. Although she is a little fat, her appearance is still invincible.
She can easily make a career in the entertainment industry. She is not skinny like a monkey. Instead, she has the voluptuous beauty of a woman. I'll ask my mom to bring some pig's trotters. Lin Weiler pushed his waist and said, Don't bother Auntie. What's the trouble? My mom asked me to buy some pig's trotters and corn on the way. We'll have pig's trotters stewed with corn tonight.
Lin Weiler smiled happily and rubbed her hands. Let's indulge ourselves for the last time. I have to lose weight after the confinement period. I can't wear the clothes I wore before pregnancy.
They are so expensive that I can't bear to throw them away.
I must lose weight.
Come on. Su Tian smiled and did not undermine her self-confidence.
He is so greedy that he can eat 2 bowls of rice in 1 meal, which is more than what a grown man like him eats. After a while, Su's mother came with pig's trotters and corn. It is not yet autumn, and the corn is all compressed vacuum greenhouse corn, or last year's corn. But it is definitely delicious when stewed with pig's trotters.
Auntie, am I too fat?
She feels that even ordinary sizes of wedding dresses can no longer fit her. Summer is coming soon, and my legs feel thicker than before I got pregnant, and I can't even wear skirts. Su's mother smiled and said, No, fat women are blessed.
Thank you, Auntie.
Lin Weiler smiled happily and decided to go shopping tomorrow to use her own small stash of money to buy some jewelry and clothes for Su's mother.
Well, there is still 100,000 in the small treasury.
She asked her father for money for the first time some time ago. Father Lin directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her.
I used to ask my grandfather for it, but this time I asked my father directly. Father Lin thought that she was being wrong because she lived with a man, so he angrily transferred 100,000 yuan.
Su's mother reminded her, even though you are out of confinement, you still need to pay attention to your diet and avoid spicy food. After all, you are still breastfeeding. Yeah, Lin Wire nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. I have completely given up chili peppers. She used to love eating chili peppers.
I love spicy food. Not eating for a long time. Even the spicy peppers look delicious, but they don't smell good anymore. Wire, what do your parents think of Xiaotian?
Lin Wire panicked. Auntie, my parents haven't met Xiaotian yet. I'll take Xiaotian home in a few days.
My parents have good tempers and will be very happy that I brought my son-in-law home.
I have lived for 26 years and have never brought a man home. I was very nervous when I took Su Tian home.
I wonder if my parents can accept a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. Anyway, the baby is born, you have to accept it whether you like it or not.
Remember to bring your household registration book with you when you get home so that it will be convenient for you and Xiaotian to get the marriage certificate. Lin Wire said happily, I have discussed it with Xiaotian.
We will get the certificate on May 1st.
The annual holiday can be used as the anniversary of the certificate, which will be convenient for celebration next year.
Okay, Su's mother was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Su Tian was standing in the kitchen wearing an apron and stewing pig's trotters. It was simmered for almost an hour.
Lin Wire no longer felt awkward when chatting with Su's mother.
Chatting while watching TV.
The delicious pig's trotters are here.
Su Tian brought a basin of pig's trotters and placed it on the coffee table. Lin Wire washed her hands and asked, Xiaotian, where's the rice? Corn is the staple food.
It's a whole grain that fills you up and helps you lose weight.
It's so good to eat corn.
Oh, Lin Wire nodded, thinking to herself, you dislike my fatness, so start cooking corn.
Su's mother said, Wire wants to eat rice, Xiaotian, you go and cook.
Auntie, no need. Lin Wire shook her head shyly. In front of Su's mother, she had to be reserved and eat less.
Su Tian complained, Hey, it feels like I'm raising pigs every day. I want to open a pig farm, I can definitely make a lot of money.
Lin Wire bit her lip and tapped Su Tian's arm with chopsticks. It's so ugly, you are the pig, all men are pigs. Looking at her big butt, Su Tian suddenly thought of Gongzi.
It's so scary. No, Wire is still a long way from Gongzi.
Su's mother scolded, if you can't talk, just eat more. A fat woman can bring good luck to her husband.
Your father still dislikes that mom used to be thin.
Oh my god, I've really gained weight. Lin Wire pursed her lips and licked her saliva secretly. The pig's trotters in the basin are delicious and even the air is filled with the unique fragrance of pig's trotters. Although I am very determined to lose weight, the food Xiaotian cooks is really delicious.
Would it be worthy of the chef's cooking skills if I didn't eat 2 bowls of rice? Chapter 32 Miraculous Ointment.
After dinner, Su's mother went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes.
Lin Wire ran up anxiously, took Su's mother's arm, and said intimately, Auntie, you go to the living room to watch TV, go to the bedroom to accompany the babies, and I will wash the dishes. Seeing this, Su Tian was moved to tears. Has the child's mother finally come to her senses?
After taking care of her for a month, she finally took the initiative to wash the dishes.
Could it be because his mother was there?
That's why Lin Wire was so active.
Haha, it must be. Su's mother declined, why should a young man wash dishes? Just take good care of your aunt's grandchildren. The babies are sleeping well, Auntie, please take a rest.
Lin Wire took Su's mother's hand and pushed her to the sofa. I'll do it. Okay, Su's mother smiled happily, her daughter-in-law was so sensible. Seeing the messy bedding and pillows on the bay window, Su's mother was slightly dazed.
Xiaotian hasn't slept in bed for this month? 2.
Lin Wire was very hot-tempered during her confinement period.
Su's mother turned on her phone and made a video call to Su's father. The old man thinks about his grandchildren every day.
Lin Wire tied on an apron and first washed the pots and dishes, and finally cleaned the sink. I applied detergent around the stove and scrubbed it again. Looking at Lin Wire, who was diligently washing dishes with her hair tied up in a bun, Su Tian couldn't help but smile happily.
Is the goddess starting to become a housewife?
Wire, you are great. You finally learned to wash the dishes on your own initiative.
Su Tian praised.
Lin Wire rolled her eyes and whispered, since your mother is here, I have to be more diligent.
This sentence almost choked Su Tian to death. He smiled helplessly, then let my mom come every day. Come on, I will also work hard to become a hard-working woman.
Wipe the stove. Wash your hands thoroughly.
I'm going shopping tomorrow. I can finally go shopping beautifully. She has seldom left the house since the second half of her pregnancy. The only time I went out was to take a walk downstairs. I didn't even go out the gate of the community.
I basically didn't go downstairs in the later stages of my pregnancy.
We went shopping. We wanted to buy clothes for the baby, so we went back to the Tianyun department store in the old city.
We still had a membership card, and we had more than 100 yuan left at a spicy hot pot restaurant.
Su Tian looked at Lin Weiler, who was about to break free from the cage like a lark.
Wire, Teacher Lin, I feel like your personality is like that of a little girl.
Don't you like it? She asked sternly.
She has been like this since she was a child.
I was a little depressed during pregnancy and didn't like to talk. Now I have fully recovered.
When teaching at school, he always maintains a cool and stern look when facing colleagues and students.
That's really tiring. I like it very much. Pa. She went to take a shower.
After taking a shower, I blew my hair dry and changed into a beautiful nightgown. After Sue's mother finished washing up, she said, "Son, I'm going to sleep in the second bedroom."
Good night, Auntie. Good night, Where?
Returning to the master bedroom, Su Tian immediately closed the door. "Wire, I want to sleep on the bed today," Su Tian said shamelessly.
Anyway, he had already taken enough advantage, so it would be okay to take a little more, right? Lin Weiler got into the quilt and said shyly, "Can you give the teacher some more time?"
She nervously called herself a teacher again. She thought Su Tian wanted to sleep on the bed and wanted to do something naughty with her, but she was not ready yet. It was too sudden. Although the lochia has been discharged.
But that kind of thing. At least hold hands first, then kiss. Little did they know.
Su Tianjin had no other ideas.
I just want to sleep on a soft big bed. Okay, I respect you. Su Tian said gently.
Lin Wire blinked and said, "Thank you, Xiaotian." After an hour, the system prompt sounded suddenly in my mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying the baby for a full month and completing the primary task of loving companionship.
Reward, the magical ointment has been distributed to the host's school bag.
Please check it carefully. Apply it to remove any scars.
Su Tian took a long breath. It's finally here, I've finally waited for it. Ding dong.
Love Companion Intermediate Achievement, accompany your baby for 100 days, then you can get better rewards from the system.
I understand. Su Tian was very excited.
Whenever Lin Wire feeds her baby, she sees the stretch marks on her abdomen, and her eyes and expression become dim.
A girl who loves beauty must be very sad if she has scary stretch marks on her belly.
Su Tian also looked up some information and found out that this thing occurs in the late pregnancy and is caused by the tearing of skin fibers as the belly expands. As long as you get pregnant and give birth to a baby, it is inevitable no matter you are an ordinary woman or a goddess.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, the warm cry of Erbo was heard. Su Tian opened his eyes instantly, walked off the bed like a robot, and checked everything.
It turned out that he had pooped.
Xiao Tian, is the baby hungry? No, I just pooped.
Go to sleep.
Just change your diaper.
Lin Wire took the initiative to reach out her hand and pulled Su Tian over. With her eyes half open, she pressed her pink lips against Su Tian's cheek and kissed him. "Xiao Tian, you've worked hard."
In a daze, he rewarded Su Tian with a kiss.
Then she continued to sleep with her legs up in the air.
Su Tian was a little amused. That's it? You still want to be a single mother? What a bullshit.
After changing the diaper, he hugged Nuan and nudged her in his arms. Don't cry, Daddy is with you." Nuan didn't want to sleep anymore and grabbed Su Tian's face with her little hands.
It took Su Tian 10 minutes to coax her into falling asleep.
Thinking of something, he quietly walked to the living room and took out the magic ointment rewarded by the system. He opened the lid of the ointment, carefully returned to the room and closed the door. At the same time, he turned on the flashlight on his phone with one hand.
I didn't mean it. She lifted up Lin Weier's skirt.
I immediately saw SpongeBob and almost laughed out loud.
Gently apply the ointment on Lin Weiler's belly. Do you want to apply it on the scar? Forget it. This is a mark of the great maternal love from a cesarean section. Just leave it as it is.
It won't cause any trouble.
Besides, if the scar from the knife is removed, Weier will definitely be suspicious. It's better to just remove the stretch marks.
At this time, Lynn Weiler was having a sweet dream, with a trace of saliva flowing from the corner of her mouth.
She dreamed that she and Su Tian went swimming together.
With a splash, she went into the water, and felt her belly was cool, a very refreshing feeling.
After applying the ointment, Su Tianqing lay on the bay window. System, how long will it take for the ointment to take effect after application? 2 hours. A smile appeared on Su Tian's lips.
Tomorrow, Wire will see the pregnancy lines on her belly disappear, which will be a big surprise.
P.S. Although this is a post about a nanny, it is hard to write about a baby who is just born. He can't talk, play, or walk. He can only eat, sleep, and poop. There will be more plots about the babies later.
Please watch it patiently, the following plot will be very exciting.
Chapter 33 Shopping Together.
At 5 o'clock in the morning, the baby woke up crying, and Su Tian fell asleep again in a daze. If this continues, I feel like I'll become bald sooner or later. At around 7 o'clock, the sunlight shone into the room through a gap in the curtains. Lynn Wire opened her eyes and rubbed them.
Why did she feel cold down there?
When she looked down, she found that the corner of her nightgown was lifted up to her chest, and her long white legs and SpongeBob SquarePants were exposed to the air. She nervously glanced at Su Tian secretly, and saw that Su Tian was sleeping soundly, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
She's exposed.
I don't dare to sleep in my nightgown tonight.
Ha!
My belly. Lynn Weiler thought of something and immediately lifted up her skirt. Touched the fleshy little belly. I saw that the densely packed purple and wrinkled stretch marks on the white and smooth belly had disappeared. It was as if I had returned to the time before I became pregnant, with only the scar from the cesarean section left, and most of the scars had disappeared. The scar is like a birthmark, and there is no sign of surgery. She jumped out of bed excitedly and ran to the bathroom.
Looked in the mirror. Stretch marks are really gone. Oh my God. God is touched.
Exercise hard, eat less, and exercise your belly to make it tighter and slimmer.
Wire, you're awake. Sue's mother greeted. Lynn Wire nodded. Good morning, Auntie. What are you so happy about?
Sue's mother just noticed that Lynn Weiler was as excited as a child, with her eyebrows and eyes full of smiles. Lynn Wire smiled happily. Auntie, the stretch marks on my belly have disappeared, and my belly has recovered. I remember there was still some when I took a shower last night, but it magically disappeared after I slept.
Mother Sue smiled. Wire is such a kind girl, even God is blessing you. Auntie.
She hugged Sue's mother for dozens of seconds like a little girl.
Wake up, Xiao Tian,
said Sue's mother. Lynn Wire shook her head. Let him sleep until he wakes up naturally.
Auntie, you and I will take the baby to the living room to feed him. We are going shopping today to buy a stroller for the baby. Oh, okay. Wait for Su Tian to wake up at around 9 o'clock.
The first thing I saw was Anan with his eyes open.
Anan, good morning. Anan ignored him and stared at the ceiling blankly, as if thinking about life. Can, Nuanuan, good morning. Ah. Can murmured and made a slight sound. Little piglet, you must protect your 2 younger sisters when you grow up. Daddy will give you a kiss. Regardless of whether he could kiss her or not, Su Tian kissed Debeo on the cheek.
In the living room, Lynn Weiler was bending over and mopping the floor to clean the house.
Good morning, Wire. Xiao Tian, I.
She originally wanted to share the joy of the disappearance of stretch marks on her belly with Su Tian.
If Su Tian asked her to lift up her skirt to see, would she agree or refuse? What's the matter? No, nothing. A smile appeared on Su Tian's lips.
She must have noticed that her belly had become smoother and whiter than before, but she was just too embarrassed to tell him. After all, a girl's belly is definitely a private area. There are fried rolls made by Auntie in the pan, and some rolled ham.
I'll heat them up in the microwave for you.
The baby cried in the late night and Su Tian was the one taking care of him. In the first half of the night, she could help to coax the baby and feed him, but in the second half, she just ignored everything.
When it's daytime, I will definitely serve and reward Su Tian. Thank you, Wire.
After breakfast, Su Tian Kai began to wash up. Brush your teeth and wash your hair. By the time he finished washing up, Lynn Weiler had already changed her clothes.
The outfit made Su Tian's eyes widen instantly.
White casual sneakers, light blue loose split jeans, and a white short-sleeved t-shirt. A yellow Chanel-style jacket and a waterfall of black hair draped over her shoulders. The key is that she also put on makeup, drew eyebrows, and applied lipstick. This makeup and the outfit for going out shopping are definitely not something a college girl can dress up like.
Showing maturity.
When it comes to dressing, I choose loose clothes, which makes my face look neither thin nor my body thin.
This is amazing. I'm very curious, how does she manage to look thin when she's dressed, and have voluptuous bodies when she's undressed? He stared blankly without blinking.
Mother Sue also noticed her son's expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Xiaotian, go change your clothes quickly.
Oh, okay. Lin Wire smiled happily. Have you never seen a beautiful woman? I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Naughty.
In comparison, Su Tian was dressed more simply. The combination of white sneakers, gray casual trousers and red and black long-sleeved shirt is very rough. In this season, it is still a bit cold to wear short sleeves, so you have to wear long sleeves.
Auntie, I'm leaving the baby to you. Lin Weiler said.
Mother Sue smiled and said, you guys go shopping. I'll take care of the little grandchildren.
Where's the milk? How do I drink the milk?
Lin Wire said, it's already stored in the refrigerator.
Auntie can heat it up. Mom, I'm going out. Call me if you need anything.
I'll be back after lunch.
Good. Walk out of the room and go downstairs. Lin Wire stretched and said, stupid, should we drive a BMW or a Mercedes? Listen to the tone. She is definitely a rich woman. A BMW, of course. Lin Weiler sat in the driver's seat skillfully and started the car. Su Tian moved the passenger seat back and crossed his legs like a pretty boy. Sit down.
Lin Weiler reached out and patted Su Tian's thigh.
Oh. Su Tian chuckled. Wire, do you think this is our first date?
It was our first date.
She is sweet and beautiful inside. Go on a date with the boy you like and go shopping together.
This was something she had dreamed of before, and now it had finally become a reality. Let's go back to the old city to go shopping first. I'm not familiar with the shopping malls in the new city, and I don't want to go to Wanda either. When the car drives out of the community.
Xiaotian, I miss my baby. Why don't we go back? Lin Weiler stepped on the brakes. A van next to us quickly passed by and the driver started to curse. Do you know how to drive? How can you brake like that? You almost rear-ended me. Female driver, stop talking. The aunt in the co-pilot seat said. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Big sister, we just went out. You've put on makeup, how can you not go shopping?
Don't worry, my mother takes care of the baby much more carefully than you do.
Don't call me big sister. It makes me look old. Lin Wire took a deep breath.
Wire, drive carefully.
Don't think about the baby when you go out. We will be home after lunch anyway.
Oh. Her driving skills are very good. I have been driving for 8 years. I got my driver's license at the age of 18 and have been driving ever since.
I was just thinking about my baby.
Less than 10 minutes after leaving him, I felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help but step on the brakes. The two set off towards the old town.
Chapter 34. The taste of love is delicious.
The car stopped in the parking lot.
Su Tian did not forget to take a look at the fee notice board. It costs $6 to park for an hour. It's a rip-off. Lin Wire didn't care, it's always been 6 yuan. It's hard to park nearby. There's a lot of traffic. The traffic police will issue a ticket. The two walked towards Tianyun Commercial Building side by side. Lin Weiler's right hand touched Su Tian's left hand intentionally or unintentionally.
Seeing that Su Tian was still indifferent and had no reaction, Lin Weiler bit her lip and immediately took his hand. We must hold hands on a date. Hold my hand, Lin Weiler said. Su Tian hurriedly grabbed her soft and tender little hand. Okay.
You're so stupid. You don't even know how to hold hands. Last night you even wanted to go to bed and do something bad. Humph, you idiot, want to skip the dating process. The two walked to the mall. Su Tian said, my brother's best friend Li Xiaodao opened a maternity and baby store, let's go shopping. Idiot, one will know that I gave birth to a baby. Li Xiaodao's wife is Lu Sherwan. Although the relationship is not particularly close.
But they all hang out in this small circle and know each other.
All right.
The two of them walked into a maternity and baby store at random.
The shop owner was a middle-aged woman.
When she saw Lin Wire, who was tall, elegant, and good-looking, she immediately smiled and said, "Little girl, you're a mother at such a young age.
What do you want to choose?" "A baby stroller."
"Oh, okay, let's take a look at these."
Lin Wire asked, "Do you have a stroller for triplets?" "Oh my god, you are so slim, I can't tell you gave birth to triplets."
"There are twin strollers and side-by-side twin strollers."
"I recommend this stroller that can be assembled from front to back."
"It's convenient for mom and dad to push it alone, and it's more convenient to go up and down stairs and into the elevator."
"Can it be folded?" Su Tian asked. 3 babies. No matter how big the car is, it won't fit.
"It can be folded and disassembled, no problem at all."
Xiao Tian, which one do you think is the best looking? Su Tian never cares about how it looks.
He cares about whether it is comfortable and soft when the baby sits or lies on it.
He felt the material. "Although I don't understand it, I feel it's okay. This black one is good. The white one doesn't last long." "Okay, choose this black one and a single one," said Lin Weiler. Su Tian asked, "How much is the price?"
"The twin stroller is $14.88 after discount, and the single stroller is $898.
"Okay, I bought it." The proprietress smiled and said, "Okay, pretty girl, is there anything else you need?" Xiao Tian, do you think this little dress of the baby is pretty? Su Tian was convinced by the child's mother and said unhappily, "Where, don't choose beautiful clothes. The babies are still young. Just choose the best quality materials. The babies are comfortable to wear. The weather will be hot soon, so you need to buy some breathable clothes." "Oh." Lin Weiler glared at Su Tian embarrassedly. "It's as if I don't understand anything. When I have time, I must catch up on the knowledge I have learned as a mother.
My family bought some toys online, so we decided not to buy any more toys." Lin Weiler paid the bill generously, and Su Tian folded the stroller and carried it in his hands easily.
"Wire, aren't you going to buy clothes?"
Lin Weiler walked to the door of a women's clothing store and hesitated for a long time before going in.
Su Tian couldn't help but ask.
"No, if I succeed in losing weight and regain my pre-pregnancy figure and lose the extra fat, then these clothes will be wasted."
Su Tian smiled helplessly. "You are a foodie who eats 2 bowls of rice for 1 meal. I am not looking down on you, but you will never succeed. Go buy it."
She was already used to Su Tian's straight man tone.
"Ha, I'm sure I've succeeded in losing weight. If I say I won't buy it, then I won't buy it."
Lin Weiler still has a temper. The two came to a women's lingerie store.
Rows and rows of underwear, red, white, yellow, blue, black, lace, suspenders. Su Tian was dazzled by the dazzling array. He was thick-skinned and really picked it up seriously.
Seeing this, Lin Weiler was so angry and ashamed.
It was her who wore the clothes, not him. How could a grown man know the quality of women's underwear? Su Tian looked at the underwear carefully, making the salesgirl blush. After buying underwear, buy pajamas.
In summer, it is easy to expose yourself when wearing a skirt. Every time I wear a nightgown, when I wake up, the dress turns into a scarf. The hem of her skirt fluttered at her chest, exposing her small waist and buttocks to the air.
What is too much is? The bare suspender bra I wore to bed a few nights ago. When I woke up, I turned into a necklace.
I was afraid that if I turned over again, I would strangle myself to death.
Little did she know that Su Tian knew everything about her inner thoughts and the embarrassing incident that happened in the middle of the night. When the baby wakes up in the middle of the night, Su Tian will turn on the light directly. He can never get enough of the feast for his eyes. Sometimes after changing the baby's diaper, I will cover her with the blanket. She chose silky and breathable pajamas so she doesn't have to worry about exposing herself while sleeping at night. I also bought a pair of shoes. In short, just don't buy clothes. The clothes in Tianyun department store are too expensive, and Su Tian is reluctant to buy them.
I only bought a pair of shorts, which can be used as pajamas, and a pair of Antas sneakers.
Lin Weiler paid the bill without blinking. Su Tian felt like he was being kept by someone. This feeling was so good.
Afterwards, Lin Weiler carefully helped Su's mother pick out a gold necklace. Su Tian felt it was unnecessary, but she still insisted on buying it, spending more than $10,000. Then, we walked out of the mall and came to a Huawei mobile phone store. Lin Weiler spent more than 9,000 yuan to help Su Tian buy a new mobile phone. Lin Weiler wants to use this phone to take pictures to record every detail of her baby's life and growth. Xiao Tian, let's go eat spicy hot pot.
Su Tian warned, you can eat it, but you can't eat spicy food. Just eat the original flavor. The two first put the purchased items in the car and went to the food court on the basement floor of the mall. Wire, how much is the spicy hot pot for the two of us? Su Tian looked at the bill that Lin Weiler paid in disbelief. He didn't make any choice. I only picked some fish balls, sweet potato balls, vermicelli, vegetables, and instant noodles. 82, a bit expensive, but delicious. Spendthrift. What a spendthrift woman. Su Tian curled his lips and said, I'm already full at a regular Malatang restaurant for 20 yuan. Malatang is so expensive nowadays. Because you recharge 200 and get 80 for free, the discount is big, so it's a bit expensive, she explained. This way you're tied to the business. Try not to get a membership when you go out to eat in the future. Oh, after this meal, we won't do it again. Go and use up the remaining 30 yuan on your card. After you finish eating, you won't come back. You can use the money you saved to buy toys for your baby. I was single before. Have pocket money to spend freely. It's different now. Have 3 babies. If you think about it carefully, this spicy hot pot is really a bit expensive. The remaining money can be used to buy more toys and clothes for the baby. You should still save the money that should be saved, and work hard to be a good wife and mother in the future. I'll eat it all at once. Su Tian smiled excitedly. The child's mother finally came to her senses. There weren't many things worth the remaining 30 yuan, so Su Tian ordered them all at once. Even so, Su Tian still felt hungry after eating. I Su. One person ate 70 yuan of spicy hot pot but still didn't feel full. No one would believe it if I told them. Wire, shall we go to the movies? We always go to the movies on dates, right? Su Tian only dated Ju Lily once, but he had no expression on his face throughout the whole date and they didn't even hold hands. Lin Weiler was even more delighted. It was the first time she went on a date with a boy and watched a movie with him, and he was her baby's father. But no, let's go home. I miss the baby. Chapter 35, Meeting Father Lin. Xiaotian, you drive. I need to take a break. I'm full. Su Tian looked at her with a helpless look and said, I'm not trying to discourage you, but please don't keep saying the words lose weight on your lips anymore, okay? What is it to you? Her pretty face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot. The two of them spent more than 3 hours shopping and eating. Su Tian reluctantly paid the 18 Oceans parking fee, and did not forget to curse and complain. Just after passing the traffic light, there was a line in front of me to check for drunk driving. Please note that this is a random check. The leader has arranged a task for today, and a random check for drunk driving will be conducted at around 1 p.m. As the captain of the 3rd Traffic Police Brigade in the Old City, Dad Lin personally stood on the side of the road with his brothers, conducting random checks for drunk driving. Look, when I take a closer look, a white BMW catches my eye. This car looks so familiar that his expression can't help but freeze slightly. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he looked at the license plate more carefully, wasn't this his daughter Lin Weiler's BMW 3 Series? Didn't my daughter go to Tianjin to study for a doctorate? Who is driving this BMW? Driven by curiosity, he waved the rubber stick in his hand, signaling Su Tian to pull over. Lin Weiler is about to cover her face. How did you meet her father? This scene. Just pretend you don't know me. Su Tian lowered the car window and said with a smile, Hello, police officer, thank you for your hard work. Blow. Father Lin didn't give a good look and his tone was very cold. Because he noticed that Lin Weiler, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was constantly winking at his father. Great. He just transferred 100,000 yuan and appeared in Longcheng, and he didn't even go home. The girl seems to be in a good mood. The handsome pretty boy in front of me should be the 3-second man who appeared in the video that day. The man who lived with his daughter looked pretty good, with regular features. Judging from his looks alone, he is worthy of her daughter. I looked at Su Tian's arm carefully again and saw that there was no tattoo, which was good. I wish I could strip Su Tian naked and take a look at him. In terms of temperament, she is a little impetuous and looks very young. Every time he introduced Lin Weiler to a blind date, he would introduce a mature man around 30 years old. Although my daughter is 26 years old, she is simple and kind-hearted and has never had a boyfriend. He was very worried that Lin Weiler would meet some shady gangsters. It looks okay. Puff. Su Tian blew air. Blow hard. Puff. Driver's license and vehicle registration.
Father Lin said coldly.
Damn it, was this brat the one who took away the cabbage that he had worked so hard and carefully cared for more than 20 years? Su Tian nodded. Okay. Uncle Police, driver's licenses are all electronic now.
Lin Weiler said playfully.
Father Lin frowned. What did you say? Wife, how do you talk to the policeman? Su Tian said.
He took out his driver's license and handed it to Lin's father.
Father Lin almost fell to the ground in anger. Even his wife was yelling at him? Don't call me wife. Lin Weiler glared.
Wire, stop shouting.
Father Lin carefully looked at Su Tian's driver's license. Name, Su Tian. This name is very arrogant.
She's a kid from the countryside, 22 years old, 4 years younger than Wire.
Is she in a sister-brother relationship?
Father Lin was surprised.
Where did my daughter find such a younger brother? Are you a college student? Asked Lin's father. Su Tian nodded, yes. Have you graduated yet? Graduation in the summer. Which high school did you attend? Number 1 middle school in the city. Ha, it's the same school where Wire works. Father Lin thought to himself. Where is home? Happy community. Father Lin still didn't treat Su Tian well.
He glanced at the smiling Lin Wire and said angrily, the passenger seat is not wearing a seatbelt. Pull over and get out of the car.
You will be fined.
Su Tian raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, Uncle Police, don't be so serious.
Why are you asking me so many questions? Father Lin said, I'm sorry to ask so many questions because you look a lot like a wanted criminal. Get off the car and check your ID.
A photo of your ID card will also do. He found a reason that Su Tian couldn't refuse to get off the car.
Puff. Damn, is there a wanted criminal as handsome as me? Su Tian was depressed.
Parked the car on the side of the road. The boy is quite tall, about 1.8 meters, and has a good figure. No wonder he was able to win the heart of Wei, who has high standards. Among the blind dates he had introduced before, there were very few outstanding men over 1.8 meters tall. Oh my god, this traffic police uncle has such a strong aura. After all, he is the captain, and he has an aura of authority without even getting angry. Lin Wire was unhappy. Xiaotian, let's go and ignore him. Wire, don't worry.
Cooperating with the police and enforcing the law is a citizen's duty. Father Lin nodded, not bad, quite aware.
He didn't have his ID card with him, but he had a photo in his WeChat collection, so he showed it to Lin's father. After reading it, Lin's father gave Lin Weiler a ticket, which was just a warning, and informed her that the record had been uploaded. Next time the front passenger doesn't wear a seatbelt, he will be fined.
Xiaotian, I want to drink Mishuet Ice City's milk tea. Are you not afraid of getting fat? I haven't had it in a while.
I eat so much spicy hot pot anyway, so drinking 1 cup won't make me gain much weight.
I'll buy it for you. Lin Weiler sent Su Tian away and asked to drink Mishu Ebbington's milk tea.
Take the opportunity to chat with Lin's father.
Dad, can you speak? You called your future son-in-law a wanted criminal. Lin Weiler said. The serious look on Father Lin's face disappeared immediately. He changed his expression in a second.
Facing the second tigress in the family, he was like a mouse seeing a cat.
He said with a smile on his face, Wei, when will you return to Longcheng and not go home?
Humph, my mother said she won't bring your son-in-law home, and she won't let me in.
You kid, your mother said that in anger. Comrade Lao Lin, you are amazing for calling your son-in-law a wanted criminal. Father Lin smiled awkwardly, Where, hey, Dad doesn't want him to get out of the car. Take a closer look at the man you found. How is it? Isn't it handsome?
She said proudly. He is handsome, and you want to date freely.
Dad has no objection. When will you bring him home? Dad wants to have a good chat with him. The night before May Day. Not today? No.
Lin Wire shook her head, don't try to break us up. I'm going to marry him for the rest of my life anyway. Father Lin said helplessly, Dad didn't want to break up the family. He just wanted to know more about his situation.
You'll understand it slowly.
Ignoring her father, she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat.
Su Tian ran over from across the street carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Get in the car. He left with a gas pedal. Father Lin sighed. What's so charming about this guy?
What kind of magic potion did he use to make Wei want to marry him wholeheartedly, and I haven't even started to object.
Sigh. Su Tian was driving depressed. This traffic policeman looked unhappy with me. It is wrong to enforce the law with emotion. He even wanted to ask about my home address in detail. Do I really look like a wanted criminal? Chapter 36 Lin Wire's Gift.
Wire, you're back so early.
Don't you want to go to the movies with Xiao Tian? Lin Wire smiled. Auntie, I've been thinking about the baby all the way. I can't even concentrate on shopping. I feel uneasy. That's right.
It's normal for a new mother to worry about her baby when she goes shopping. It will be fine when the baby grows up a little. Lin Weiler ran to the master bedroom and stared at the babies for a few minutes, with a mother's loving smile on her face.
1-month-old baby.
Every day he either sleeps, drinks milk, or poops. When the 3 little cuties grow up a little, like 2 or 3 years old, this family will be lively. Little did they know that Su Tian's cousin Su Feng really wanted to say, cherish the days when the baby is well behaved before he is 1 year old.
Su Tian unfolded the foldable cart. While waiting for dinner. You can carry your baby in the stroller. Lin Wire took out the prepared gift from the box.
Auntie, I bought you a gift while shopping with Xiao Tian.
Thank you for taking care of me during my confinement.
A golden necklace catches the eye, with a golden arc-shaped pendant, which is obviously worth a fortune.
Mother Su waved her hand quickly. It's too expensive, Auntie doesn't want it. Isn't it beautiful?
A very beautiful necklace. Lin Wire said patiently, Auntie often comes to take care of the baby and me, so just treat it as a gift and accept it.
Su's mother declined. Auntie is old, why should she wear a gold necklace? Mom, you don't look old at all.
Many old ladies in their 70s and 80s are wearing it.
Su Tianla smiled.
He couldn't stand watching the 2 women pushing and shoving each other anymore. Auntie, come, let me help you put it on.
Lin Weiler enthusiastically took Su's mother's hand and sat on the sofa. Wire, you can't do that. It will definitely look great when worn.
You'll look like a lady at first glance. As she spoke, Lin Weiler took the initiative to help Mother Su put it around her neck.
Look, it's beautiful. Su's mother still looked hesitant. Su Tian hurriedly said, Mom, this is Wire's gift.
She spent a long time at the jewelry counter before picking this one for you.
If you don't wear it, I'll change it to a thicker gold chain for you to wear around your neck. Having said that, he got started. Mother Su slapped the back of Su Tian's hand and said, What are you doing, little brat? Then she continued to change her expression in an instant, looking at Lin Wire with joy. Thank you, Wire, the necklace is very beautiful, Auntie accepts it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su's mother was extremely happy. As long as Auntie likes it. Su's mother was also very happy to receive her gift. After Su Tian and Lin Weiler returned to the room, Su's mother took off the necklace and looked at it left and right. Xiao Tian's father never gave her a gold necklace, and she only gave her a gold ring when they got married. While this was the first time she received a gold necklace in her life, and it was actually given to her by her daughter-in-law. Su Tian lay on the bay window and prepared for a nap, otherwise he would be too sleepy to open his eyes from guarding the baby at night. He studied the functions of the new phone and took a few photos of Anan, who was sleeping closest to him. I opened WeChat and thought of something. Looking at the money his brothers on WeChat had contributed to him, he immediately transferred it to Long Long. Long Long replied immediately, I already said it's for the babies, Xiao Tian, take it and use it. My dad gave me tens of thousands of dollars, which is enough for now. You give the money to Dog and Curry. Long Long, it's not much money, it's just a token of my appreciation from my brothers. Su Tian, hey. I really have money to spend. I want to give money to my baby for his birthday next year, or for the 100-day party. You can give me a red envelope. Long Long, this is my sister-in-law's share of money for giving birth. Go buy some diapers and toys. Don't worry, Xiao Tian, I'll cover the food expenses for Curry and Gogo before they graduate. They won't starve. No, you have to take it. I just found out that the child's mother is a rich woman and owns several buildings. Seeing Su Tian reply like this, Long Long had no choice but to accept it. The money collected by the brothers. How could Su Tian not return it? At first, he was too embarrassed to refuse the kindness and enthusiasm of his 3 roommates. Now a month has passed and the childless mother has finished her confinement. It's time to pay her back. Long, Xiao Tian, when can I visit my nephew and niece? Grin. Su Tian, tomorrow, I'll send you a location at noon tomorrow. You, Curry and Go can come together. We can have a meal and drink some beer together. Have a child and a wife. The relationship between brothers. Naturally, I have been a lot more negligent. I can't play games with friends every day like before, play ball on the court together, and gossip about the beauties on the university campus together. Which sports car did you get today, a Porsche, a Ferrari, or a Bugatti Veyron? Are you sure? Long had some doubts. Su Tian replied, of course, remember to come tomorrow at noon, we will have a small gathering in the rental house. Okay, I'll notify brother Go and little Curry. Wait, let me ask your sister-in-law for her opinion first. I wonder if she agrees. Long, contempt. Xiao Tian, the baby can't drink milk all the time, it's easy to get angry, it's appropriate to feed some warm water. At this time, Su's mother walked into the bedroom carrying a small tray. There were 3 small bottles of milk on the small tray. Wire, remember not to feed the baby until he wakes up. Let the little cutie drink water first. Lin Wire nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Auntie, Wire knows. It's really comfortable to have someone who has been through it take care of the baby. Su Tian and Lin Wire, the 2 cheap parents, only feed her with milk powder. If she cries when she is thirsty, they feed her with milk. Milk is enough, ahem, as long as she can be kept alive. Wire. Click, Su Tian took a few photos of her. 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, stunning. Why are you taking pictures of me, idiot? Su Tian smiled and said, I haven't taken off my makeup yet. I look so good. The photos I took can be used as a phone screen. You look ugly without makeup. Lin Wire threw the pillow over, but unexpectedly, the pillow was elastic and hit Su Tian's knees directly, and bounced back onto An's little head. Wow. An was so cared for by her mother's maternal love that she cried loudly even in her sleep. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. An is the best. Lin Weiler hurriedly hugged little An in her arms, nudging him left and right, and coaxing him in a gentle tone. Mom is wrong. I'm sorry, little An. Until the bottle is placed in An's little mouth, the little cutie pouts his lips and sucks on the nipple. Mooah, the little cutie made a sound and gulped down the water before the crying stopped. Su Tian sighed, I have already recorded a short video of what happened just now. When Sanbao An turns 3, I will show her how her mother, a stupid pig, bullied her. Delete it. Don't delete it, keep it. You used a pillow to bully your daughter and you still want to delete it? No way. Chapter 37, No More Full Moon Banquet. Wire, when are you going to bring Xiao Tian home? It's not a good idea to hide it from our parents. If your parents think Xiao Tian is too young, your uncle and I will go to your house to apologize and ask Xiao Tian to write a letter of guarantee. The 3 babies are 1 month old now, so it's time to hold a 1-month banquet. If we don't hold the 1-month banquet, we'll have to wait until the 100-day banquet. Mother Su held Lin Weiler's arm and asked her questions intimately. She was looking forward to the baby's full moon banquet. Auntie, let me think about it. Lin Weiler blushed. Seeing that his wife was embarrassed, Su Tian said, Mom, there's no rush for this kind of thing. I think we should just hold the full moon banquet. The baby's resistance is still weak. A lot of relatives are coming to see your 3 grandchildren. What if the baby gets sick? How can this be possible? Lin Wire smiled bitterly. I'm going to take Xiao Tian and the 3 babies home tomorrow night. She bit her lip. Just take the 3 babies in her man home. This is definitely equivalent to a blockbuster bomb, hitting Lin's father and mother. Son, I'll listen to you. If you say no, then I won't do it. Su Tian took a deep breath. Where, do you think the baby's full moon wine is appropriate? If Auntie says it's suitable, then it's suitable. You girl. Su's mother looked at her daughter-in-law, liking her from the bottom of her heart. Su Tian said, you are a mother without any opinion. As a father, I think that the baby's full moon banquet will not be held. He gritted his teeth. Analyzed the reasons. On the one hand, none of my relatives and friends know about it. She got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a baby without even having a wedding. Holding a full-month banquet with so much fanfare is really too high profile. Besides, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Haven T accepted me yet. I don't know what is going on with my father-in-law's family.
It was the first time for both sets of parents to have dinner together.
Directly at the baby's full moon banquet? This is outrageous.
The key point is that the two of them got pregnant before marriage, which is a bit uncomfortable. Holding a full-month banquet for the babies is simply to pray for the babies and hope that the three little cuties will grow up safely and healthily. Then, receive a wave of red envelopes from relatives and friends. Wire, let's hire a better photographer to take some cute photos of the baby and put them in an album to hang in our wedding room in the future. Spend a little more money to take good full-month photos, and we can drink together and pray for the baby, which is equivalent to holding a full-month banquet.
Wire, do you agree?
Lynn Wire took Sue's mother's hand and said, I'll listen to my aunt.
Actually, she had the same idea as Sue Tian. I don't want to hold a full-month banquet at all. I'll just wait until the baby is 100 days old and then hold a 100-day banquet.
But Sue's mother has been looking forward to holding a full-month banquet for the baby, and she wants to make Sue's mother happy. At worst, I can take Sue Tian and the baby home tomorrow night. Not only did he bring his son-in-law home, he also brought his grandchildren.
A family of 5 returning home must be a bombshell. So exciting. Confess everything to your parents.
I did not go to Tianjin to study for a doctorate during this year. I planned to pursue a PhD, but before I started, I unexpectedly found out I was pregnant, so I gave up. I have been renting a house in Longcheng to take care of my pregnancy.
Even the lies have been thought out. Mother Sue smiled and said, Son, I will listen to you. Well, then we won't do it.
We'll have a 100-day party then, and a 1-year-old party next year. Sue's mother said, You should talk to your stubborn father in person.
Mom doesn't dare to tell him. Okay, right. Who let him go home? Father Sue has always been the one in charge. Sue Tian called his father. Since having grandson and granddaughter, Sue's father has been working very hard, for he is afraid that his son Sue Tian cannot support Can, Nguyen, and Anan. At first, the stubborn old donkey Sue's father disagreed. But when Sue Tian talked about pregnancy before marriage, Sue's father remained silent and agreed reluctantly.
It is indeed inappropriate to notify relatives in this situation.
Should we take the baby out to take the full-month photos? Lin Weiler asked.
Sue Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. No, please ask the photographer to come and take pictures.
Oh, okay. Lin Weiler nodded.
Sue's mother stayed for a while and then went back to the flower shop to look after the store. These days, Erga's mother Aunt Wei and Sue's mother's sister-in-law Su Huiwan have been helping to run the flower shop.
Wei, my roommate is coming to visit the baby tomorrow. Do you agree that we should have dinner together? Su Tian asked with a smile. Lin Wire was surprised. Why don't you agree? How is your relationship with your roommate? Good. Okay, let's have dinner together.
Unlike her college roommates, there were 6 people in the dormitory and they were divided into 3 factions. Su Tian hurriedly replied to Long Long, sent the location of the community, asked the 3 of them to come over at 12 noon tomorrow, and told them not to buy any gifts.
Su Tian gave these instructions. Long Long understood immediately. It turned out that they were asked to give gifts. Xingfu Community, Xiuxiu Flower Shop. Su Tian's aunt Su Huiwan was helping to sell flowers, and Ergo's mother Aunt Wei was there too. Xiaowan, you said Xiuxiu has been acting mysterious this month and always asks me to help look after the store. Aunt Wei asked curiously. She even stopped dancing square dance and came to help Sue's mother run the flower shop. Su Huiwan joked, Xiuxiu has maintained a good figure, so she must be dating some strange man. I am your brother, but I can't even take care of my wife. Aunt Wei was shocked. Don't say that. Lao Su is so strong. How dare Xiuxiu? At this time, Sue's mother walked to the flower shop with a smile on her face. Oh, our busy woman is secretly dating a man again. Aunt Wei said. Sue's mother glared at Aunt Wei. Her elder sister-in-law Su Huiwan was still there. How can you talk nonsense? No way. Mother Su leaned forward curiously and asked, Xiuxiu, tell me the truth, are you having an extramarital affair and betraying Yun Jie? I, Yun Jie's biological sister, will keep it a secret for you. Sister, what are you talking about? Oh my. Su Huiwan was shocked. Xiuxiu, when did you put on the gold necklace around your neck? Aunt Wei's eyes sparkled with envy. How many grams does such a big gold necklace weigh? Su Huiwan followed up by saying, yes, the price of gold has gone up now, it's over 500 yuan per gram. Xiuxiu, is this gold necklace bought for you by another man? Sue's mother blushed. Nonsense. Hurry, let me see the gold necklace. Tell the truth, or I will tell your man. Aunt Wei said.
It was not a good idea to keep dragging this matter on, so Sue's mother had to tell the truth. This is the gold necklace my daughter-in-law bought for me.
Daughter-in-law? Xiaotian is looking for a wife?
Sue's mother explained with a bright smile. Not only did they find me a daughter-in-law, but they also gave me grandchildren.
Su Huiwan and Aunt Wei widened their eyes and stared at Sue's mother in disbelief. Do you have grandchildren?
So, Sue's mother told them the whole story. The two were still in shock.
No wonder they had to close the store every now and then these days. The rent for shops on this street is very high.
If they are willing to close the shop, something big must have happened.
Oh my god, I didn't expect that my good sister Sue's mother has become a grandmother.
Sue's mother showed the two of them the photos in her cell phone album.
1 month old and plump. Look at this little chubby face. The baby has a chubby little face.
His mother has fed him well.
Big eyes are so pretty. Oh my god, 3 babies?
Oh my god, 1 grandson and 2 granddaughters.
Xiao, you are only 46 this year, right? You are the grandmother of 3 babies. Aunt Wei exclaimed.
Su Huiwan said with emotion, my daughter-in-law also got pregnant before marriage. Xiaofeng became a father early, and so did Xiaotian.
Hey, you say young people nowadays, why are they so impulsive and don't take any safety measures at all? Chapter 38 Teachers' Professional Skills. The next morning, Su Tian got up early.
After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Weiler and I wrapped the babies up like little dumplings, covering them tightly, leaving only their mouths and eyes exposed.
Today is the day for the babies to get vaccinated. The hepatitis B vaccine requires a second dose.
While getting the vaccination, Lin Weiler also needs to have a follow-up checkup. Although the lochia has been discharged, Dr. Wang Meili still recommends taking a vaginal ultrasound.
As for registration, forget it. Wang Meili said she would help check the scar's recovery. The couple came to the hospital, and Su Tian pushed a double baby stroller.
She also put on a cute little mask.
There are many patients in the hospital and the baby's body resistance is low.
It must be carefully cared for and protected.
After getting the vaccination and taking a vaginal ultrasound, I took the elevator to the obstetrics and gynecology office. Sister Wang. Su Tian waved his hand.
Wang Meili was deeply impressed by the outgoing Su Tian. When he saw the banner in Su Tian's hand, he burst into laughter. The other female doctors and several young nurses in the office were all confused. It was the first time they saw someone present a banner to an obstetrician and gynecologist.
There were 8 big characters and a line of small characters written on the banner.
A doctor should have a kind heart and be both virtuous and talented.
The small print reads, presented to the most beautiful doctor in obstetrics and gynecology, Wang Meili. Why are you giving me such random banners, kid?
Wang Meili said with a helpless smile.
The office has a director. She is just a small doctor, isn't it too high profile to hang a banner? Su Tian said, how is it? Hang it in your office. Isn't it cool?
Miss Lin, please take care of this naughty man of yours. Lin Weiler shook her head. He insisted on giving you a silk banner, saying that a promise is worth 1,000 gold, and a promise must be given. In fact, receiving a banner is indeed a great honor for a doctor.
Even an obstetrician and gynecologist.
Therefore, Lin Weiler did not stop it.
Okay, thank you for the banner, I accept it. Wang Meili took the banner with a smile. I can only frame it at home. The hospital is not my clinic. There is only a banner on the wall for the director.
I heard that the director paid for it himself and asked a patient to give it to him. There is no way her banner can be framed.
Su Tian was left in the corridor to take care of the 3 little cuties.
Dr. Wang Meili took Lin Weiler to an empty examination room.
Lift up your clothes and look at the scar.
Lin Weiler obediently lifted up her shirt. The loose, white, plump little belly caught Wang Meili's eyes.
I'm getting so fat from the confinement period.
I'm all flesh and can only wear clothes 2 sizes bigger. Lin Weiler said embarrassedly. Wang Meili smiled. It is normal to gain weight during confinement. You can slowly recover through exercise and your belly will become tighter. The scar has healed well, better than most pregnant women who have had a cesarean section.
The stretch marks on my belly have disappeared? Great, I don't need to do any more checkups.
Some women who undergo cesarean sections do not pay attention to the disinfection of the incision and do not take good care of themselves.
The incision can easily become infected or develop inflammatory edema.
Wang Meili looked at the transvaginal ultrasound film and said, "Okay, there is no residue, and the lochia was discharged very cleanly."
Remember, don't do that kind of thing in the short term to avoid intrauterine infection. What's the matter? Lynn Weiler asked. That's it.
Wang Meili said with a smile, married life, sexual life, avoid getting pregnant right after the confinement period, it's not good for your health.
Got it. Lynn Weiler's face immediately turned red. So embarrassing.
Fortunately, I stuck to my bottom line and didn't agree to go to bed with Xiao Tian. In her simple sense.
Su Tian wants to go to bed, which means he wants to make love with her. Okay, let's go back. Lynn Weiler nodded. Thank you, Dr. Wang, thank you for your trouble.
I spent almost 2 hours queuing up for the vaccine, taking x-rays, and getting checked at the hospital.
It was already past 11 o'clock when I left the hospital.
I went back to the vegetable store next to the community and bought a few pounds of ribs, potatoes, yam and mutton. I also went to the braised meat store to buy some pig's trotters.
Who made Lynn Weiler, the pig, like to eat pig's trotters? As soon as we got home, Sanbao Anan was whining and pouting, looking very uncomfortable. It's stinky. Daddy will help you change your diaper. When there are visitors at home, the babies will wear diapers.
Lynn Weiler said that babies nowadays are not like they were when they were little and can't wear open crotch pants casually.
Be sure to protect the privacy of your son and daughter. The privacy of our daughters Nguyen and Anan should be protected. It doesn't matter if my son Can has a bald penis. It doesn't matter when the couple is at home, especially when the weather is hot.
They just need to wear diapers and cover their calves with a small blanket, day or night.
Xiao Tian, this yam is so sticky. Yam can increase milk production. Su Tian bought it. Planning to stew with lamb.
Lynn Weiler took the initiative to help with the cooking. She wants to learn cooking.
Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I blow up the kitchen while taking care of my mother-in-law in the future? Su Tian smiled and said, yam must be very sticky.
A woman who can't even peel potatoes or yams, it looks like I'm going to marry a young lady who has never had to touch water in the future.
I will work hard to become a kitchen expert. Lynn Weiler waved her little pink fist, washed the yam, and secretly slid it around Su Tian's neck. Hey, this isn't fun. Su Tian was startled. Su. How can you apply yam randomly?
This stuff is super itchy when applied to the body.
Itchy, it itches so much.
Lynn Weiler stood on tiptoe and reached out to help scratch the itch.
Don't scratch, miss, go to the living room and play with your phone.
Su Tian immediately ran to the bathroom and wiped his neck with a wet towel. Even so, it still feels super itchy.
The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
It's so itchy. Su Tian saw that Lynn Weiler was really sitting with her legs crossed watching TV, so he walked over, held her cheeks, and kissed her hard.
I'm going to die. Lynn Weiler blushed. Oh my god, is this man crazy? Are you having some naughty thoughts? Weiler, you're making me so mad. Look at my neck. Su Tian bent down and squatted on the ground.
It's so scary, it's bright red. Lynn Weiler reached out and touched it.
Don't touch it. You know how itchy it is, right? You can't apply yam on people for fun.
Looking at the man's aggrieved look, she stretched out her hand to pull Su Tian onto the sofa, and kissed Su Tian's cheek with a rosy face. I took the initiative to kiss you, don't be angry.
Su Tian feels. It's like when you were a kid and your father slapped you in the face, and then your mother gave you a sweet date? I'll forgive you with a kiss. You wish for that.
You despised me for not knowing how to peel potatoes.
I've already peeled them. Wait until May 1st to get the certificate. If Su Tian wants to kiss her, he will give her his first kiss. Su Tian smiled happily. You will wash the pots and dishes later. Just wash it.
While Su Tian was stewing the ribs and potatoes and cooking lamb and yam on another stove, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lynn Weiler, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile on her face, immediately stopped smiling, and in the blink of an eye she seemed to be teaching students. At first glance, the homely little woman's temperament immediately changed. Like an ice goddess with a transcendent temperament. The change in this 1 second shocked Su Tian so much that he was speechless. Is this the professional skill of a high school teacher?
Weiler, you scared the baby to death. Is this change of expression unnecessary?
Lynn Weiler said calmly, go open the door quickly, your roommate is here.
Oh, okay. Chapter 39 Teacher becomes sister-in-law. Su Tian opened the door.
Little Curry, Long Long, and Ergo walked home cautiously.
Long Long, didn't I tell you not to buy anything?
Ergo said first, "These are diapers and toys for my nephews and nieces, not for you." This reason made Su Tian unable to refute. The three of them carried large and small bags of baby supplies and placed them on the empty dining table.
Hello, sister-in-law. Ergo greeted.
In fact, you should call her brother and sister-in-law.
Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Wire smiled. Hello. Sister-in-law. Xiaotian, you. Sister-in-law, Xiaotian, sister-in-law, are you teacher Lin from the high school department of number 1 middle school in the city?
Little Curry Yang Xiaofei asked stutteringly, and when he saw Lin Weiler's appearance, he was completely shocked.
Isn't this a high school teacher? Lin Wire nodded, yes. Hello, teacher Lin.
Little Curry said, I graduated from the number 1 middle school 3 years ago.
When our Chinese teacher took leave, you, teacher Lin, taught the class. Maybe you don't remember me, but I have a very deep impression of you. As I spoke, you changed to you. The former teacher has become my sister-in-law? Oh, classmate Yang Xiaofei, I have some impression of you. Actually, I have no impression.
His Long Long took a deep breath and looked at Lin Weiler in disbelief.
This is Xiaotian's high school teacher? High school teacher? Sister-in-law is Xiaotian's teacher, teacher Lin.
Ergo felt dizzy and a little bit unbelievable.
So cool. Su Tian had long guessed that this would be the look that would shock everyone. Come on, sit down. Su Tian settled them down and took out some ice-cold beer from the refrigerator.
Ergo and Long Long were fine, but Little Curry was very reserved. Xiaotian was so rich that he married his high school teacher. And she even gave birth to 3 babies for him. That's amazing.
Don't you want to see my daughter and son?
They are in the bedroom, still sleeping, so walk lightly. The 3 followed Su Tian to the bedroom. Lin Wire was a little speechless.
I didn't expect that Xiaotian's roommate was a classmate from number 1 middle school? And recognized her. Wow, Ergo's fatherly love overflowed. These 3 little angels are so cute. The 3 little cuties melted everyone's hearts. Little Curry was shocked. Oh my god, 3 babies, the money for milk powder alone is not small. To support my nephews and nieces, Xiaotian, you have to work twice as hard. Shoo, speak softly. Long Long said.
They looked at the baby for a few seconds, then walked out of the room and into the living room.
Lin Weiler was serving cooked lamb and yam, as well as braised pork ribs and stewed potatoes.
I didn't know if it was cooked or not, but I took a bite and found it was edible and super delicious, so I scooped it into a bowl with a spoon. There are also peanuts, cold cucumber salad, and braised pig trotters.
Are the ribs cooked? Su Tian asked. I've tasted it, and it's ready to eat. Su Tian was skeptical and tried it himself.
Lin Wire bit her lip secretly. She had even tasted it herself, so why did he really not trust her?
He couldn't even tell if it was cooked or raw if he couldn't cook. Well, Su Tian did doubt her IQ. It's done. Several people used chopsticks to open the beer caps. Little Curry was timid and looked reserved. Instead, Long Long smiled and raised his glass first. Congratulations to Xiaotian for becoming a dad. Let us celebrate the beginning of his life as a super dad. Thanks. A few people clinked their glasses lightly. Xiaotian, can you drink beer? Ergu asked. Of course. Why don't you drink it? It's a good time to take a nap after drinking.
Ergo sighed, we agreed to graduate together as singles, but you cheated on me secretly.
Not only did you cheat, you even had a baby. Yeah, we're still single, and you even have a child. The tone of several people was filled with envy. Su Tian took a sip of beer and said, What?
I'm going to enter the grave of my marriage early. Lin Wire was speechless and ate the spare ribs and pig's trotters in small bites. If Su Tian's roommate wasn't at home, she would have put on disposable gloves and started chewing.
When will the wedding be held? Long Long asked. At this time. Wow.
Erbao's warm cry was heard. The voices of several people were still too loud, probably from the sound of clinking glasses just now.
I'm full. You guys chat. I'll take care of the baby first. Lin Weiler said.
Ergo said, okay, sister-in-law will go and get busy first. Brother go, you are older than me, just call Weyer your sister-in-law.
Okay, sister-in-law, you go ahead and do your work. Phew. Lynn Weiler wanted to laugh. Is she her brother as sister now? Xiaotian's best friends are all students and are younger than her, okay?
She is Su Tian's daughter-in-law, which means she is definitely his brother's sister-in-law.
Little Curry followed and said, Teacher, you go ahead and do your work first. Lynn Weiler walked back to the room, closed the door, and went to feed the baby.
Su Tian's best friend and roommate had dinner with her, and they seemed very reserved when talking and eating. It is better to give men some space and go back to their rooms to take care of the baby. Little Curry had an exaggerated expression and twisted Su Tian's hand hard.
Oh my god, Xiaotian, you married the goddess teacher from our city's #1 middle school? Oh my god, you are so awesome, the word awesome cannot describe you. Xiaotian, you are a role model for our generation, a role model for our generation. Long Long said.
Ergo curled his lips and said, a life full of cheats needs no explanation.
Xiaotian's experiences are always so plain and simple. Back to the topic just now, when will the wedding be held? Ergo asked curiously.
His mother called him yesterday and asked him if Su Tian had a girlfriend and had a child. Well, Ergo's mother is Aunt Wei, Su's mother's good sister.
Su Tian raised his eyebrows. Wedding? We haven't even started yet. Weyer and I are in a special situation. We are pregnant before marriage.
I will take care of the baby first and take it one step at a time.
When the time is right, we will get married on time.
He is a big pig and doesn't care.
Weyer, you have to give her some time. Ergo smiled helplessly. Okay.
I'll be your best man at your wedding.
No problem. Are we still going to take the postgraduate entrance examination together? Asked Curry Jr. He must be going to take the postgraduate entrance examination.
Otherwise, if you want to find a job now, the worst option is to be a graduate student. Especially for the major he studied, he had to take the postgraduate entrance examination, otherwise he would not be able to find a good job. Even though it is a 211 university, if you choose the wrong major, you will graduate from 4 years of university and not even be as good as a junior college graduate. There are many college students who graduated from 211 and 985 universities and work as delivery men.
Su Tian smiled bitterly. My future plans have been a mess for a long time. I definitely won't take the exam. Will you three take it? No, I have to go to work. I have already found a job, said Long Long.
Upon hearing this, Su Tian and the other two were shocked at the same time and looked at Long Long in amazement.
Long Long chuckled and said, I can't help it. Studying takes too much time. After graduation, I will be a driver for the president of the Agricultural Bank of China. Su Tian said, this is a good job. Without some connections, you can't even be a bank security guard, let alone drive for the president. While drinking, the three men forced Long Long's parents to tell them what business they were doing.
It turns out that his family runs a children's toy factory, and the annual income can reach tens of millions.
This is great. My son and daughter won't be short of toys before they go to elementary school. Su Tian raised his glass and said, just a kid. Before elementary school, I definitely liked toys. Chapter 40 Wei Air, scratch my back. Sister-in-law, we're leaving first. Goodbye, Teacher Lin.
After lunch, Ergu and the other two greeted each other. Lin Weyer smiled and said, you're welcome.
Come and play often. After Ergu, Xiao Curry and Long Long left, Lin Weiler took a long breath.
Although he was once Curry's teacher and classmate, he has become the brother of husband.
She was very nervous.
Then, Lin Weiler walked to the sofa, put on disposable gloves, and continued to eat the pig's trotters left by Su Tian and others. She ate with her little mouth smacking and ruarua, enjoying the delicious taste.
Weyer, aren't you full? Su Tian was dumbfounded. Lin Weyer gnawed on the pig's trotter and said, I only ate a little bit, how can I be full? Pig's trotters are full of protein.
They won't make you fat or gain flesh.
She found an excuse. Su Tian was speechless. Pig's trotters are all fat, okay?
It is also difficult to absorb and digest, and has a higher fat content than pork ribs. Su Tian sat in the living room and played with his mobile phone for a while, then returned to his room to accompany the cute little babies. Lin Weiler gnawed on a piece of pig's trotter, ate a few pieces of pork ribs and potatoes, and began to tidy up the messy coffee table. I asked Long Long to take the empty beer bottle down the elevator in advance and threw it into the trash can on the way. Although Lynn Weiler can't cook and her cooking skills are very poor, she is still very good at cleaning the house and washing pots and dishes. When she cleaned up and returned to the room, she saw Su Tian squatting on the ground, bending over and kissing his son's white and tender feet.
Little pig's trotter, your mother is such a foodie. Kissing DeBayo's feet. You can't kiss the face, but you can still kiss the white and tender feet, right? Then, after kissing the second baby, Nuanyuan, he kissed the third baby, Anan.
He held her feet with both hands, rubbed them and kissed them with a look of enjoyment.
The little ones drink milk every day and there is a milky scent on their bodies, which is very pleasant to the nose.
After being kissed on the sole of her foot, Anan kicked her feet hard. The little feet kicked Su Tian's face, kicking him non-stop.
The little cutie was so strong. Su Tian thought that Anan was giving him a massage. Little Anan bullies Baba. Baba wants a kiss on the face.
As he said that, Su Tian stood up, bent down and kissed Anan on the cheek.
Then, don't forget to wipe it clean. Daughter slave Lynn Weiler covered her mouth and laughed. It is a blessing for babies to have such a daughter. I want to kiss the baby's feet, they are so cute. Lynn Weiler said. Su Tian chuckled, is it cute? It's all covered with my saliva. Oh, then I'll kiss you tomorrow, she said with disgust. Nap.
I took off my shoes and lay down on the soft big bed.
Why did you go to bed? Lin Weier asked with a blushing face. When a man wants to go to bed, doesn't he just want to have some sexy sex? I'm taking a nap. I'm sleepy after drinking beer.
Seeing that the man shamelessly closed his eyes and covered her body with the quilt, Lin Weiler snorted, lay on the bed with her back to Su Tian, and pulled the quilt tightly around herself with her little hands.
It's not enough to let you sleep in the bed. You even want to steal my quilt. After drinking, Su Tian actually started snoring slightly in his sleep.
Lin Weier turned over as usual and saw a handsome face.
His profile is so handsome. Let you go to bed.
She treated Su Tian as a teddy bear pillow, moved her big butt forward, raised her legs with a blushing face and pressed them on Su Tian's body, rested her head on Su Tian's arm, curled up her body, and hugged the man like an octopus.
Of course Su Tian was pretending to snore as he was very nervous about sleeping with the goddess.
The goddess teacher's thoughts are a little hard to figure out.
Don't let him go to bed?
He went to bed shamelessly, and Lin Weier took the initiative to hug him again. After Lin Weiler fell asleep, Su Tian turned over and stretched out his right hand to hug Lin Weiler's slender waist.
Smells so good. Nap. Su Tian slept very soundly.
Having sweet dreams and having erotic dreams while hugging a beautiful woman is really something special.
Wow, wah.
Only when DeBeo Can cried did he slightly narrow his eyes. Lin Weiler was holding him like an octopus, and she had opened her eyes, having been woken up.
What a mother you are. DeBeo is awake, go check if he has pooped or peed. Oh, she hugged Su Tian and was reluctant to let go. Afraid to let go.
I didn't have the courage to continue hugging her.
He stood up and checked it again.
It turned out that it was the little pig's hoof Can who had peed. I changed a diaper and didn't dare to lie on the bed anymore.
Su Tian stood up and stretched, the bed is still comfortable. This bay window is enough for sleeping.
TSK Lin Weier pursed her pink lips and said in a thin voice, if you don't bully me, you can sleep on the bed.
Bullying? What does bullying mean? Su Tian asked with a smile. Are you still afraid that I will bully her? Just don't do bad things, and you must wear pajamas when you sleep. She couldn't say it anymore. Girls are shy, how could they talk about love matters? Xiao Tian is so stupid. I promise to just hug you, okay? Su Tian said simply. Really? It's more real than gold. I'm pretty good at suppressing enemies. What do you mean?
Lin Weier looked puzzled.
Su Tian took a breath and said, forget it, I'll just sleep by the bay window. Why bother thinking too much? Idiot, you are allowed to sleep on the bed.
A certain woman roared in her heart. She slept with Su Tian in her arms, and it was so comfortable.
It was around 10 o'clock in the evening.
After feeding the baby, she took a bath and changed into the cool pajamas she had just bought after shopping. He tossed and turned in bed, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at Su Tian who was lying on the bay window playing with his mobile phone.
Xiao Tian, come here with your pillow. Ah. Su Tian was a little confused. Sleep together, she said blushing. Good. Su Tian didn't hesitate for even a second. He picked up the pillow and lay down next to Lin Weiler. Lin Weiler moved closer to him and rested her little head on his chest, like a young woman who had just married. Dr. Wang Meili said that we should pay attention to postpartum protection and try not to do bad things during sex, as it may cause intrauterine infection. She said simply. Su Tian was puzzled. Why explain? Did he say what he was going to do? I used to think that the goddess teacher was a mature iceberg goddess. I didn't expect that he was such a naive person. The two of them just lay in bed together and slept, that's all? Why? She was shy and nervous, her heart pounding. Scratch my back. Su Tian lifted up his clothes, turned over and faced her. Chapter 41, Taking Photos of the Full Moon. Hello, the most beautiful angel children's photography, what can I do for you? When Su Tian arrived at a children's photography shop the next morning, a young lady in a suit and shirt came up to greet him. Hello, can we take a full month photo for the baby here? Su Tian asked. The woman asked, what's your name, handsome guy? Surname Su. Okay sir, we have a comprehensive service in children's photography here. We can take full month photos, 100-day photos, and 1-year-old photos. You can call me Ms. Wu. Here is the price list for the baby's full month photo package. You can choose one. Please take a seat. The lady's hospitality was very professional. Su Tian opened the set meal price list and took a look. The cheapest package is 99 yuan, which includes 10 photos. The door-to-door fee is uniformly 120. The second is 12.98, 16 photos. The store manager recommends 4,888, 28 photos. There is also an upgraded version of the most expensive package, the 6,888 package, which comes with 42 exclusive retouched photos of the store manager. The rest are some street scene photos. Mr. Su, this is the first time your baby has taken photos of himself and is included in the album. I suggest you choose the 4,888 package. If you have the ability, you might as well upgrade to the 6,888 package. The older generation of parents don't care about these things. They just spend a few $dozen to take some photos, print them out, and stick them on the wall or put them in photo albums. Today's young parents care a lot about taking pictures of their babies. If conditions permit, you should naturally choose better photos. For packages over 1,000, we will come to your door for free, and we will prepare some props and background cloths in the store. The store manager recommends the set meal, and also gives away a beautiful 100 photo album. All future 100-day photos and 1-year-old photos can be put in the album. Su Tian is a straightforward person. Not so ink-stained. 4,888. Ms. Wu smiled, okay handsome boy. You can make an appointment for this afternoon or tomorrow. Su Tian said, it's around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the light at home is better. Okay, please pay a deposit of 300 yuan first, then add WeChat, and you can choose some background pictures from WeChat. Su Tian didn't say much about the rules of the store and simply paid the deposit. The 4888 package is very good. Pretty standard. If it is too expensive, Su Tian is not unable to afford it, but he feels it is unnecessary. If Lin Weiler were to choose the set meal, she would definitely choose the most expensive one. Noon. After lunch, Lin Weiler did not take a nap and wore a long home dress. Looking at Su Tian, who was lying on the bed like a dead pig, with his butt raised while sleeping, Xiaotian, the cell phone is ringing. This sleeping position. How inelegant. Stick out your big ass. Su Tian rubbed his eyes. The person who took the baby's full month photo is here. He answered the phone. After the call was completed, the photography team knocked on the door. I opened the door and saw 2 women and 1 man. Hello, Ms. Wu greeted hurriedly. Wow, the mom is so beautiful and the dad is so handsome, the baby will definitely be super beautiful. Another little girl said in surprise. The 3 of them had a lot of photography props, and these were all the backgrounds chosen by Su Tianxian. Plain background and starlight background. The man suggested moving the coffee table in the living room to the balcony and putting the 3 children's beds together. Wow, it's so chubby and cute. Ms. Wu praised. Another woman followed suit. The man continued to praise. Su Tian and Lin Weiler were praised so highly that they were very proud. Triplets. The elder sister is amazing. Lin Weiler praised back,
The little sister has become a photographer at such a young age, that's even more amazing.
No, I'm just helping out. Brother Yu is the main photographer. Brother Yu is the man of the photography team.
The three of them helped move the crib to the living room.
This is a small suit, very easy to wear. Put it on the three babies first.
Ms. Wu continued, don't worry, pretty girl. They are all disposable and unopened. They are specially used for photography.
They are given to you for free. It's up to you to decide whether to keep them or throw them away. Okay, Lin Weiler agreed. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight shines directly into the living room through the window. Ms. Wu put sunglasses on the three babies.
Nguyen hummed a little unhappily, probably because she was afraid of strangers. She squinted her eyes and wanted to continue sleeping.
Can was full of curiosity.
The active opened his bright eyes, spoke in a loud voice, and fluttered his little feet. It seemed that he had shown a lively personality since he was a child.
Another little girl helped put on the little suit, hat, sunglasses. Lien Su Tian put on sunglasses and sat behind the baby, supporting the baby.
The baby is too small now and cannot sit up, but he can half lie down for a few seconds.
Click, click. Brother Yu was taking pictures. Very good, the whole family is in charge of appearance.
Lin Wire was speechless. What photography package did Xiao Tian choose? Dabeo Can took photos in suits normally, but Nguyen and Anan, two little girls, dressed up as handsome boys,
took a few pictures.
Brother Yu shouted anxiously, put the baby down flat.
Good. Taking full-month photos for your baby is a technical job.
After taking the first set of photos, take the next set of starry sky photos. The little girl and Ms. Wu opened the starry sky screen, pulled the curtains in the living room, and turned on the lights in the house.
Mr. Su, you pick up Dabeo and Erbao, and Ms. Lin, you pick up Sanbao. Support the baby's body and let the baby lie prone in the air. Okay.
The two of them cooperated with the photographer while holding their baby.
Click, click. The second set of photos is completed, and in post-production Photoshop will remove the adult photos and only leave the baby's photos. It feels like traveling in the night sky and the stars.
Ms. Wu said the results are very good.
Then there are the normal photos. My brother Can was lying in the middle.
My younger sisters Anan and Nuan were lying on the left and right sides, with a small red flower on each of their foreheads.
The little girl praised, they are triplets.
The older brother protects his two younger sisters.
Wow, I'm so jealous.
For this set of photos, change the background picture.
Traveling in the blue sky and white clouds. The effect picture shows babies lying on white clouds in the sky. It has to be said that Lin Weiler really wanted to despise Su Tian's vision. In the last group, Sanbaoan kept his eyes closed throughout the whole process, and refused to open his eyes, which made Su Tian and Lin Weiler very worried. If you don't want to open it, then don't open it. Can we take a family photo at the end? Su Tian asked with a smile.
Of course,
said Ms. Wu.
So, Su Tian and Lin Weiler sat at the head of the bed. The three babies rested in their arms.
Lin Weiler's pretty face flushed red, she was extremely shy. Her pretty face was filled with embarrassment, nervousness, anxiety, and shyness. They didn't take wedding photos, and the two of them didn't even have a simple photo together, and now they want to take a family photo? Click, click. Wow, wow. Erbao Nguyen cried unhappily.
She was so sleepy, her damn mom wouldn't let her sleep.
Lin Weiler asked, in the family photo just now, did Nguyen open her eyes? Opened. Ms. Wu smiled and said, we won't disturb your family of 5.
Brother Yu and the little girl packed up the props, but Su Tian thought the beautiful bedsheet background they brought was too troublesome and didn't spread it out for use.
Okay, I'll transfer the rest of the money to WeChat. Bye, sister. The little girl waved. Bye-bye.
This set of photos took more than an hour.
Anan was not sleepy.
After Su Tian coaxed Nuan to sleep, he held Anan and put her on the scale.
He is curious.
Among the 3 babies, she is the most chubby. Wow, just a few days after the first month of life, the weight has reached 9 kilograms.
It's not even 2 or 3 months yet and I'm already starting to gain baby fat. The chubby little face is super adorable. Can weighs 7.6 gene, which is more than a gene lighter than her sister Anan.
Wire, Anan's weight has doubled, your milk is so awesome.
TSK, so vulgar. She is a big foodie and eats more than Can and Nguyen.
Lin Wire rolled her eyes at the child's father.
This is like describing herself as a cow. Chapter 42, Master Chef.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the devotion of love.
Record the baby's memories and successfully take the full month photo.
In order to better raise the baby in the future, the system rewards Master Chef.
Ding dong. Skills have been released. Directly reach the maximum level of cooking skills? This is forcing myself to become a chef.
However, even if you reach the maximum level, it is impossible to become your main occupation.
If you like cooking, you don't have to become a chef.
But for now, in order to feed the baby, I have to use simple cooking skills. After taking the family photo, I just remembered that I didn't put on proper makeup.
I'm so lazy. I have become very lazy since I got pregnant.
She stood in a corner of the living room, where there was a full-length mirror with a human face.
This is the mirror she bought from JD.com.
The mirror in the bathroom can only reflect her cheeks. Looking at myself in the mirror, I kind of regretted that I should have put on makeup earlier.
Wire, I want to work part-time. Su Tian said.
Lin Wire's unexpected pregnancy and the birth of her baby had already disrupted his original future plans. He originally planned to take the postgraduate entrance examination, work as a part-time model to earn a living, and work a normal 211 job after graduation. But now Lin Wire does not allow him to work as a model.
I had no choice but to give up. Find other ways to make money. He has spent 20,000 yuan since he was in the hospital.
There was still 40,000 yuan left in my pocket, which was not enough to feed 3 little babies.
Seeing Su Tian's serious tone, Lin Wire panicked for no reason. Her almond eyes flashed.
You work part-time, the teacher can't take care of 3 babies. You already said that the teacher is a useless mother. She clenched her small hands nervously.
Su Tian smiled helplessly and said, I was just joking. You are a teacher, how can a teacher not take care of a baby? What kind of job do you do? How many hours do you work a day? Lin Wire asked impatiently. Su Tian said, set up a stall. Let's set up a simple stall first to ensure we have income every month. Oh, how long?
I went out to set up the stall after dinner and it took about 6 hours.
Where to place it? There is a food street near Wanda Plaza. It is very lively every night and has a large flow of people. Oh.
Wire, what are you worried about?
Su Tian gently embraced her slender waist and pressed their faces against each other intimately. Lin Wire did not resist Su Tian's actions.
Her body trembled slightly, and a blush rose unconsciously on her face. She could see the handsome Su Tian and her own shy and blushing face in the mirror. I want to go to work and make money to support you, and you can be a full-time dad at home, Lin Wire said.
Su Tian heard this and said, No, I am a grown man, how can I rely on a woman to support me? We can't rely on our family for support forever, wouldn't that really make us a useless mother and a useless father? Let go, don't hug me anymore. You're easily shy, you know? Lin Wire pushed Su Tian away. Face to face, Su Tian's hot breath sprayed on her cheek when he spoke. My body is almost limp. Su Tian laughed and said, I don't know who held me like an octopus last night and didn't let go the whole night. Daytime is different from nighttime, let's just hug each other when we sleep. What's the difference? It's different anyway.
She is not shy when she turns off the lights and hugs Su Tian at night.
I am very shy during the day, especially when I am flirting next to the mirror. Oh. Su Tian nodded and stopped worrying about this issue. Then I'll set up a stall tomorrow night and give it a try. Well, go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Su Tian asked, don't you want to continue to work in school? Of course I do. It's a pleasure to deal with bad students like you.
Lin Wire giggled, but I won't go for now. I'll wait until school starts in September to teach the 1st grade again. I taught the 2nd grade last year, and they're taking the college entrance exam this year. She is the head teacher of the class. If I go back to work after school, I will definitely have to resign from my position as class teacher.
It's not easy to be a high school class teacher. How about teaching in elementary school? It's easier as an elementary school teacher, right? Su Tian suggested.
Lin Wire shook her head and smiled bitterly. Primary school is easy, you can get off work at 4 p.m. but being a primary school teacher is harder than being a high school teacher. Nowadays, every parent thinks that their sons and daughters are extremely smart and can get into Peking University, Tsinghua University, or Huazhong University of Science and Technology.
Little do they know that they are so stupid. But their parents think they are very smart. They are all parents born in the 1980s, or even in the 1990s.
Especially the primary school students nowadays are super disobedient.
I don't tolerate the anger of parents and naughty children.
When she talked about her knowledge of teachers, her eyes were full of smiles, and she kept complaining to Su Tian about how difficult it was to be an elementary school teacher. Primary school students are difficult to please. Parents of primary school students are even more difficult to deal with.
If possible, I would like to transfer to the junior high school when school starts in the fall. As long as I am not the homeroom teacher, junior high school teachers will have an easier job than high school teachers. Although junior high school students have serious rebellious psychology. But the one who has the hard work is the class teacher. It would be pretty easy if you weren't a class teacher.
Especially now that the state stipulates that classes and makeup classes are not allowed on Saturdays and Sundays.
It would be even easier if I had 2 days off a week.
In the evening, Lin Wire's landlord called and asked that the rent was due in 1 month.
Do you want to renew the lease? If not, the landlord can find another tenant.
After discussing with Su Tian, Lin Weiler decided to renew the contract for another half a year.
The two are a little confused now. Su Tian doesn't want to rely on his parents.
I want to keep my parents' hard-earned money for their retirement.
But the old man had a different idea.
He was worried that Su Tian was too young to earn enough money for milk powder, and he had to raise 3 babies, so Su's father worked hard to help Su Tian make money. Lin Wire is generous. At most, she can ask her grandfather for a house, and her grandfather will definitely give it to her. The rent of the house I rent now is not too expensive, it is affordable, 1,000 per month and 6,000 for half a year.
Lin Weiler renewed the rent for half a year and the landlord readily agreed.
At this time, the familiar WeChat ringtone rang.
Lin Wire opened her eyes wide. Shu, did your best friend call? She answered the phone. In the video,
it turned out to be Lin Wire's best friend Chen Yuchu.
She is also Su Tian's sister-in-law and a high school English teacher.
My sister-in-law was his teacher at first, but she quit the job after she got married and focused on taking care of the baby at home. Later, I had my second child, and now I have 4 children. I am either breastfeeding or on my way to breastfeeding.
Xiao Wei? Ah, Shu Chu, it's me. Long time no see, what have you been busy with recently? Lin Weiler asked.
Shen Yuchu said, I'm busy taking care of the babies, and I'm exhausted every day.
Can you guess why I called you? Why? Don't you miss me? He. Shen Yuchu snorted, someone is much better than me.
He gave birth to 3 babies in 1 litter, which is more than my dog Da Huang can give birth to.
Pa, that's so mean, you're comparing me to the guard dog Da Huang. By the way, how did you know that?
My mother-in-law said that.
You are really amazing.
Su Tian came closer and put his hand on Lin Wire's cheek affectionately. Hello, sister-in-law.
Xiao Tian, you are amazing.
You have won over all of my sister-in-law's best friends, and they even gave birth to 3 babies for you.
He Su Tian laughed proudly.
On the phone, Su Feng taunted him. Ha, Teacher Lin taught you knowledge, and you taught Teacher Lin how to educate people.
That's great. You can even chase after the goddess teacher. Xiao Tian, you are really good at it. Brother, how can I compare with you? You have 4 children, and I only have 3. Let your goddess teacher give birth to another litter for you. Chen Yuchu covered his mouth and laughed.
Bah, you treat me as a Sao. Lin Wire smiled shyly.
Wait, I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. Where are you, Where? Send me your address. Good. Just hung up the phone.
Lin Wire's cell phone rang again. P.S. If you haven't read the author's previous book, please don't miss it.
Simply sort out the relationships between the characters.
Lin Weiler was Su Tian's teacher in high school, but she didn't teach him. My sister-in-law Chen Yuchu is a high school English teacher, and she taught him for a few months. The two are college classmates and best friends.
Su Feng is Su Tian's cousin and the child of Su's father's sister. In simple terms, he is his aunt's son. Chapter 43 Cousin and Sister-in-Law. Who is it? Su Tian asked. The phone calls kept coming one after another.
Another childhood friend of mine, we grew up together, our parents know each other, and we lived in the same neighborhood and building since we were young.
I have so many girlfriends. Big Dogecoin, you finally answered the phone.
When the phone was connected, a girl's fierce voice was heard.
Su Tian almost spit out a mouthful of juice. What kind of friendship is this? Zhang Yutong, why are you scolding me? Are you crazy?
Lin Weiler said angrily. Zhang Yutong snorted, we agreed to be single together, but she secretly found a man and lived with him. I haven't seen her for a year, and I'm really impressed by her.
How do you know?
Your mother told me. Lin Weiler was speechless.
Is it necessary for my mother to tell everyone that I am living with a man? Don't be so shameless. You didn't answer my calls several times. Do you still regard me as your sister? Zhang Yutong yelled. She is a few months older than Lin Weiler. I always call myself sister. Bah, you stinky bitch, I'm angry and don't want to bother with you. No, don't hang up. I was wrong. I was complaining about why you ignored me.
Humph, you found a man who didn't even answer calls from your sister or your best friend.
Living with a man every day, doesn't it feel good? Fine, you big head ghost. Lin Weiler was so angry that she was about to die. How shameless.
This best friend really deserves a beating. The two have been competing since childhood. If Chen Yuchu is a gentle best friend, then Zhang Yutong is a big tiger.
Wei Wei, I really miss you. Are you in Longcheng? What do you care whether I am here or not?
Zhang Yutong shouted, little fairy Wei Wei, come and kiss me.
Bullshit, do I have a man? Do you have one? Lin Weiler snorted. Hearing this, Zhang Yutong was immediately devastated and looked extremely sad.
Sighing, alas, last year we were in the same boat. I accompanied you on blind dates with men, watched movies, and went shopping with you.
But in the blink of an eye, you have a man and have completely forgotten about your best friend. It's really painful that we are just fake best friends. Pfft, stop pretending. Lin Weiler couldn't help but laugh. Is your husband handsome? The most handsome man in the universe. Is it true? Come and let me see it. Cut. Ha, Wei Wei has grown up and is secretly living with a man.
Su Tian felt that the voice was more and more familiar, and secretly glanced at the chubby woman on the screen.
Oh my god, Weier, isn't this my university lecturer? Who is your lecturer? Zhang Yutong asked. Su Tian is about to cover his face.
Lin Weier seemed to realize that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, hang up first.
Let's have dinner together when you are free.
By Zhang Yutong said.
Wei Wei, is your childhood best friend called Zhang Yutong? Yes, Zhang Yutong. Su Tian said with a smile, isn't this my university lecturer? Oh my god. Really?
Lin Weiler was also dumbfounded. You said your mother is a university teacher, and your best friend is also a university teacher.
Your best friend is this woman who was full of foul language and called you a jerk, right?
Lin Weiler pouted, don't be angry, it's normal for her to scold me like this, I scold her like this too, I just call her a bitch, we are used to it.
Pfft, okay, I really don't understand the relationship between women.
Men joked among themselves.
At most I would say, son, I am your father. Even so, the other party has to be someone who can take a joke. Weier, I think we are so destined to be together. My university teacher is actually your best friend. Really?
Lin Weiler covered half of her lip and laughed inwardly. You don't even know that the teacher who asked for leave last time is your future mother-in-law. Tonight, Debao Can woke up 3 times. The little guy tortured Su Tian and Lin Weiler so much that their nerves were exhausted. Fortunately, his father is still young and can really stay up late. If only a few years later. If you continue like this for a while, you might start to lose your hair and become bald.
The next morning, the two slept until 9 o'clock before getting up.
After waking up, Lin Weiler sat on the bed and held the first and second babies to feed them.
It's convenient to feed 2 at a time.
Just as they finished washing up, their cousin Su Feng and sister-in-law Chen Yuchu came with their family. My sister-in-law can give birth to 4 babies even more than Lin Weiler.
It's just that they have 2 babies, one is twins, and the other is twins, a boy and a girl. The first 2 children are daughters. I want to try to have a son as my second child. Lin Weiler gave birth to triplets at once, a boy and a girl. Weier, you are such a bitch.
You gave birth to 2 babies secretly without telling me.
That's awesome. Chen Yuchu praised. Lin Wire smiled modestly. How can you be better than me? You gave birth to 4 children.
Su Tian hurriedly poured water. Brother, sister-in-law, drink some water.
Xinxin, Yen Yen, and this is Xiao Dai and Chen Chen, right? Su Tian pinched Chen Chen and Xiao Dai's little faces. Ah. Xiao Dai and Chen Chen are almost 1 year old. He can't say anything else for now, he can only call dad and mom. Su Feng teased, you are quite capable.
You secretly married the female teacher and even got your sister-in-law's best friend.
Xiao Tian, you are really amazing.
Everyone knows that Lin Weiler's requirements for a partner are extremely high, and she also has the temper of a proud and spoiled young lady, making her the type that is particularly difficult to deal with. Su Tian scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed for having gotten his sister-in-law's best friend. It was just a crush before.
Now they are living together. Ha, Xiao Tian, I'm optimistic about you. Su Feng patted Su Tian on the shoulder. Su Tianxiao asked, brother, isn't your noodle shop busy? It's okay. The few people we hired are busy enough. Your sister-in-law takes care of Xiaochen and Xiaodai, and I take care of Xinxin and Yen Yen. I devote all my time to my son and daughter all day long. I'm going crazy from staying up late every day. Oh my god, luckily I only have 3 kids. 1 more and I feel like I will collapse. With 4 kids, preparing 3 meals a day is like a war. But compared with 3 kids and 4 kids, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. Hello, uncle.
Xinxin said sensibly.
Hello, uncle. Yen Yen said obediently.
The two were taught to be very polite by their cousin and kindergarten teacher.
Do you drink Coke? Su Tian asked with narrowed eyes.
Drink, Coke, Coke, I want to drink Coke. Hearing this, Yen Yen shouted excitedly.
Xinxin nodded and licked her little lips. Uncle, Xinxin wants to drink Coke.
When Su Tian took out a 2.5-liter super large bucket of Pepsi from the refrigerator, the 2 almost 4-year-old girls' big black eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time they had seen such a big barrel of Coke.
Coke, drink, uncle, drink Coke. Yen Yen shouted anxiously. Xinxin's little but can't even sit still on the sofa. Su Feng was confused. Xiao Tian, do you store such a big barrel of Coke at home?
I always bought small barrels of Coke for my daughters before, but now it's over.
When they go home, they will definitely ask for big barrels. Su Tian explained, Wei-er and I both like to drink Coke.
You called me Wei-er so sweetly.
Didn't you call me Teacher Xiaolin before? Su Tian was slightly embarrassed. Of course, after all, she is the child's mother. How can I keep calling him Teacher Kobayashi?
Lin Wire, on the other hand, occasionally calls herself teacher, but she can't change it for the time being.
Here, 2 little cuties, have some Coke. Su Tian poured 2 cups. My cousin's second daughter, Yen Yen, refused. She pouted, picked up a large bucket, and wanted to use the bottle to blow. The little brat was scolded by her old father, and then she picked up the glass honestly. Su Tian smiled. Yen Yen is so strong that she can carry such a big bucket of Coke. She eats more than others. Lin Weiler and Chen Yuchu went to the master bedroom to chat and locked the door.
I haven't seen my bestie for a long time, I really don't know what to talk about.
Su Tian was chatting with his cousin. Xiao Tian, these are my daughter's toys when she was little. The toys are piled up like a mountain, saving you the trouble of buying toys.
Su Feng unwrapped a large plastic bag and said with a smile, there are all kinds of toys, including Ultraman, Barbie, Pleasant Goat, Big Wolf, and their favorite Peppa Pig family when they were little.
The quality of these toys is good.
I can buy it myself, you can keep it for Xiaochen and Xiaodai to play with.
He has no shortage of toys.
Su Tian bought a bunch of things early, and so did Lin Weiler. On the second day after her baby was born, she bought small toys worth thousands of yuan from Taobao while lying on the bed in the delivery room of the hospital. However, the babies are too young to play with them personally, so Su Tian can only use his hands to pinch the toys to amuse the little cuties. You can only play with some toys when you are 5 months, half a year old, or 1 year old.
Xiao Tian, these toys that I gave you are not even 1/5 of what you have.
The toys at home have already piled up into a small mountain.
Chapter 44 Preparations must be in place. Brother, the baby is still young, so I can only cook at home. Su Tian Dao.
There are chicken legs, old hens, crushing carp, and various vegetables in the refrigerator.
Su Feng waved his hand and smiled, it's good to eat at home.
My daughter and son, plus your son and daughter, 7 babies, for adults, it's more troublesome to go out and find a restaurant for dinner than an ordinary family.
Yes, Su Tian smiled, just wait until they grow up.
That's good, cherish the happy days now.
I didn't know who would wait for the baby to grow up with me. Do you think it's good now?
Su Feng glanced at Xinxin and Yan Yan who were drinking Coke.
No more drinking. 2.5L super large bucket of Coke.
It's only been a few minutes and he's already drunk half a bucket. If you're not careful, the two girls can drink it all up.
Yan Yan touched her bloated belly and said, Dad, I'm full. I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to drink anymore. Xinxin said. She was full too. Su Tian helped to adjust the TV programs.
The TV is connected to the internet, and Lin Weiler has become a VIP member for 1 year. Su Tian searched for a Chinese version of Pokemon suitable for children to watch for his two nieces. Xinxin and Yan Yan were immediately attracted and sat obediently on the sofa, watching the cartoons with relish.
Brother, let's cook. Su Tian said. Okay. Su Feng nodded. Two chefs cooking together.
With his brother the chef around, Su Tian simply prepared the side dishes and cut the vegetables.
The two of them cooked much faster than ordinary people.
They prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup, including braised chicken, scrambled eggs with leeks, stir-fried vegetables, and fish soup. There are also fried peanuts and cold shredded potatoes.
It's time to eat. Su Tian shouted.
Only then did Lin Weiler and Chen Yuchu walk out of the room. The two of them chatted until their faces turned red, and it was unknown what they were talking about. Lin Weiler has been asking Chen Yuchu for parenting knowledge.
After all, he is a senior.
The mother has a wealth of knowledge.
Sister-in-law, where are Xiaochen and Xiaodai? Su Tian asked.
Chen Yuchu smiled and said, let me borrow your and Xiaowei's bed. The brother and sister are asleep.
Oh, it's the egg custard that my brother cooked.
Su Feng said, put it in the steamer first, and heat it up after the brother and sister wake up.
Yan Yan shouted, Dad, drink Coke with your meals. Don't drink. You've already drunk so much. Su Feng was so angry that his mouth twisted.
The two 4-year-old kids drank more than 1 L of Coke together.
If you're not careful, it will gurgle into your stomach.
Yan Yan retorted, oh, but the Coke I drank has already been peed out.
My eldest niece is more well-behaved.
Xinxin drinks when she is asked to, and never drinks if she is not allowed to.
The second daughter is more naughty. Did you pee from the Coke you just drank? Everyone was speechless. Su Tian was amused. Drink it, uncle will pour you a cup. You can only drink 1 cup during the meal. Thank you, uncle.
The lunch was very pleasant.
The two families were chatting happily.
When Su Tian mentioned that he did not plan to hold a full-month banquet for the baby, Su Feng gave him a thumbs up of praise. It is indeed inappropriate to get pregnant before marriage. When the baby is 100 days old, hold a grand 100-day banquet and invite relatives and friends. After lunch, Xiaochen and Xiaodai woke up and their cousin Su Feng fed them complimentary food.
After lunch, Su Feng asked Su Tian about his future plans.
After chatting for a few minutes, my cousin hurried to send Xinxin and Yan Yan to kindergarten.
Before leaving, the cousin transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Tian via WeChat.
It is difficult for a college student to raise 3 children without a job. Su Tian insisted on not accepting it, but his brother and sister-in-law were also stubborn.
I had no choice but to accept it.
For the relative cousin, a red envelope of 10,000 yuan is really a lot. However, the two have a good relationship since childhood and have always been friends. I'm the younger brother, and it's nice to have an older brother to take care of me. After eating, Lin Weiler blushed as she thought about the topic of conversation with her best friend.
Just now, Su Tian's sister-in-law Chen Yuchu secretly taught her. Pregnant before marriage, Su Tian was thinking about going to bed. How could he refuse? Chen Yuchu told her that she must remain mysterious towards men and must hold on to the last line of defense until the day of the wedding.
If Su Tian told her that if she couldn't hold it in any longer, she could use her hands. Lin Weiler was too embarrassed to speak, and didn't know how to use her hands. Chen Yuchu taught her and asked her to ask Su Tian that men who are pigs trotters all have teachers.
For example, Su Feng once told Chen Yuchu.
That kind of awkward thing was taught to him by Mr. Aoi from Sakura country.
The two women chatted about these embarrassing topics for about 20 minutes before dinner.
Lin Weiler was speechless. She herself was a teacher, okay? I was too shy to even kiss, let alone do anything else.
Xiaotian, if I take you home, will you be scared and nervous when you meet my parents, grandparents, uncle, aunt, and 2 cousins? Oh my god, Where, you scared the baby's father to death. Don't do this, or I won't dare go home with you. Oh, okay. Su Tian said seriously, the first time we will only meet your parents, as for relatives, we can visit them individually when we have time. Oh, she nodded. The two agreed to get their marriage certificate on May 1st. Must go home. If you don't go home to get your household registration book, you can't register for a marriage certificate at all. I'll go clean up the dishes and wash the dishes. She still has self-awareness. I am a big foodie, but I am not good at cooking. Su Tian works hard to take care of the baby every night. She should be more sensible and can work now that she is out of confinement. It is a bit tiring for Su Tian to take care of the baby at night, so during the day she takes care of 3 meals a day, washing dishes and cleaning the house after meals. What a good wife and mother, Su Tian praised. TSK. Lin Wire pouted and asked, Xiaotian, how long will it take for the baby's full-month photo to be ready? You told me it would take a week. That's so slow. Su Tian complained. There will be extra charge if the drawing is produced within 3 days. Su Tian is too lazy to add. It's okay. A week is not too slow. Remember to save a copy on your phone. Clear. In the afternoon, Su Tian gave up his nap and went to the flea market with sleepy eyes. He wants to choose a snack cart to set up a stall. Most of the snack tricycles are welded. The food street next to Wanda Plaza is 2 kilometers away from the community. He spent 5,000 yuan to buy a food truck for setting up stalls. Battery food truck, specializing in selling chuan xiang. If we talk about which snack is the simplest and most profitable, it is undoubtedly the various kinds of boiled skewers. Some pancakes, stinky tofu, and constantly busy manually. Making lamb kebabs is too time consuming and I definitely can't handle it by myself. But the skewers are fine. Chuan xiang is similar to Odin. Just prepare a pot of soup in advance and cook some skewers in it. Add some boiled instant noodles and vermicelli, and some fried starch sausage. All you need to do is cook the skewers, count them, and collect the money. I drove the electric car back and ordered an advertising banner to put on the dining car. Xiao Su Chuan xiang. Small print slogan, only love and food are worth living in this world. Love cannot be sought, but food is easy to get. After doing all this, I went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. Beef, fish balls, ham, luncheon meat, chicken gizzards, chicken hearts, beef balls. Vegetables include dried tofu, tofu skin, coriander, tofu rolls, tofu puffs, shiitake mushrooms, fungus, lotus root slices, etc. I rode the food truck all the way back to the community to prepare for the work. I'm quite big now and I'm already a boss. P.S. It's a sweet and leisurely daily article, a daddy article, don't go. Setting up a stall is just a simple transition. Let us all accompany the author to fight until dawn. Chapter 45 The difficult life of setting up a stall begins. Thank you for your hard work. When Su Tian came home carrying bags of vegetables and meat, Lin Weiler stood on tiptoe to help him take off his coat. Baby's dad wants to start a business. I want to set up a stall. No matter what you do, you must give your full support. Su Tian was surprised. Where, you are becoming more and more like a good wife and mother. She pouted proudly. The baby just finished feeding and fell asleep again. Do you need my help with anything? Yes, you need to put on the skewers. Oh. Su Tian placed the vegetables and meat he bought on the coffee table. The two of them sat on the sofa and put on skewers, fish balls, shrimp dumplings, and sausages. They just had to put them together. The preparation is simple. Xiaotian, how much money can you make from cooking skewers? Lin Weiler asked curiously. She used to like eating chuang xiang very much, especially super spicy ones, and she hasn't eaten it for a long time. Usually it's between 60 and 70%. At 1 yuan per string, you can make about 0.6 yuan. Beef and chicken are more profitable, 2 yuan a skewer. The target consumers are young people. College students, high school students, or some people who have just graduated. After all, most of the people who go to Wanda Food Street are young couples. After watching a movie, visiting a bar, singing in a KTV, or shopping on the street, many people will eat some street food. The profit is very high. Lin Weiler was surprised. Su Tian nodded and smiled. Yes, it's almost summer now, and the vegetable prices in the wholesale market are very low. If the vegetable prices are high in winter, the profit may be reduced, but cooking skewers will definitely make money. Lin Wire helped to thread the skewers.
At this time, Sue's mother came. Su Tian called for help. Anyway, the flower shop doesn't have much business at night. Son, what do you want? Mom, I want to set up a stall and start my own business to earn money for milk powder.
Mom supports you.
Sue's mother took off her coat, put on slippers and joined the battlefield.
Wire, go and have a rest. Auntie will help you string the skewers.
Lin Wire shook her head and smiled. No, Xiaodian said I am a useless mother, and useless mothers also have to work hard.
Sue's mother accused, what are you saying about Wire again, you little brat? Oh my god? My son is going to be the boss. Nothing was said. Wire just overthinks it. Su Tian was cutting beef. Wash the beef and marinate it for half an hour before starting to thread it onto the skewers.
Some fish balls, ham, and tofu were put into bags after being threaded, washed, blanched, and cooked.
The preparation took almost 3 hours. 1,000 vegetarian skewers. 500 skewers, meat skewers.
The total amount of these sold was 2,000 yuan.
If all can be sold out, we can make about 60% profit.
The cost of gas has been excluded, and a tank of gas has now risen to 120 yuan. Fried starch sausages, instant noodles, and vermicelli were already placed in the dining car.
It was past 8 o'clock and Su Tian hadn't even had dinner. Kissed the feet of the 3 little babies one by one.
Dad is going to earn money for milk powder, bye. Lin Wire said, put this phone holder on the dining car, remember to have a video call with the teacher. She wanted to go, but she couldn't get away because she had to take care of 3 little babies.
Okay. Su Tian put the mobile phone holder in his pocket.
Ride the tricycle slowly.
Su Tianku shamelessly bent down and stretched his face forward. Kiss. Ever since Su's father came. Decided to get the marriage certificate and went shopping together.
The two are in a romantic relationship, as for which stage it is at, it needs to be cultivated slowly. Idiot Lin Weiler pursed her lips coquettishly, her face blushing. She mustered up the courage to ignore Su's mother who was beside her, pouted her cherry pink lips and kissed Su Tian on the cheek. Then, her pretty face flushed, and her ears and neck were covered with a layer of red.
Actually, it's okay.
The main reason was that Su's mother was watching her and Su Tian being intimate. Go Lin Weiler waved her hand.
Kiss before setting up the stall tomorrow. Kiss your ass, I wanna poop.
Su's mother had a smile on her face and looked like she was eating a mouthful of dog food, even the air seemed to be filled with the sweet smell of love.
Teacher Kobayashi is quite brave. Most of the food on this food street is a night market food street, and the stalls are open until at least 2 or 3 o'clock. Therefore, the stall is set up very late, at 8 o'clock. I heard that 9:30–10:30 is when the busiest traffic occurs. But many snack vendors arrived early and made preparations.
Su Tian did not compete with others for a seat, but instead stood at the entrance of the food court. Many people set up their stalls here because it is a real food court. They have to pay a management fee of 2,800 yuan a month, but the upside is that they don't have to worry about being driven away by the urban management. On his left is an old lady selling pancakes, and on his right is an old man selling fried jelly.
You're so young and you're already setting up a stall? The aunt asked as she greeted him. Su Tian looked like a high school student like her grandson. Su Tian smiled, hello, auntie, I already have a child. You have a child? That doesn't look like it. You look like a little kid. Auntie, are you complimenting me on my youth? I'm already 26 this year. Su Tian lied about his age and said he was the same age as Lin Weiler.
The old lady smiled cheerfully. There are many young people setting up stalls nowadays, but it's rare to see someone as young as you. The young people she mentioned are all 30 years old.
Su Tian placed the prepared skewers in a long stainless steel box and arranged them all one by one.
The secret chili sauce and sesame sauce are placed on the side. The lunch boxes are all bucket-shaped disposable lunch boxes. After diners have chosen their skewers, they can simply put them into the lunchbox and start eating by holding it in their left hand.
Instant noodles and vermicelli are also prepared on the side and can be cooked. Cooking instant noodles costs 5 yuan per serving. Vermicelli is 3 yuan per serving. Starch ham sausage is 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 4. At this time, there were already many couples holding hands, as well as a group of male students, and occasionally a group of close female students passing by. The aunt's pancake stall is opened, but no one is patronizing Su Tian's skewers and the uncle's fried jelly. Su Tian first fried a few pieces of starch ham, and then ate one himself out of boredom. crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In one word, delicious. A couple passed by, holding hands with each other, and the girl said, "I want to eat boiled skewers." The boy waved his hand. "There are so many snacks in the food court, they must be tastier. Didn't you see that no one is visiting the entrance of the food court? They must be terrible." Hearing this, Su Tian smiled speechlessly. Damn it! Is the food in the food court delicious? Is it unpalatable at the entrance? "Handsome guy, I want a starch sausage," shouted the short-haired girl Xie Xiaoxie. "Do you want to eat chili peppers?" Su Tian asked. Zhang Xiaomi said, "Eat two, add more chili." "Okay." Are you Su Tian?" asked the long-haired girl Zhang Xiaomi. Su Tian looked at the two of them in surprise. "Xie Xiaoxie? Zhang Xiaomi?" Xie Xiaoxie said, "It's us, long time no see. Are you not going to school to start the stall?" Yes, Su Tian nodded. The two were his high school classmates. After all, she is a college student, and her appearance has lost its former purity. Wearing makeup, applying lipstick, wearing fashionable clothes, and knowing how to dress up. Zhang Xiaomi pursed her lips, her expression slightly complicated. "Then, why don't you study anymore? Your grades are so good, aren't you studying at the Polytechnic University?" See Su Tian again. I remembered that I had confessed my love to Su Tian in my senior year of high school, but he rejected her confession on the grounds that being in a relationship will affect your academic performance and delay your college entrance examination. Now thinking about it, I am still so angry. Zhang Xiaomi is very beautiful, with above-average looks. Compared with Lin Weiler's appearance, there is still a big gap. The key point is that she is only 150 centimeters tall, and when she was in high school, Su Tian often teased her as a little gas tank. Su Tian smiled. "I didn't give up studying. I started my own business by setting up a stall as an internship in my senior year." "Oh. The starch ham for both of you is ready." Su Tian handed it over. The two of them finished eating right away. Xie Xiaoxie picked out a dozen skewers, including beef and chicken. The two of them picked a lot and handed them to Su Tian. Su Tian prepared the sesame paste and chili pepper. "How much?" 52 in total. Zhang Xiaomi scanned the code and paid the bill. WeChat payment of 52 yuan. The payment reminder sounded. I finally opened the business with great difficulty, and my first order was from a high school classmate. Chapter 46. Boss, do you have a secret recipe? Xiaomi, how about I ask Su Tian for you if he has a girlfriend now? Girls change a lot when they grow up. You are much prettier than you were in high school. He will definitely agree to be with you. Xie Xiaoxie asked. Zhang Xiaomi shook her head. Forget it, I don't like him anymore. Hee, look at your complicated expression. Haven't you noticed that Su Tian is getting more and more handsome? He looks a lot like the famous star Chen Guanxi. TSK, I don't even like someone who looks like Pan Yuyan. Try the skewers, is it delicious? Xie Xiaoxie put a skewer of beef in his mouth. Rua, so spicy. Smells so good. She chose super spicy. The chili pepper danced in her mouth as if it had a soul. It's spicy and fresh, leaving a lingering taste in your mouth and teeth. Super tasty, very yummy. Xie Xiaoxie ate another string of bean curd and fish balls. Zhang Xiaomi nodded. I didn't expect his cooking skills to be so good. It's really delicious. Xiaoxie, I really can't understand why someone with such excellent college entrance examination results would go out to set up a stall to sell snacks. Puff, it was too spicy, and fragrant. Xie Xiaoxie stuck out his tongue, exhaled, and said, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Everyone has different dreams and pursuits. Isn't it very courageous for college students to set up a stall to sell snacks? That's true. The two of them finished the skewers at the speed of light. 52 yuan, not even a discount for old classmates, not even the 2 yuan change is removed. Zhang Xiaomi snorted. Xie Xiaoxie smiled and said, Su Tian is really stingy. Should we go eat again? He will just run away without paying after eating. Pfft, this is so bad. At this time, the flow of people in the food court is increasing. But Su Tian's stall was still deserted. He dialed Lin Weier's video call and placed the phone on the stand. Lin Weier just happened to see his busy figure working sideways. Is anyone eating? Lin Weiler asked. It sold for more than 40 yuan. Amazing. Su Tian glanced at the phone screen. You and Mom are still stringing skewers? Oh, how can I sleep while watching TV while putting on skewers? Where are the babies? She's sleeping soundly.
She just had her diaper changed.
The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening.
The flow of people was increasing, reaching the point where it was crowded.
Su Tian actually saw his 3 roommates, but they didn't notice him and just walked straight into the snack street. Damn, doesn't this bastard Curry love to eat starch sausage the most? Dog brother. Who called me? Ergo looked puzzled. Long, did you hear someone calling me? Yes. Long. Another shout.
The 3 of them immediately stopped and turned around. They saw the sound came from a food truck and hurried over.
What the hell?
Curry was surprised.
Xiaotian, how come you are in the food court?
Ergo was dumbfounded. Xiaotian, you're not at home taking care of the baby, so why are you setting up a stall?
Long asked, Xiaotian, when did you start setting up the stall? Su Tian explained, your sister-in-law is out of confinement and wants to earn money for milk powder.
She came out to set up a stall to try to start a business and see if she can make money.
This is how he explained it. The 3 of them understood.
It turns out that he has started a business. Long sighed, look at you, if you need money, just tell your brothers. You are working hard to set up a stall and start your own business without your brother's knowledge. We are not short of money, but we need to prepare for a rainy day.
The baby will need money a lot in the future. Especially. He also raised a son.
My son will need money, a house, and a car in the future.
Give me some boiled skewers. A little girl came forward and said. She hasn't eaten skewers for a long time.
Coincidentally, there was one in the food court right after I finished my cram school class.
Okay, pick it up next to the lunchbox.
A high school girl was walking around the food court alone and only picked 5 skewers. Seeing this, Long said enthusiastically, it is absolutely delicious. If it is not delicious, it is free of charge.
It is the most delicious skewers in the world. Yes, there is a small stool here, please sit down. Little beauty, you can pick more. Ergu shouted. Su Tian smiled helplessly. The little girl was a little confused. Were these 3 big pots too enthusiastic? She was shy and introverted and didn't like to talk much. Normally, I don't dare to take the initiative to talk to boys, but at this moment, my face turned red as I was enthusiastically served by several enthusiastic men. Because it is the entrance to the food court. Su Tian only placed a folding dining table and 4 stools. Thank you, I'll pick it myself.
But the older brothers were too enthusiastic, so the little girl picked 5 more skewers.
Su Tian was speechless.
You guys, a bunch of rough old guys, scared a high school girl.
Want some chili? Yes, put more, and another sausage. How much is it? Asked the little girl. A total of 20. Oh. The girl scanned the WeChat QR code to pay and walked inside with the skewers. She also wants to eat stinky tofu. Su Tian said, don't be so enthusiastic, the little girl is scared. Hey, if she's not enthusiastic, can she pick 5 more skewers?
At this time, 5 big men weighing more than 200 pounds came.
Boss, how much is the starch sausage? 3 yuan for 1, 10 yuan for 4. It's 20 yuan.
5 people carried boiled skewers, beef, fish balls, shrimp dumplings, chicken hearts, chicken gizzards, vegetable meatballs, and sweet potato meatballs. I picked a total of 40 meat skewers and 30 vegetarian skewers.
Fuck, it's so delicious? It smells so good.
Damn, this is the first time in my life that I've eaten such delicious boiled skewers.
Boss, you have a secret recipe. A man praised while eating skewers. Su Tian smiled, exclusive secret recipe, absolutely delicious.
The 5 of them finished the skewers in less than 10 minutes and then ordered another 50 skewers. These people were eating skewers, putting 4 or 5 skewers into their mouths at a time. Their eating manners were comparable to Longlong's, and they looked quite ferocious.
While they were eating, Su Tianbian continued to cook. How much?
There are 50 vegetarian skewers and 70 meat skewers.
Su Tian smiled, including the starch and ham, the total is 210, just give 200.
Young people who come here to shop don't care about how much money they spend. 1 yuan per skewer is a normal price, and 2 yuan for meat skewers is very normal.
Maybe 80 cents a string in the old city. This is the common price in Xinjiang district. Okay, it's delicious. I'll come again next time.
The fat man paid the bill quickly. One of the fat guys chuckled and said, "Handsome brother, it would be better if this was a buffet."
Then I guess this truckload of skewers isn't enough for the big brothers to eat. Su Tian smiled heartily.
The pancake lady next to her was surprised.
She was busy all the time, making pancakes all the time. After working for more than an hour, I only sold over 100. Pancakes are 8 yuan each, with eggs, grilled sausage and crackers.
The guy next door, his sales surpassed hers as soon as he opened his shop.
Long Long and his friends went to eat fried jelly. Perhaps it's the big brother effect, more and more people come to eat skewers. Su Tian kept cooking skewers and frying starch sausages. Most of them are young couples. The total number of women who eat skewers is higher than that of men, but they don't eat as much.
Everyone praised the meal after eating, saying delicious, yummy, I'll come again next time.
This is probably the highest compliment you can give to a food vendor. Xiaotian, come and cook some instant noodles with vermicelli. Long Long and his friends each picked some skewers to cook. What the hell?
Little Curry said in surprise, "Xiaotian, based on my many years of experience in eating skewers, your skewers are definitely the best in the world, no other place can compare to them."
Really? Ha ha. Su Tian smiled.
The three of them didn't take up seats at the table and ate while standing.
After eating, I stayed with Su Tian until 11 o'clock before leaving.
We had originally agreed to go to the food street first, and then go to a nearby internet cafe to play games all night.
Xiaotian, how are sales going?
In the video, Lin Weiler yawned and felt a little sleepy.
Su Tian replied, there are a lot of people. 2/3 of the items have been sold. They should be sold out in an hour.
Oh, I'll wait until you get home. She and Su's mother have already skewered the skewers to be sold tomorrow. This way, Su Tian can save a lot of trouble when setting up the stall tomorrow night.
Chapter 47 Lin Weier's breast milk is not enough. Oh my god, what a handsome little boss. It's really cool, let's go and eat some boiled skewers. Hua, can you help me get my boss's WeChat ID?
This was a group of old rogue girls born in 1995 who had just graduated and had been working for 2 years. They were all dressed up beautifully. There were about 7 or 8 of them, standing aside and eating fried jelly. A group of female perverts have been staring at Su Tian for a long time.
Hua said, then you have to spend money before you can get the boss's WeChat. Just consume, what are you afraid of?
A group of women walked up to the snack cart.
WeChat payment of 68 yuan. 2 rough old men had just finished eating the boiled skewers and left with a feeling of being unsatisfied.
We agreed to go to the food court, but when we got to the entrance of the food court, we had a meal of boiled skewers and found that we were full.
Boss Shuaigua, can I add you on WeChat when we eat skewers? The girl named Hua asked boldly. Su Tian smiled, of course, it depends on how much you eat.
In the video, Lin Weier, who was yawning and feeding her 3 babies despite feeling sleepy, clenched her little pink fists and instantly stopped feeling sleepy. No more, no more.
But how could Su Tian hear it? Several women couldn't wait to choose the skewers to cook.
It was already 11:30, and only 100 yuan worth of skewers were left.
The 7 women ordered them all at once. Su Tian stretched and just finished closing his stall. WeChat payment of 128 yuan. Handsome guy, WeChat ID, Hua shouted. Su Tian opened the WeChat QR code.
3 girls scanned it actively, while the others were a little shy and didn't dare to add him actively.
Goodbye, handsome boss.
Su Tian began to pack up his things. There were 2 buckets of water on the dining cart. After heating them, I used detergent to clean the dining cart, threw away the things that should be thrown away, and put the remaining instant noodles in a storage box.
Get off work. Closing the stall. At the same time, a girl named Hua clicked on Su Tian's WeChat profile picture and entered his moments. First message. It's the first day of setting up the stall. Dad is working hard to earn money for milk powder for the baby. The accompanying picture is the baby's full month photo, and it's a cute picture of 3 little cuties opening their eyes. Hua complained, the boss Zaya Shuiguo got married and has kids, 3 kids at that. Fuck, I was wrong.
Oh my god, it turns out that handsome guys always get married young. A group of women were just discussing how to start a conversation with Su Tian. I never expected that Su Tian would agree to add me as a friend. Several people excitedly clicked on Su Tian's WeChat moments, and when they saw the pictures of the 3 cute babies, the group of women suddenly felt like they were in a mess.
Boss, are there no more strings? A girl asked. No more, time to close the stall. Su Tian responded to the customer with a smile.
The uncle who was cooking fried jelly was smoking a cigarette and sitting on a stool, still waiting for the next customer. The pancake auntie was yawning, but still waiting for the stall to close at 2:30.
The kebab uncle wearing a hat is grilling the kebabs hard. The pancake lady looked surprised and asked, "Young man, are you closing your stall?"
Yes, the stall is closed. Auntie said, although it's not the peak period now, the midnight show at the cinema is over and there are bars nearby, so there will be a lot of people from 1 to 2 in the morning.
Everything we prepared has been sold out. If we want to sell anything, we have to go home and get it.
The jelly uncle held out his hand and handed over a cigarette. Young man, have a cigarette before you leave.
Thanks, uncle, I don't smoke. Su Tian smiled. You're really good, young man. You must have sold thousands of them, right? The uncle asked.
He estimated that Su Tian had earned about 600 or 700.
Yes. I'm better than the uncle. I stir-fry jelly and rice.
My hands are almost cramped from flipping the wok, but I still don't make half as much as you do.
Su Tian smiled modestly. Uncle, you didn't see that some girls came to visit me because I was handsome. HH. Both the uncle and the aunt laughed.
The young man is telling the truth. I'm leaving first, my wife is waiting for me at home.
The aunt said to the uncle, this young man is really good.
Young people have advantages in setting up stalls. It's not even 12 o'clock yet, and they have already closed their stalls and gone home.
The uncle retorted, what young man? He is a handsome guy. If I had set up a stall 30 years ago. Well, a woman born in the 1970s 30 years ago wouldn't be so bold as to ask for contact information.
Lynn Weiler was lying on the sofa with her eyes slightly squinted. When she heard the sound of the key turning, she suddenly woke up. She immediately ran to the door, and when she came over, Su Tian had already pushed the door open. There was fatigue written all over his face, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Thanks for your hard work. Su Tian shook the mutton skewer in his hand and said, I bought this for you. Eat it while it's still hot.
Thank you, Xiaotian. She wanted to call him husband, but when the words came to her lips, she was too embarrassed to say them out loud.
Is Mom asleep?
Oh, he's already asleep. In fact, Su's mother had already woken up, but she just didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's world of two.
Su Tian took a warm shower and walked out of the bathroom wearing slippers. Little foodie Weiwei has finished eating 6 skewers of lamb and 4 skewers of beef. Su Tian sighed, it's really not easy to earn money for baby's milk powder. How much money did you make? Lynn Weiler asked excitedly. Let's talk while we lie in bed. Don't wake up Mom. Turn off the lights and go back to the house.
Only by turning off the lights in the darkroom could Lynn Weiler hide her shy and blushing face.
The little head rested on Su Tian's chest. Su Tian couldn't help but reach out and touch Lynn Weiler's fair and tender face.
She shyly moved her body down, turned sideways and put her arms around Su Tian's chest.
Her pretty face flushed. 5 parts shyness, 5 parts happiness. Thank you for your hard work. Su Tian said gently, you put all the skewers on the skewers at home, which is also very hard work. I received 268 in change. The WeChat red envelope started out as 0 yuan, and now it's 2,122 yuan. The total is 2,390, including boiled skewers, starchy ham sausage and instant noodles. My roommate Long Long and Xiao Curry ate some of them. Otherwise, it would have cost 2,500. Based on a 60% profit, it would be 1,400. Actually,
the vegetables are very cheap.
More than 60%. Including manual labor. Just calculate based on 60% profit.
While Lin Weier praised softly, that's amazing, my monthly salary as a class teacher is only 5,800 in total.
You'll earn back my salary in just a few days. Su Tian said, high school teachers have good benefits. The school gives gifts during festivals. Classes are only a few hours a day. Saturdays and Sundays are off, and holidays are off. Stupid, you don't need to prepare for class anyway, you are much better at setting up a stall than the teacher. She praised Su Tian happily. Men are tired and need praise. The money you earn by yourself is really sweet. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for working hard for the first time and trying to save money for milk powder for the baby.
Complete the hard work of love, the system rewards 20,000 yuan. The money rewarded by the system is also super attractive. Xiao Tian.
The breast milk is not enough for 3 babies. Just now, the eldest baby cried and I tried to feed him, but the baby took 2 bites and then the milk was gone.
I don't know what happened.
Thinking of this, Lynn Weiler turned on the bedside lamp, her almond-shaped eyes frowned, and her pretty face was full of worry. Every time, all 3 babies cry together. She always feeds the second and third baby at the same time.
Finally, feed Debeo. Half an hour ago, she fed the baby.
I found it was not enough, so I ended up using a manual breast pump.
But still can't squeeze out. Su Tian asked softly, is it because the 3 babies eat too much every day?
I have to feed them 7 or 8 times a day, and my milk is not enough.
It is definitely not possible that the nutrition is insufficient.
Every day, I have a lot of nourishment from old hens, fish soup, and various milk-producing foods. Even with such nutritious food, if there is not enough milk, then it is a problem with Lin Weier's physical condition.
What to do? Don't worry, if your milk is still not enough tomorrow, you can only feed your baby with formula.
Oh, I'll consult Dr. Bian Wang Meili tomorrow morning.
Chu Chu and the teacher said that if the breast milk is insufficient,
I can only feed 1 baby with breast milk and let the other 2 babies drink formula. When Chu Chu gave birth to twin daughters, she ran out of milk within 3 months. That's how she raised her 2 daughters.
As a mother,
if there is enough breast milk, continue to breastfeed.
But,
Chapter 48, Decision-Making Methods for Selecting Troops and Generals. That night, the 3 babies took turns bullying Su Tian and Lin Weiler. I woke up once at 3:30 in the morning, once at 5 o'clock, and again at 6 o'clock, and I cried every time I woke up. Even if they don't pee, poop, or are not hungry, they will cry as soon as they wake up, especially the eldest child, Can Can, and the second child, Nuanyuan. That night, Lin Weiler insisted on getting up to take care of the baby and refused to let Su Tian help. He sympathized with Su Tian for having worked hard setting up the stall last night.
But how can we suddenly change something we are used to? At 7:30 in the morning, Su Tian was awakened by a thunder. It's thundering. Debeo and Erbo were frightened by the thunder.
They pouted their little mouths and started crying.
Wah!
Lin Weiler held Erbo in her arms and covered her ears with her hands.
Don't cry, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy will protect you, little baby. Son, don't cry. Daddy loves you so much, Su Tian coaxed Debeo. Well, now they are so cute.
When the 3 babies grow up and become naughty, the first one they punish is the little piglet Debeo.
Mom, can you come in? Su's mother knocked on the door.
Mom, the door is not locked.
Where and I always wear clothes when we sleep at night. Su Tian shouted. Lin Weiler glared at Su Tian. Is it necessary to explain to Mother Su?
Oh, Grandma's little darling, don't be afraid if it's thundering. Mother Su bent down and looked at Debeo, who was crying with heartache.
Mom, you coax Debeo and I'll coax Sanbao. Su Tian held Debeo in his mother's arms. Although the Su family does not favor boys over girls, even though the parents don't say it, the eldest child is definitely their favorite. Su Tian likes his 2 daughters instead. As for the little pig's hoof, wait till he grows up to deal with him. Sanbao closed his eyes and his brows relaxed.
The thunder outside did not affect her mood at all. She nibbled on her chubby, white hands with her little mouth. Yun sucked on the little hands, which tasted better than her mother chewing pig's trotters.
Dad is here. Hearing his father's voice, the little guy narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly glanced at Su Tian.
I glanced at my dad, then continued to close my eyes and suck my fingers comfortably.
Su Tian felt that he was being ignored.
Stop sucking your fingers, Su Tian shouted.
The cute baby is so adorable that his old father is so cute. Su Tian gently moved her little hand away. The little cutie then opened his eyes completely and stared at his father blankly. Ah, Su Tian made a face.
Ah, Su Tian winked and made faces, constantly changing his expression towards Sanbao.
Ah, Sanbao made a sound, and the little cutie laughed. Su Tian immediately took credit. Wire, Mom, Sanbao just smiled at me.
But when I turned around, she was sucking her thumb again.
Sucking your fingers again. Su Tian was defeated by Sanbao.
Lin Weiler smiled lovingly, just let her eat. I heard that other babies also suck their fingers. It will be fine when she learns to play with toys. She held Nuanyuan in her arms but didn't dare put her on the bed, because she would definitely cry if she did, especially with the occasional thunder outside the window.
Can kept crying in her grandmother's arms. Mother Sue was really good at coaxing babies.
She walked back and forth in the bedroom holding DeBeo in her arms, gently nudging and rocking him.
After half a minute, DeBeo calmed down.
The bedroom suddenly became quiet.
The only sound was the raindrops hitting the window. Wire, let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time, there was an old sow who gave birth to piglets but didn't have enough milk. A pillow fell heavily on Su Tian's head.
Don't talk about it. As a Chinese teacher, Lin Weiler suspected that Su Tian was using objects to describe people, comparing her to this old sow. He was so mean, he only knew how to bully her, the teacher.
Su Tian grinned. I will definitely finish telling this joke when I have a chance.
If not, I will wait until the three little ones grow up and tell them to them.
Cut.
Lin Weiler opened Su Tian's WeChat on his mobile phone and consulted Dr. Wang Meili. If the milk supply is not enough and the daily diet and nutrition are sufficient, you can consider asking the baby's father to massage the breasts to see if some milk can be secreted.
How is it possible that? It's so embarrassing. Lin Weiler started to feed the baby instead of holding the baby. Let Su Tian bring the bottle over. She used a milking machine to squeeze out some. She frowned and said dejectedly, it's enough for one baby. Xiao Tian, which baby do you want to give it to?
This.
Breast milk is only enough for one baby.
This stumped Su Tian.
You two can discuss this matter.
If it doesn't work, go buy some milk powder and make it for the baby to drink. Sue's mother said this and walked out of the room to the kitchen to make breakfast.
It's a thunderstorm today, so the flower shop's business must be bad. There is no need to open the door in the morning.
In fact, Sue's mother wanted Lin Weiler to feed DeBeo with breast milk. But she was worried that Lin Weiler would think she was favoring boys over girls, so she didn't dare to disturb the couple's decision.
The same is true for Su Tian. Wei, can I call you Wei from now on? Idiot, is now the time to think about this? You are not allowed to call me Wei, you can only call me Weier. Oh, okay.
Su Tian gritted his teeth and hugged the three babies together.
Start with DeBeo and select the troops and generals.
Call the soldiers and generals, ride horses to fight, whoever is called, follow me.
If you don't follow, you are a pig.
When I was a kid and played games with my friends, I often used the tactic of selecting soldiers and generals.
The original last sentence was, you are a puppy, but how could I call my daughter a puppy? I had to call her a piglet. Xiao Tian, is this the way to make the decision?
You are so smart. Lin Weiler covered her mouth and smiled. She often played this game with Zhang Yutong when she was a child.
Let's do it again. Call the troops and generals. If you don't leave, you are a pig.
The three little cuties were lying together.
Su Tian pointed at them here and there, and finally his finger pointed at Sanbao Inan. Don't worry about it. Feed the third baby with breast milk. The first and second baby will use formula milk. I'll go buy the formula. Oh, okay.
In fact, Lin Weiler also wanted to feed breast milk to the first baby, but after thinking about it, she felt that it would be unfair to the first and second babies.
The one chosen in this way is Sanbaoanan. See, Su Tian has made up his mind. She took a long breath.
I picked up my third child and fed him breast milk from the bottle. And put the pacifier into her little mouth and started drinking it with a gurgling sound. Little foodie, you're the one who eats the most every day. Lin Weiler looked at DeBeo and Erbao, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes.
You are the older brother and you are the older sister. From now on, you will give your breast milk to your younger sister. I'm sorry, Mom didn't mean it. It's just that Mom really doesn't have enough milk. I'm sorry, Can, Nuanyuan. Xiao Tian, it's raining so hard outside, why don't you wait a little longer? The baby is not crying now. Su Tian shook his head, put on his coat and held an umbrella in his hand. No, how can I let DeBeo and Erbao go hungry? Even if it's raining, hailing, or even raining knives outside, I still have to go to the maternity and baby store to buy milk powder. Chapter 49, Soft and Sticky Little Dumpling, Everyone Wants to Kiss It.
Su Tian selected milk powder, which cost 1,200 yuan a can, and bought 3 cans. The shop owner said that it is only enough for 2 babies for 4 or 5 days. If the baby is a few months old, 5 or 6 months old, you can use a can of milk powder every 3 days. Many people say that expensive milk powder is a waste of money, but Su Tian doesn't dare to feed his babies with cheap milk powder.
Oh, my shoes are wet. Su Tian walked in, took off his coat and put on slippers.
Lin Wire ran out of the master bedroom anxiously. Debao and Erbao are crying so hard, hurry up and make some milk powder. The baby was crying just now, so she tried to squeeze some milk out with the milk pump, but it was just a little bit, and he finished it in 3 seconds. Mother Sue had already boiled the water in advance.
Don't worry, Wire. Auntie will help you make the tea. But when Sue's mother opened the lid of the milk powder can, Xiaotian, didn't the store owner teach you how much to make? I have taught you.
Su Tian said, Wire, 1 spoonful of milk powder can make up 30 milliliters of milk powder. The baby should eat 3 spoonfuls of milk powder for the time being. When the first and second babies are a few months old, the amount can be gradually increased.
Now babies need to eat at least 7 times a day. Sometimes I cry at night and need to eat 8 times. I've got that. Lin Weiler nodded. Su Tian scooped 3 spoonfuls of milk powder into each of the 2 bottles. The water temperature cannot be too high. Su Tian bought a water thermometer.
The boss lady said that water temperature that is too high will destroy the nutrients in the milk powder, and it is best to keep it at over 50 degrees.
Su Tian put 2 kettles together, tossed them back and forth to lower the water temperature, and tested it with a thermometer. New dad, don't understand these.
I had to use a thermometer to test the water temperature. After a while, touch it and drink a sip of water and you will roughly know whether it is suitable for making milk powder.
After making the milk powder, shake it in your hand. Debao, Erbao, eat milk. Idiot, I'm so anxious.
Lin Weiler raised her foot and kicked Su Tian's but lightly, then rushed into the bedroom with the bottle.
Hold me up, honey, hold me up, or I might choke on my milk.
Lin Wire slapped her forehead in self-blame. I'm so stupid. She hurriedly held Debao in her arms.
Su Tian was holding his second baby, Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan's little face turned red from crying, and she looked at her father with grievance and pity. Drink milk, she gently placed the pacifier in the second baby's mouth.
Erbao sucked on the pacifier, Pululu bubbles appeared in his cute little mouth. It turned out that he drank too quickly. He gulped down the milk and it flowed down his little chin onto his clothes.
Daddy's little cutie, don't worry, drink slowly. Gurgle. Gurgle. Lululul, she drank desperately. The milk is overflowing from my mouth again. This made Su Tian worried. Little cutie, little ancestor, suck slowly, why are you working so hard?
Your brother and sister won't grab your milk, and your dad won't grab it either.
Lin Wire handed over a baby towel. Su Tian wiped Erbao's chin and changed his clothes.
Although Su Tian has no milk, he makes his own milk powder. Looking at the little guy with his eyes closed, brows relaxed, drinking milk contentedly,
Su Tian felt proud from the bottom of his heart. This is the fatherly love that is thicker than blood. Wow, you little cutie are amazing. You drank slowly this time.
She drank up the whole small bottle of milk.
Erbao opened her little mouth and made a sound.
She didn't open her eyes until she finished drinking milk and looked at her cheap dad.
Su Tian laughed, I am your father. Yeah. Su Tian gently patted the baby's burp and changed the little cutie into clean clothes.
On the other side, Can continued drinking. Debao drinks so slowly Su Tian was surprised. The second baby finished drinking it, and the first baby only drank more than half.
Of course, Sanbao is the best at drinking milk. 3 soft and cute little balls, everyone who sees them wants to kiss them.
Lin Wire said, Debao drinks milk like a little lady, ha ha ha.
TSK, how can you say that about your son? He will be a man in the future. A man, Debao, grow up to be your mother's man and protect her, right? Damn it, Su Tian is jealous of his son.
I will protect you from now on, and he will protect his 2 sisters when he grows up.
Lin Weiler stuck out her tongue mischievously. Debao finally finished his milk and fell asleep quietly. He was tired of crying and drinking.
Nuanyuan also fell into a sweet dream.
The couple gently placed the 2 little cuties in the crib.
Anan amuses herself, kicking the quilt with her little feet, not at all restless. She really can't roll over or run, otherwise she would have gone to play wild on the ground.
Su Tian smiled and said, when Debao grows up, I will train him in martial arts. It would be best if he could fight 5 people at once.
Debao has trained himself well and knows martial arts, so he will be able to fight in school.
We should educate them well.
Martial arts is used to protect ourselves and our families.
You are a teacher, are you still worried about not being able to educate your children? Oh, she nodded. There seems to be no connection between educating children and being a teacher, right?
She teaches other people as children, and she has no idea how to educate her own baby in the future.
She is completely confused. High school Chinese teacher. Whoever didn't do his homework, whoever was naughty in class. The punishment was to copy the text. Copy ancient poems. Copy until your hands are sore. Anyway, she doesn't hit students. This saves some brainless parents from coming to school and making trouble.
Therefore, she is a devil teacher in the eyes of students. Su Tian rubbed Debao's little butt. If it doesn't work, I'll take out my 7 wolves belt to teach the little pig a lesson.
Pfft, the teacher doesn't allow you to hit your son with your belt.
Su's mother shouted, "Come and have breakfast, it's getting cold."
Here I come.
For breakfast, Su's mother baked a few pies. Pies stuffed with leeks and eggs, and rice porridge.
The leftover rice from last night was cooked into thick porridge. Su Tian ate deliciously. Lin Weiler even wanted to ask Su's mother not to leave and to live here in the future.
Her mother is a kitchen idiot and a cooking idiot. Su's mother is a great chef, what a big difference. But thinking about the flower shop opened by Su's mother, and Su's mother has her own things to do, let it go. I have to work hard to learn cooking. Don't wait until the baby grows up and Su Tian goes to work, and the mother and daughter, mother and son, can only order takeout.
That would be a waste. After breakfast, it rained until noon. It looks like it won't stop for a while. After the deafening thunderstorm, drizzle has been falling from the sky.
Fortunately, the thunder stopped long ago. Xiao Tian, I used to like rainy days the most, but the thunder in the morning scared the baby. Listening to the crying of Debao and Erbo, I inexplicably hate rainy and thunderous days.
I don't like them anymore.
When she was pregnant, whenever there was thunder or rain outside, she was worried that the thunder would scare the baby in her belly.
Chapter 50 Gangzi, the Devil Bagong. Muah. At 8 o'clock in the evening, before Su Tian went out, Lin Weiler looked at the man's shameless appearance, blushing and kissed Su Tian on the cheek. Su Tian was bolder this time.
He held Lin Weiler's cheeks with both hands and slowly bent down.
Wu, what are you doing?
Lin Weiler struggled hard and took a step back, but was still kissed forcefully by Su Tian, who kissed her cherry-pink lips heavily.
Oh, idiot, idiot.
She jumped up in shame, with a shy blush on her face and ears.
So soft.
The hot and wet lips made Su Tian's heart flutter.
Let us set up a stall.
You idiot, you took away the teacher's first kiss just like that, she said shyly. Su Tian explained, stupid, the first kiss should be for a long time. It doesn't count as a kiss if it's just one kiss.
Who taught you this crooked truth? Su Tian had already turned around and left the room, carrying bags of skewers, and pressed the down button in the elevator. Idiot, wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get home.
After the rain stopped at noon, Mother Su had returned to the flower shop. When Lin Weiler returned to the room, her second child, Nguyen, had already woken up. When the little cutie saw his mother, his brows furrowed, his aggrieved little mouth slightly opened, and he immediately started crying.
Lin Weiler was so worried. You didn't cry until Mom came over, but you cried as soon as you saw Mom. The baby doesn't cry when he wakes up.
As soon as she opens her eyes and looks at the baby starts crying when he sees her.
This is the case with Debao and Erbo.
If she had known, she would have gone to the living room just now. He held the baby in his arms and coaxed him, his little hands pinching the baby's fair and tender face.
Pinch it. Pinch it again.
The baby's soft and tender face is definitely better than the skin of any woman in the world. I held him in my arms and nudged him until the little cutie stopped crying. Your dad bullies your mom, so you bully your mom too, right? Xiao Nuanyuan, the woman smiled and rubbed her face against Erbao's face.
The little guy laughed in a baby sound.
When Su Tian arrived at the entrance of the food court, the uncle selling fried jelly was already preparing something, having arrived earlier than him. The pancake lady on the left has already opened her shop. After all, most young people have a casual dinner and would choose to eat a delicious pancake.
Young man, what time do you plan to finish the business today? Asked the jelly uncle. Su Tian smiled and said, I prepared a little more today than yesterday. I'll go home after I sell them all. Haha, the uncle laughed heartily. Su Tian suffered a huge loss last night. At 12 o'clock, the flow of people is comparable to that at 10 o'clock. People who work the night shift, those who have just finished dancing at the bar, those who have just finished singing at the KTV, and those who have just finished watching a midnight movie.
The flow of people in the snack street just kept increasing until a little after 1 o'clock, when some people left. At 2:30, most people started to pack up their stalls. Most of the small stall owners closed their stalls at 3 o'clock.
Earn as much as you can.
I've already made it until 2 o'clock, so it won't matter if I can endure one more hour. Today Ergo came to the food street early to accompany Su Tian. There was no class in the afternoon, so Long went home and Curry made plans to play a few basketball games.
Ergo just came back from home. Brother Go, I am busy enough by myself. Su Tian said. Start cooking the skewers quickly. Xiao Tian, I'm so annoyed.
You don't know what my mom said to me when I got home today.
Xiao Tian already has grandchildren for your Aunt Wu. How come you don't even have a partner?
I'm about to graduate, so I have to hurry up and fall in love.
Sigh. Ergo sighed and said with emotion. Su Tian laughed, it must be my mom who told your mom about my son and daughter.
Let me laugh 3 times, hsh.
That's right. I really admire her. Could it be that she wants me to find a partner in college and give her a grandson? Calm down, calm down.
Aunt Wei must be anxious because she saw my mother holding her grandson.
Su Tian comforted.
I still have to prepare for graduate school, what the hell?
I've figured it out.
At worst, I'll set up a stall with you after graduation.
Who knows, maybe I'll meet true love. Pfft, that might be possible.
Ergo helped to unfold the folding table and place the small stools.
Xiao Tian, how much money did you make last night? Ergo asked softly. More than 1,000. What the hell? Ergo was shocked. Su Tian nodded, the profit from setting up a stall is still huge. Ergo is his good friend and brother. They grew up together wearing open crotch pants. There is no need to hide such a thing. Yes, enough to support my nieces and nephews.
Ergo smiled and said, Xiao Tian, I am still struggling with whether to take the postgraduate entrance examination after graduation or go to work directly. If I don't take the postgraduate entrance examination, I will come and set up a stall with you.
No postgraduate entrance examination. Can't find a good job. Let us take the postgraduate entrance examination, I feel like I have a headache. Okay, no problem.
I'll teach you how to sell other things. Stinky tofu, grilled gluten, and fruit salad are all good.
Okay. Ergo nodded confidently. Su Tian understood Ergo's feelings. His family's financial situation is not very good. Ergo's father and Su's father are both decoration workers, one is a carpenter and the other is a plumber.
Hard-working workers earn some hard-earned wages. Ergo's father and Su's father still work and cooperate frequently. Therefore, his relationship with Ergo has always been very good.
Let's have some starch sausage to fill our stomach first. Su Tian said. It's not good to eat too much starch sausage. Some of them are too hard to eat. I'll go buy some fruit to eat with them.
Ergo was holding 2 servings of fruit soup. Wow, the small one is 6 yuan, and the large one is 12 yuan.
Su Tian took the fruit salad and said, the profit of fruit salad is not comparable to that of these boiled skewers. If you want to do it after graduation, you can give it a try.
At this time, a high school girl who had visited yesterday came.
He walked to the snack cart without saying a word and started choosing skewers. Hey, how much is it? Asked the little girl. Su Tian counted the sticks, 28 yuan. Oh, that's expensive, she muttered. Su Tian still smiled and pretended not to hear. I want it to be super spicy. Extra spicy. Super spicy. WeChat payment of 28 yuan.
Su Tian smiled, be careful or your skin will hurt when you go to the toilet at home.
Oh, the little girl blushed. Why did the boss speak so rudely?
But their boiled skewers are really delicious, super tasty, spicy and fresh, you can't stop eating them once you start.
I only ate a bucket of instant noodles at school at noon, saving money to eat Su Tian's delicious skewers. There is only 32 yuan in my pocket, not even enough for a cup of milk tea. Okay.
His boiled skewers are all seasoned with chili and sesame sauce before being sold.
This will make the food taste better for diners, and of course, the original soup is delicious enough. After the little girl left, Ergo grinned and said, this little girl has a really sweet smile. She even blushed when you mentioned Paiyanzi just now. Ahem, brother Go, you said you came here to set up the stall with me, is it to see the beauties? Damn. You even found out about this. Ergo admitted it. HH. Su Tian laughed. Oh my god, Gangzi?
Ergu's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw Lily, who was dressed up and had dyed yellow hair. Beside her were Gangzi, who was fat and strong like a bull, and spoke with his big mouth as if he could eat people, and her two roommates.
Chapter 51, One More Close Friend, Gangzi joins the club. Xiaotian, it's Gangzi and Lily, and their roommates. Su Tian smiled, what's the big deal? I think Gangzi is pretty good. Didn't Gangzi secretly tell you that Lily got into the Mercedes-Benz car? Yes.
So, when it comes to the inner beauty a girl needs, Gangzi is much better than Lily.
Wow.
Ergu was shocked by Su Tian's words. A beautiful soul is indeed a good thing for a girl. When he looks for a wife in the future, he won't care about her appearance, as long as she treats him well. But for someone like Gangzi, Su Tian really dares to say that.
Hey, I think I saw a classmate from our class,
said one of Lily's roommates.
Classmate? Lily was startled.
They were planning to walk around the food street to eat something, and then go to the bar to pick up rich guys. It would not be a good idea to run into classmates. Although it smells bad.
But reputation is still important. It's Su Tian. Gangzi said, he's actually selling boiled skewers at a stall. Did he ask for leave to sell boiled skewers at a stall?
Several of them were classmates in the same class, and Su Tian's request for leave as the study committee member still caused a lot of discussion. Especially if you directly ask for 40 days. As the 40th day was approaching, Su Tian actually appeared in the food street to set up a stall.
A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Lily's face. Humph, setting up a stall can only make a few bucks.
It's unthinkable for him to ask for leave to set up a stall in the food court. Su Tian, long time no see. Just when Lily was stunned, Gangzi had already stepped forward to say hello.
Just now, hello, classmate Wang Xiani. Su Tian smiled awkwardly.
I was careless and almost called out the nickname out loud, and then I was knocked to the ground, which was not a pleasant experience.
Gangzi said with a smile, are you here to set up a stall? And Lu Yu. Yeah, Gogu didn't want to go to the internet cafe to play games, so he came over to help. Oh, Su Tian, are you in any trouble? If you are, I can lend you money. Gangzi asked simply.
She has always had a crush on Su Tian. Before Su Tian graduated from university, he set up a stall to sell skewers.
Was his life difficult?
Not only Gangzi thought so, but Lily and two other classmates also thought so.
Su Tian smiled awkwardly, no.
It's not difficult, I just want to experience the fun of making money by setting up a stall.
TSK, you're just being stubborn. Is it easy for you to set up a stall during graduation season?
Lily thought to herself.
Oh, Lily, do you want to eat skewers? Gangzi shouted.
She decided to take care of Su Tian's business.
No. Lily didn't dare to talk to Su Tian.
However, the other two students, worried about Su Tian's pigtails, greeted her and picked some skewers. Because Su Tian was the study committee member, even though he resigned, he still had a good relationship with the counselors and teachers.
How much is it in total? Gangzi chose his own skewers. In dormitory life and when eating out, we all pay on a AA basis. Xiao and I, don't eat it.
Be careful, it might be poisonous.
Lily said. Su Tian frowned.
Ergu yelled angrily, are you sick?
Is there anything poisonous? If it's not poisonous, why don't you take off your clothes and walk around the food court?
He has no good feelings towards women who are doing part-time sex with rich uncles during college. To put it nicely, it's a part-time job. To put it bluntly, it's just selling body.
Xiaotian is right, Gangzi is much better than Lily. How can you talk like that, Guzi? Lily said unhappily. She knew that Lu Yu's nickname was Ergu. Ergu laughed coldly, if you say one more word, I will expose your dirty laundry in the school and make you a celebrity in the University of Science and Technology tomorrow.
Lily's face turned red with anger.
I couldn't help but wonder, did Ergu follow her on Friday or Saturday? Xiao and I, you are not allowed to eat it. If you dare to eat it, our sisterhood will be severed from today on.
Lily said threateningly.
Su Tian has always been a bystander. Lily's dirty laundry?
As long as you don't mess with him, it doesn't matter. But, if Ergu wanted to expose some dark material, he should at least wait until the day of the graduation photos, right?
Killing people and destroying their hearts. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Gangzi's chubby face. Lily, we are all classmates.
There is nothing wrong with us taking care of Su Tian's business. We will graduate and go our separate ways soon.
Why do we have to make our relationship so stiff? Anyway, you are not allowed to eat. Su Tian smiled, it's free. If you want to eat it, try it. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. Gangzi still picked the boiled skewers and handed them to Su Tian.
The other two students really didn't dare to eat it, for fear of losing their sisterhood.
How much? Gangzi asked with a smile.
Su Tian was a little afraid to look directly into Gangzi's eyes. The flesh on her face was trembling slightly when she spoke, which was indeed a bit scary, but this girl's values and heart are still good, right?
It's free. There's no charge between classmates. Gangzi insisted, how much is it? It's not easy for you to run a stall. 89, just give me 80. 100 yuan has been received via WeChat. She paid 100. Let's go, don't worry about Xiaoni.
Yu Lily took the hands of her two roommates and strode away. Erga yelled, classmate Wang Xiaoni, I heard from others that someone treated you like a drinking champ and asked you to go to nightclubs and bars with them so that you could drink with men and block the drinking for this bitch.
Puff Yu Lily was so angry that she almost vomited blood.
But Ergu has the leverage over her, otherwise she would have gone up and torn Ergu's face apart.
Wouldn't this destroy the sisterhood between her and Gangzi?
Although she ignored Gangzi for the time being, Gangzi had no friends at school and would definitely beg for her forgiveness out of grievance.
After Ergo said that, Gangzi?
The next second, Gangzi's face suddenly fell, and he looked like a man-eating tiger, with an ugly expression.
Lily, is that so? Do you think of me as a drinking barrel for men? Gangzi asked. Yu Lily smiled, so what?
Every time I walk with this ugly guy, people point at me. Even though she wasn't the one giving the instructions, she had had enough and decided to come clean.
You deceived me. Gangzi burst into tears. Yu Lily laughed, if I don't make friends with you, who would be willing to be your friend? I'll beat you to death. Gangzi got furious, put down the skewers in his hand and rushed over quickly. Fuck, if Gangzi hits someone, something bad will happen.
Ergu was startled and hurriedly chased after him. He reached out and hugged Gangzi's arm. Su Tian hurriedly got off the dining car to help, and the two of them attacked from both sides. Together they pulled Gangzi to the spot. Even so, both of them felt like they couldn't stop themselves.
Wang Xiaoni, this kind of person is no longer a good person and is not worth your anger. Ergu advised earnestly. Su Tian followed up and said, that's right, eat some boiled skewers to ease your mood, boiled skewers are delicious. Gangzi then took a long breath, thinking that he had been deceived by his sisters.
He returned to the dining car with a sad face and ate skewers. She cried while eating, and some diners who wanted to buy skewers were afraid to come over. Ergu went to the fried jelly uncle to borrow two sturdy-looking chairs, and put the two chairs side by side.
Student Wang Xiaoni, please sit down.
I have no friends anymore. Gangzi sat on two chairs, crying sadly out of grievance.
Gangzi always guessed that Yu Lily didn't really treat her as a sister.
But she dare not face the reality because she has no friends. Although she told Ergu about Yu Lily's negative information and asked Ergu to tell Su Tian.
It's because he doesn't want Su Tian to be betrayed by a scumbag like Yu Lily. Su Tian looked helpless. Who knew something like this would happen? I have no friends anymore. No one wants to play with me.
Gangzi cried like a child, tears streaming down his face.
It doesn't matter.
Even if she doesn't want to be your friend, Ergu, Long Long, and Xiao Curry are willing to be your friends.
Su Tian said sincerely.
Suddenly, Gangzi stopped crying and looked at Su Tian with surprise.
Really? Don't you mind that I'm fat? Ergo said, what's wrong with being fat? Fat girls are blessed. That's right. We are willing to be your friends, brother Go. Add Xiaoni's WeChat ID and add her to our dormitory group. We can become close friends.
I told you, Su Tian admired himself and even called out the word Xiao and I.
Puff. How come Gangzi is like a little kid? Okay, I'll add you to the group now. Su Tian smiled and said, don't let Long Long post pictures of beautiful women in the group. Hearing this, Gangzi smiled and said, just treat me as a man, don't treat me as a woman. I also like looking at pictures of beautiful women. But, was that a picture of a beautiful woman that Long Long posted? Those are pornographic pictures shared in some gossip eating groups. Ergu added Gangzi's WeChat account and added her to the dormitory WeChat group.
At the same time, Ergu chatted privately with Long Long and Xiao Curry and told them what happened tonight.
Both Curry and Long Long were shocked. What's going on? How come Gangzi, whom they had always been teasing, suddenly joined the club?
When Ergu saw Gangzi sent a red envelope, he clicked on it and grabbed 102 directly.
Brother Gang, you are so generous. Hearing Ergu's name, Gangzi was speechless. Su Tian laughed angrily. Damn it, why did Xiao and I send a 200 yuan red envelope and I only got 0.1 dime? Damn, there is something wrong with this red envelope mechanism. Chapter 52. With the teacher here, no one dares to bully you. Gangzi opened his mouth and laughed. After eating the skewers, she asked seriously, Su Tian, are you really having difficulties in life? I can lend you money, any amount is fine. Su Tian raised a finger jokingly. 1 million? Sure, I have 1 million.
What the hell? Ergu was stunned.
Do you have 1 million? Su Tian was surprised. I'm sorry, I was just joking.
I set up the stall just to train myself before graduation.
I don't have any difficulties in life. Thank you for your kindness. Oh, is that so? If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Gangzi said considerately. I am very happy today and have made new friends. Su Tian, Luyu, thank you. I will treat you to a meal some other day. Student Wang Xiaoni, what business is your family in? Ergu asked curiously.
What family can easily say, 1 million, I have it.
I'll tell you after graduation. Goodbye. Gangzi looked happy and walked away alone. After Gangzi left, Ergu exclaimed, no wonder she is so fat. How can an ordinary family afford to feed her? Her family must be rich. Su Tian smiled helplessly and said, forget it, don't say that I'm fat. Gangzi. Wang Xiaoni is not easy either.
Her IQ and personality seem to be the same as that of a junior high school student, or even an elementary school student.
I feel the same way, but how did she get into college when she's so dumb?
I'm not sure, but the local rich second generation in Longcheng who want to go to the local university must have connections and connections. Take Long Long for example.
Pfft, all right.
Su Tian patted Ergo on the shoulder and advised, Brother Go, Gangzi is definitely a rich woman. If you marry Gangzi, you will at least have to work less for 30 years. Your son won't have to work hard in the future, and you can just lie back and relax.
Oh my god.
Ergo spurted out a mouthful of mineral water and his voice trembled.
Don't be so scary, okay? I have my limits, too.
I'll give you a sentence. If you are young and don't know the good of a rich woman, you will mistake a young girl for a treasure. If you are young and don't know the sweetness of soft rice, you will mistake your youth for planting rice seedlings.
Brother Go, life is so short, if you can take a shortcut, you should take it.
Stop, we need some business, sell your skewers. Ergo waved his hands hurriedly. Gangzi and Wang Xiaoni had been standing next to the dining car and crying. Their crying appearances discouraged some diners from leaving. At this time, some diners began to order skewers one after another. The delicious skewers are addictive, intoxicating, and make your chrysanthemums cry. I prepared 500 more skewers today than yesterday. Even so, they were all sold out by midnight. There is still not enough food prepared. The uncle who was frying the jelly is still busy. There are not only fried rice, fried jelly, fried noodles, but also fried rice noodles.
Su Tian and Go each ordered a bowl of fried rice noodles and enjoyed their midnight snack happily. Brother Go, you can't go back to the dormitory, right? Come to my place and stay for one night. The second bedroom happens to be empty. Su Tian shouted.
Ergo shook his head, no, let's go to the internet cafe and play all night.
Long Long and Xiao Kuli are on their way to the internet cafe now. It's up to you.
Su Tian ate the fried rice noodles and praised, Uncle, your cooking skills are really good.
Heh, young man, there are not many people as young as you who are willing to set up a stall to make money. Su Tian smiled and said, I'll take another portion to go, without the chili and with an extra egg. Okay. When Su Tian returned home, Lin Weiler was lying on the sofa dozing off in her skewers.
She didn't dare to go to the bedroom. The baby wakes up and can't see her, so he doesn't cry or make a fuss, but as soon as he sees her with his big eyes, he starts crying. Wait until you hear the baby crying, then go back to the bedroom to check whether he has pooped or is hungry for milk.
Why are you still wearing skewers? Su Tian said with concern. On the coffee table.
There was a pile of skewered beef, chicken, tofu rolls, tofu puffs, quail eggs, and other ingredients for cooking.
Lynn Wire smiled, boring. You're working so hard, I must be busy. I can't set up the stall with you, just do the preparations well. Pack it up and put it in the refrigerator. Su Tian was extremely moved. He put the signed skewers neatly into a bag and put them in the refrigerator.
The fried rice noodles are still hot, come and eat quickly, little foodie.
He bent down and opened the packed lunchbox.
Wow, it smells so good. I just said I wanted to lose weight, she pursed her lips.
Su Tian stretched lazily, eat it. The fat on my belly wasn't gained in one day.
Eating one more midnight snack won't add much fat, and eating one less snack won't reduce much either.
So, eat it. That makes sense.
Lynn Weiler nodded in agreement. In fact, she was not determined to lose weight.
I can't resist a delicious midnight snack.
I have no resistance to the temptation of delicious food.
My parents urged me to bring my son-in-law home as soon as possible. Xiao Tian, are you ready to go home with the teacher? Su Tian smiled, I've been ready for a long time.
Oh, we'll go home at noon the day before May Day.
Lin Wire nodded. Su Tian asked, is your father very scary? Does he have a bad temper like my dad? It's okay.
He's a bit aloof in front of outsiders, but he's very gentle to me and Schwer.
He's a great cook. He's a super chef in our family.
Ever since she ran into Lynn's father on the street last time, Lynn Wire has been urged to bring her son-in-law home every day. Lynn's mother even made video calls with her with various excuses, such as Schwer misses her and we're making a big meal at home today, wanting to see what kind of man she was living with.
In fact, Lynn's father has already seen it.
But Lynn's mother had never seen it and urged her every day.
That makes me feel relieved.
I'm just worried that your father might beat me with his belt for kidnapping his daughter.
Don't worry, no one will dare to bully you with the teacher here. Chapter 53. Dad opened a baby products store. On April 20th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Tian was awakened by a phone call from his mother. His sleep and rest schedule is a bit disordered now. He wakes up several times in the middle of the night and has to catch up on sleep if he gets up early. Xiao Tian, guess what kind of store your father bought? Father Su wanted to save money to buy a house for his son.
He knew that his son was always stubborn, so he simply spent 100,000 yuan to buy a store to make it easier for Su Feng to take care of the 3 babies.
What shop? My dad doesn't do carpentry anymore? Su Tian asked helplessly. It's just a mess. Mother and baby store.
Your dad said that your grandchildren won't have to worry about milk powder in the future.
Rub. Su Tian woke up instantly and sat up from the bed. A maternity and baby store? Children's products? Su Tianjue's father is crazy.
Su's mother smiled and said, your father doesn't know much about this business, so contact your brother Su Feng's friendly Xiaotao for help. He also runs a maternal and child store and has a ready-made channel for purchasing goods. From today on, your grandpa will take care of all your grandson's milk powder, diapers, toys, baby products, and clothes for children from 1 to 4 years old.
This will save you and Wei some money. Because it is WeChat video chat. Su Tian opened the speakerphone.
Lynn Weiler, who was washing and blow-drying her hair, was stunned. She couldn't help swallowing and pursing her red lips.
Xiao Tian, uncle, opened a maternity and baby store?
Lynn Wire narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and asked in disbelief.
Oh my god. Just so she and Su Tian can save some money? This can definitely save a lot of money.
Now diapers and nappies alone cost at least 1,600 per month. And you have to buy better quality disposable diapers, 1,600 is not enough.
At least 2,000.
Not to mention milk powder, talcum powder, and all that mess.
Lynn Weiler's monthly teacher salary is not enough to cover the baby's daily expenses.
Of course, the two did not lower their requirements. The baby's supplies are all middle to upper middle level, and they dare not use anything too cheap.
Mom, my dad is so messy. Su Tianxiao is dying. His father is really awesome.
He really knows how to save money for his son. Hey, Xiao Tian, if you have time, come to the store and take a look.
See what your little grandson needs and take it back. Where is the store?
It's next to my mom's flower shop, in the Xingfu community.
Su Tian frowned. Mom, is the flower shop closed?
Open, your Aunt Wei will help sell flowers. We have agreed to pay your Aunt Wei 4,000 yuan a month. Mother Sue continued, your brother brought his daughter and son to help sell goods at the maternity and baby store yesterday and earned $4,000.
Earned so much?
We held an event for the opening, and also because your nieces Xin and Yan are so cute, they act as little models in the store. Customers see how good the sisters look in clothes, so they keep picking out the same clothes.
Xin and Yan are indeed very cute.
The customer picked out all the same clothes that the two sisters were wearing. His brother Su Feng asked his daughter to wear another dress and act as a little model. The effect was amazing, all the clothes for the 4-year-old were sold out in a flash. When you have time, please invite my aunt and her family to dinner.
Well, I've already invited you. Our two families live in the same neighborhood. Your aunt and I often have dinner together.
Today is Sunday, and your brother said he would bring his daughter to the store to help. You should also come over and see if your little grandson needs anything.
Okay, I'll rush over with Wei later.
The babies are almost 2 months old, and they are so chubby and cute.
They can also be baby models.
Go away, don't let my little grandson catch a cold.
The weather is so nice, it's okay, I'll hang up now and come over later. Hang up the phone. Lin Wire smiled and praised, Uncle and Aunt are really amazing. They actually opened a maternity and baby store.
Alas, pitiful parents in the world, wanting to save some money for their sons, but life is so difficult.
Su Tian sighed.
The smile on his lips couldn't stop flowing out.
Pfft, go wash up and have breakfast.
It's been a while since I've had the best bowl of braised noodles in the world, lamb trotters. His father opened a maternity and baby store for his mother, which touched Su Tian deeply.
Dad's move, is mainly to reduce the burden of raising the baby. After all, the wholesale price of milk powder, diapers and a series of baby products must be cheaper than in the store.
Especially milk powder, unlike vegetables and meat prices, the price is not transparent at all, and the profit margin is at least 50%.
After washing up, I had a simple breakfast.
Su Tian changed diapers and clothes for the babies and rolled up the eldest and second babies in small quilts. Lin Weiler was holding her third baby, and she didn't take any diapers or anything else. Her mother's maternity and baby store was definitely fully stocked.
Old Town, Xingfu Community.
At the entrance of the community, next to the Xiuxiu flower shop, the shop signs have all been changed. Xiuxiu Maternal and Child Products.
It's named after my mother.
Su's mother was choosing baby clothes for a customer when she saw Su Tian and Lin Weiler carrying their baby into the store.
Xiao Tian, there is a stroller for my grandson. You can lie down there.
Auntie, you are so awesome, Lin Weiler praised. Su's mother smiled and said, your uncle wanted to save some money for Xiao Tian and you, so he opened a maternity and baby store.
Actually, no need.
You guys have worked too hard.
Xiao Tian and I have enough money to support Can, Nuanyuan, and Anan. Put the baby in the stroller quickly. Su Tian had already placed the eldest and second babies in a double-seat stroller. Nuanyuan opened her eyes and made a baby voice. Can's big gray eyes looked around the store curiously.
Oh, Goosenin saw the little frog toys on the shelf next to him with his big eyes, and kicked the air with his excited little feet. Look, you're the only one with sharp eyes, Su Tian gave it a mua kiss. She placed the little frog on her chest and squeezed it hard with her chubby little hands.
We're opening a new store and are offering a 10% discount. 3 pieces of clothing cost a total of 220.
Su's mother said with a smile.
WeChat payment of 220 yuan.
Mother Su smiled, come more often next time.
Okay, Auntie. The young woman walked out of the store holding the 2 3-year-old boys.
Mother Su hurriedly asked, Where, take a look at what your little grandson needs. Even though she was the baby's grandmother, Lin Weiler still felt embarrassed. She chuckled and said, Auntie, actually there are always enough supplies for the baby. Oh, this is the baby's grandfather who insisted on opening a maternity and baby store to facilitate the daily necessities needs of his grandchildren.
Don't be polite. Su Tian looked around the store.
There were 4 rows of shelves. In the middle of the store were baby clothes, on one side were milk powder, and on the other side were toys, diapers and other daily necessities. His eyes turned to the milk powder on the shelf.
Mom, how much profit can I make from a 600 yuan can of milk powder? Su's mother looked around and saw no customers coming in.
She lowered her voice and said, 200 yuan for the goods.
The profit is so high? Su Tian was surprised.
Lin Wire's eyes were slightly dazed.
That's a lot of profit. I'll search on JD.
She opened her phone and searched the price of the same milk powder on JD.com and in the store, and it turned out to be
620 yuan. It's 20 yuan more expensive than in the store.
At this time, Su Feng came into the store with his 3 daughters and a son. Xiaodai and Xiaochen sat in the stroller. Xinxin and Yanyan each held an ice cream in their hands and ate the pudding happily.
Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie.
Lin Wire smiled. You two little girls, you can't call me aunt. She had discussed with her best friend Shen Yuchu before and asked Xinxin and Yanyan to call her aunt, because she was older than Shen Yuchu and they were good sisters. Now that she has become Su Tian's daughter-in-law, she naturally can no longer call her aunt.
Why? Yanyan asked.
Su Feng smiled and said, because your aunt married dad's younger brother, so you should call her aunt now. The two little girls were dizzy. Xinxin obediently called out, hello, auntie.
Hello. Su Tian bent down and teased Yanyan, uncle, can you have a bite of your ice cream? Not good.
The little girl snorted and ran to the side to protect her food. She was worried that Su Tian would snatch her ice cream, so she quickly put the ice cream in her mouth and ate it up in one bite after another.
Chapter 54, The Cute Attacks of the Babies. Jinzi, how many pieces of new style clothes have you purchased? Su Feng asked.
Mother Su smiled, a total of 60 pieces.
That's fine.
Xinxin, Yanyan, go upstairs with mom to change clothes.
I know.
The two nieces were very sensible. Shen Yuchu took the short-sleeved shirt, pants, coat and shoes handed to her by Su's mother and went upstairs.
It's not easy to be a little model. Mom, are there so many people coming in to buy clothes for children? Su Tian asked.
This is neither a shopping mall nor a chain-brand maternity and baby store, but an ordinary shop. Mother Su smiled and said, of course, your brother's restaurant is an internet celebrity restaurant, and there are a lot of customers lining up to eat. Mom was handing out flyers yesterday, and your brother also helped promote it among his customer groups, so a lot of people came to patronize it.
Is that so? Su Tian nodded. His cousin's restaurant business was indeed booming.
There were often some food bloggers visiting the store, and there were long lines of customers lining up to eat every day. With his cousin's promotion, any store could be opened.
Brother, thank you so much.
Su Tian hugged Su Feng excitedly.
Su Feng laughed and said, why are you being polite? Your mother is my aunt, so isn't it my duty to promote her? That's thanks too. This store was opened by your aunt for you and teacher Xiaolin.
It is to facilitate the daily expenses of Cancan, Noanyuan, and Anan when they were young.
You have to work harder. Su Tian smiled happily, with Wei here, do I still need to work hard?
Su Feng teased, it's so natural to eat soft rice. My brother Su Feng's life is not easy, not only does he have to support a family of 6. He also brought his mother-in-law and her family to Longcheng, and started a catering business with them. They all made money.
There is absolutely no problem with his character. He is an all-round talent. Auntie, I'll pick out some clothes for the babies to change into. They can also be models.
Lin Weiler said intimately, holding Su's mother's arm. Mother Su shook her head and smiled, no need, the little grandchildren are still young.
It doesn't matter. The weather is so nice. They don't know anything.
They just need to lie in the stroller for customers to watch. At Lin Weiler's insistence, Su's mother picked out some short-sleeved shirts and pants for the 2-month-old baby, as well as some cute little hats.
Wow, so cute, Daddy, give me a kiss. Su Tian bent down and kissed Cancan on the face.
The little pig was dozing off feeling a little sleepy. Su Feng changed new clothes for Xiaochen and Xiaodai, both of whom were 11 months old.
Just then a young woman came into the store. Hello, do you have a bottle for the baby? The baby is 3 months old. Mother Su smiled and said, yes, I recommend this curved baby bottle.
The baby is 3 months old and has gained strength, and his grip is stronger.
This bottle will make it easier for the baby to breastfeed. The woman glanced at the milk powder.
But his eyes were fixed on Cancan, Noanyuan, Anan, Xiaochen and Xiaodai. 5 little babies are lying in the stroller one after another, wearing beautiful little clothes, and their looks are better than the other in the baby circle.
Oh my god, 5 babies, so cute, so beautiful, all of them, are yours?
The woman looked at Lin Weiler. Lin Weiler smiled, no, I gave birth to 3 babies.
Triplets. So pretty. How old are they? It's almost 2 months. What a cute little chubby face. Do you have the same blue short-sleeved shirt as the one he's wearing in the store? Lynn Wire nodded, yes, how old is your baby? 3 months. The baby grows fast, so it's more appropriate to buy a larger size. Sue's mother had already taken the clothes. Most of the women who come here are mothers, and they stand together and have topics to talk about. The woman bought diapers, the same short-sleeved shirt and hat as Can was wearing, as well as small pants, and also picked out many toys. Chen Yuchu took Xin and Yen to change their clothes. The 2 cute little kids were standing at the door of the shop playing with toy cars. 6 babies were lying next to the counter of the shop, which made the hearts of some female mothers who came to patronize the business melt. They were so cute. Su Tian sighed, my son and daughter can both be models. Wire, look at what your little grandson needs, toys, clothes, shoes more. Lynn Wire nodded, Auntie, I'm welcome then. You kid, this maternity and baby store is for the little grandchildren. Lynn Wire selected some clothes, diapers, and baby wipes. The diapers and baby wipes at home were almost used up, so she picked out a few clothes. Then she carefully consulted Lynn's mother about the prices of diapers, milk powder and clothes, and silently memorized them in her heart. Most customers who come to the maternity and baby store choose diapers. There is a constant stream of parents coming to patronize the store, and the business of the maternity and baby store is unexpectedly good. Lynn Weiler herself has a lively and generous personality, although she is not as eloquent as a salesperson and can introduce products in a fluent manner. But it is not wrong at all. She can grasp the psychology of customers. She is a mother herself and pays great attention to baby supplies. Especially nowadays, most of the mothers are born in the 1990s and are willing to spend money on their babies. She also judges people. Before she got pregnant, she always wore high-end fashionable clothes from various brands. Could she tell whether female customers were rich people? Knowing at a glance that the clothes the female customer is wearing are relatively expensive, Lynn Weiler will specifically introduce some expensive milk powder, clothes, and baby products. The whole morning was filled with busy people. There are 4 cute babies from my cousin's family, plus 3 from Su Tian's own family. The cuteness of the 7 adorable babies is so overwhelming that some old men who have just become fathers can't stand it. Buy, must consume. Su Tian stayed with the babies all the time and changed their diapers once each. Near noon, there were fewer customers. Ah, wow, and pouted her little lips. She is hungry. Auntie, is there anyone upstairs? Lynn Weiler asked. Sue's mother replied, no one is there. The upstairs is empty. There are 2 beds there so that the little grandchildren can come and rest. Oh, okay. Don't cry, and don't cry she carried in and upstairs. The shops on this street are all 2-story. Cousin Su Feng returned to the restaurant to busy himself, leaving sister-in-law Chen Yuchu to look after the baby. Mom, go to the flower shop. There are some things your Aunt Wei doesn't understand. Seeing that there were not many customers, Sue's mother returned to the flower shop. My mom just left. Hello, do you have any loose-fitting clothes? I mean, clothes that can cover up when I need to hold my baby and feed him. A short mother walked into the store holding a 4-month-old baby girl, looking a little embarrassed and asking in a soft voice. Su Tian smiled and served, yes, you mean the fig leaf, right? Seeing that it was a man selling maternal and child products, the mother turned away in shame. Hey, don't go. Are you talking about a fig leaf? Su Tian raised his eyebrows anxiously. Damn, is this discrimination against male salesmen? He ran forward and hurriedly stopped Bao's mother, and gave his sister-in-law a wink. Sister-in-law Chen Yuchu greeted, hello, you are talking about a loincloth, also known as a nursing cover. Let's take a look at these 2 models. Okay. The female mother smiled and said to Su Tian, I'm sorry, I'm not used to buying mother's products with men. Oh, it's okay. Su Tian waved his hand and shrugged. Chen Yuchu smiled, I recommend you to choose this black one. You can use it whether you are traveling or taking your baby shopping. You can feed your baby anytime and anywhere without worry. Oh, how much? The mother of the girl said happily. As a new mother, I didn't know this before. I just wanted to buy some loose clothes. It turns out there is such a thing as a loincloth. This one is 88, this one is 68, both are marked with prices, and the new store is offering a 10% discount for the opening promotion. If you spend 800, you will not only get a 10% discount, but also get an additional 50 yuan off after the 10% discount. The discount and full discount activities can be combined and carried out at the same time. After all, she is a woman and a mother. The sister-in-law talked a lot with the female mother. The female mother collected 800 yuan of daily necessities for the baby, and only paid 670 yuan after the discount. Before organizing the event, Su's mother must have calculated the profit after adding the discounts and foldings. So Su Tian was not worried about these. Can you help me move my stuff to the car? It's parked right next to the road. Sure, no problem. Su Tian smiled heartily. He helped the mother move the baby supplies she had bought into the car. Sister-in-law, you are amazing. She bought so much just by saying a few words. Xiaotian, you have to be nice to Wei, otherwise the teacher won't forgive you. This person is a real teacher, but he was taught by senior high school students for a few months. Chapter 55. This, sir. Su Tian was busy until noon, making milk powder for the babies. The store had the same milk powder that the babies drank. After an unfinished feeding, she fell asleep upstairs. Lin Weiler was worried about leaving her alone, so she asked Su Tian to carry Can and Wan to the second floor of the maternity and baby store. The little cuties became little models and stayed in the strollers for the whole morning, which made Su Tian feel very distressed. In fact, they don't know anything yet. They don't know that their parents let them work as baby models in their grandparents' maternity and baby store to earn money when they were only 2 months old. Wire, what do you want to eat? I'll go to my brother's store to get food. Lin Wire is tired too. Lying on the bed and coaxing the 2 babies to sleep. Anan has fallen into a sweet dream. Sure, Anan is dreaming. Lin Weiler raised her finger and quietly hushed to Su Tian. The little cutie was seen with his eyes closed, a smile on his face, and occasional cute sounds of aha and giggle. I don't know what Anan was dreaming about, but she was laughing while sleeping, which made the strong man Su Tian's heart melt. She probably dreamed of her father singing to her. Su Tian said proudly. Look at the babies. The teacher is going to eat. It's better to put the food in the bowl than to serve it. In fact, she wanted to eat chili peppers secretly. She was a little afraid that Su Tian would not let her eat. I haven't eaten any chili peppers since I became pregnant. It should be okay to eat less chili peppers, right? Lin Weiler and Chen Yuchu returned to the best bowl in the world together. The business in the restaurant was good and diners were queuing up in an orderly manner. Naturally, the 2 of them wanted to cut in line. Lin Weiler asked the kitchen to use a little less chili. She took her first bite of the chili noodles and immediately felt guilty. She whispered, I don't want to eat it anymore, Chuchu, would you mind giving me another bowl? Pfft, if you go to another restaurant to eat, the boss will ask you to order a new bowl with this request. Chen Yuchu rolled her eyes at her bestie. Lin Wire giggled, I always feel sorry for Sanbao after eating the chili peppers. Dr. Wang Meili had told her so. During breastfeeding, spicy food is prohibited. Chen Yuchu was enjoying the spicy lamb trotters. The fragrant lamb trotters made Lin Wire drool. They were so delicious. But, while I'm still breastfeeding, I absolutely cannot eat spicy food. She secretly swallowed her saliva, took a deep breath, and reminded herself to resist the temptation of the spicy lamb trotters. Chen Yuchu looked at her best friend's tangled expression and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaowei, it's okay to eat less. I also occasionally ate spicy food during breastfeeding, and the babies are very healthy. Who knows? Everyone's physique is different, Lin Weiler retorted. Chu, you are the best. Please go to the kitchen and get me another bowl of mutton stewed noodles. Okay, I'll help you eat this bowl. Thank you, big eater Chu. Lin Weiler smiled happily. When Chen Yuchu came to the table with a bowl of mutton stewed noodles, Lin Weiler's beautiful eyes lit up. Chu, thank you. Thank you once is enough, Xiaowei, we are relatives now, and you are my sister-in-law. It seems so. Lin Weiler thought about it. I married the younger brother of my best friend's husband, so doesn't that make me a relative of my best friend? Oh my god, it's so scary, they went from best friends to relatives, and the best friend became my sister-in-law. I became my best friend's sister-in-law. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Lin Weiler gulped down a mouthful of mutton soup, then looked up and laughed. Chen Yuchu munched on the sheep's hoof. That's right, so funny, my sister-in-law Xiaowei, how about calling me sister-in-law? Puff. Lin Wire almost spit out a mouthful of mutton soup. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and grinned, I can't call you that. I'd better call you Chu. The 2 were classmates in college and best friends who lived in the same dormitory. This fate is truly unique.
After lunch, Lynn Weiler returned to the second floor of the maternity and baby store, and the two of them took turns to eat at her cousin's restaurant. Challenge a bowl of smoking spicy chili noodles.
Su Tian shouted.
My cousin has launched the smoking spicy chili noodles. As long as you finish eating it within 10 minutes, not only will you get a free meal, but you will also get a 100 yuan reward.
Okay. The cashier girl took the order. Do you need anything else?
We have lamb trotters, braised beef, chicken feet, cold dishes, and cold noodles.
Add some cold noodles. Just pay for the cold noodles first.
Seeing Su Tian preparing to pay, sister-in-law Chen Yuchu smiled and said, Xiao Tian, you don't have to pay.
Go find a seat and wait for your meal.
You're welcome. I'll treat you and my brother to dinner tonight. It looks like I won't be able to set up the stall today.
There are skewers in the refrigerator, it's not too late to put them out tomorrow. Su Tian found a seat and asked, Uncle, is there anyone sitting next to you?
No, the person just left.
Then I'll join us at a table. Su Tian sat down.
This old man was watching Douyin, and was seriously watching the beautiful woman dancing with her hips twisting. He seemed to be the old man who looked after the carport in Xingfu community. He had to sit for an hour every time he had a meal, and he used the air conditioning in wife in the restaurant. He was very familiar with his cousin Su Feng.
Not bad, the old man commented. Swipe to next video.
Still black stockings and beautiful legs.
Su Tian.
The smoky spicy chili noodles you ordered are ready.
Su Tian was stunned.
Wow, this bowl is bigger than a person's head, and the portion is quite large.
Do you want to count the time? Asked the middle-aged waitress. She knew that Su Tian was the boss's relative.
No need, I can keep track of the time myself. Auntie, you go ahead and do your work.
Okay. The aunt nodded and turned around to greet other diners.
However, when she saw Uncle Wang happily watching the video of beautiful legs with relish, she couldn't help but curse him in her heart. This old guy spends all day in the restaurant watching videos of beautiful women dancing as if no one is around.
Can this old thing still stand up?
Su Tian turned on the stopwatch on his phone and challenged his cousin's signature chili noodles. He can eat spicy food very well, and he just wanted to try whether he could finish a bowl of noodles as big as his head within 10 minutes.
Su Tian first took a bite of cold noodles to cool his throat.
Next, stir in the chili noodles. The stew made from chili pepper, chopped pepper, hot pepper, and beef is mixed with the chewy noodles. Su Tian quickly rinsed the noodles, and they tasted fine when they entered his mouth. The next second, when his teeth were chewing the noodles, a ball of chili flame went straight into his throat, stimulating his taste buds crazily. Even though it was spicy, he couldn't stop slurping the noodles in his mouth frantically.
The old man didn't even watch the beauty video. He just stared blankly at Su Tian wolfing down the noodles with chili peppers.
When Su Tian finished his bowl after 8 minutes, there was only one noodle left. There is only half a bowl of cold noodles left. Although he is not fat, he has a big appetite.
Yo, what the hell?
You are eating noodles like crazy, damn, your mouth must be swollen from the spiciness, young man.
Damn, you are so brave.
After Su Tian finished the last bite of noodles, he felt like his mouth was no longer his own, as if he had been bitten by a snake and was completely unconscious from the spiciness. The old man praised, young man, you can really eat spicy food, damn. Su Tian grinned, it's okay, this pepper tastes really good.
Some thoughts came to his mind, why not open a gourmet restaurant?